Congress, Democrat Republicans, are far too many that were brought up by Zionists. They will. Netanyahu visited Trump when Obama was president, and the proper thing to do when a foreign prime minister or president visits a country, they are invited by the president of that country. They notify the president, they get permission from that president. No, he didn't. He didn't meet. He went straight to Congress. In Congress, I think I counted 34 state ovations. You would think this guy was the greatest president of America. And they clapped for about 2 minutes nonstop, standing and clapping, and people were screaming and shouting like they want to get attention. You just look up Netanyahu speech from Congress, both the Obama speech and also when he came just a couple weeks ago. They're basically calling over aisles to shake his hands, groveling. You'll just see it. It's so nauseating. It's so sickening. Like, why? Why are they jumping at the helm just to shake this man's hand? It's like posing with them, trying to get his attention. They're leaning over not their pews, but the benches. They're leaning over just to wave at him, get his attention. They want to be seen with him, by him. It is sickening. I've never seen that happen with any president. I've never seen 34 standing ovations for any president. Democrats have it, or Republicans even know party's president. They won't even stand that many times for their president. 34 times or something like that. Why? This war criminal coming to our how? Why does he have so much influence in the US? Why do these politicians? Why do they Israel? Man, it is just so. Thank God Americans are waking up. We're waking up, a lot of us, and seeing the reality of the Zionist influence on this foreign lobby group, AIPAC, and a number of other foreign lobby groups that serve Israel. Their influence on American politicians.
I think we should solve this problem. First, we need to clean up the house, right? The house needs to be cleaned up by Congress. I was thinking, Crystal, if I don't know, if Iran or somebody was able to, I don't know, get hold of the documentation related to Epstein files, because Alan Portia, he said he knows that he has, but he's not allowed to release it, right?
Say it again.
Alan Portia, the guy that he said he has the list, but he's not allowed to release it.
And then they said there's no list after that.
And DOJ came out and they said his name is on like 41 times or 71 times or something.
Crazy.
Trump's name on there. And then he was kept on challenging DOJ. Oh no, it's not true. DOJ just makes up whatever. So I'm just thinking if anybody can get hold of that list, then we can find out who's involved with Epstein, and I think that's how we can clean the house. Anybody that was involved with Epstein, for sure they need to be cleaned up. Like they need to get rid of those people. And it's connected to Israel because Ehud Barak, who was a former prime minister, he visited Epstein Island or whatever for 30 times, according to Times of Israel. And then there's I spent so deep. I don't know if you're good deep dive into it. I tried looking into where Epstein was able to, if he visited Israel, he was Jewish, right? But maybe he could be a non-practicing. How is it possible that this person never been to Israel, but then former Israeli prime minister goes to visit him? Why would he not come to the Holy Land? I don't get it. You think he came through a ship or something? Or water?
Private jet, he probably, doesn't have to disclose. What's interesting is what Trump has done recently. He's come out and talked about, I think Virginia, one of the girls, who committed suicide. She came out as a victim of what Epstein did. And what's interesting is I think Trump knows something's coming, so he's kind of leaving little tidbits here. He said that one of the reasons why he had a phone call with Epstein is because he would steal his staff from Mar-a-Lago. And he said that Virginia was one of his staff members that he stole these young girls from his, I think she worked with spa or something. What's interesting is at that time she would have been around 15 or 16. So Trump saying this and bringing this out, even making any connection of any sort, and Virginia was bringing out one of the victims that came out and that she committed suicide, unfortunately. So there's something coming. He's trying to already build the narrative before it gets right.
He also imprisons many healthy and beautiful women as his wives. The only wish is for a healthy baby to carry on his great work. Has caused the children to take divorce. Today, Dementis comes over to pick on Immortal Joe, and all Immortal Joe needs to do is reach to him and Immortal Joe is down for a great time. The sight of his standing in front of him terrifies Dementis. Immortal Joe points his hand again. Dementis offers curiosity to Immortal Joe. This time he
Drug
chooses
spies were captured why were their answers to questions redacted, particularly if they have, I think the question was, they have foreknowledge or involved in violent attacks. That, the answer to that question is redacted, blacked out, non-existent. But the questions are asked are, they're able to see the answers to those questions, or the spies' answers. Why was asked, do they have any involvement or foreknowledge of violent attacks? Why is that blacked out? Let us know. We need to know more about this potential Israeli scientist, Barry Silverstein, spies who were caught in the company cheering the first lady, ready to cameras, somehow knowing something happened. They kind of, the first plane striking the building, and they're happy about it, they're cheering. Like they shot a child, a Palestinian Christian or Jewish Christian or Muslim child.
He had his documentary. Yeah, because my problem is, that's all fun and dandy, but isn't going to really move the dial and enrage enough Americans on both sides of the aisle? I think Epstein thing will, because there's a big moral conundrum.
This is even, okay, if it comes out that Israel, their spies, Mossad, whoever was, orchestrating 9/11, and it's
Trump.
that will upset America. All of America will be upset about that. They're going to
Yeah, but it's going to remove Trump. Doesn't do anything to Trump.
Trump, that I don't know. I don't think that is still going to remove Trump, but Americans, politicians, face so much pressure against by the populace that don't send any more money to Israel. We need to get these bastards convicted of crimes. The crimes they must pay us back. They will be so upset at Israel Americans. They'll piss off more Americans. Also, the JFK assassination, I think, than having that some politician.
Some of it, well, a lot of it was redacted for JFK.
Yeah, the good parts, the important parts are redacted.
There is a connection between, I think JFK at that time did not want Israel to build a nuclear program.
Oh, yeah.
Things, yeah.
Oh yeah, there's the nuclear base, also APAC, which was the American Science Council. He wanted them to register as they probably should be, a foreign lobby, and JFK was adamant about not allowing them to do so because that's not according to American law and policy. They're supposed to be a foreign lobby group, but he resisted. JFK pressed down, said no, we're not doing that. We're not allowing you to do that. And then months later, he was assassinated. And also months later, after insisting that to must allow U.S. inspectors to inspect their military or their nuclear program to make sure they're not building weapons, Israel denied. And months later, he was assassinated. So, and this is at a time when Israel wasn't as strong as it was. as it is now.
And that's not proven, right? It's not even a conspiracy. So,
Oh, that's proven, yeah. The fact that JFK, we're talking about JFK insisting on, inspecting,
yeah, he
US
tried to register it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Those are facts.
And did you have
Oh, it's great. It's wonderful. Beautiful.
I know I started it, but I apologize.
No, don't apologize. It's great. I love putting
It
these
stimulated your brain cells, right? It stimulated your brain cells, argue with
I
them.
just thought, I don't know, just let me.
They wouldn't let you speak, like, I don't know what the deal was. It's like they were here to dominate the fucking conversation.
No, that's a problem. Because then the weird thing is don't compare. It's like nobody compare the US to, and that to a single white racist.
We weren't even comparing the America. Right? America is on a different side. We're talking about the amount of rape cases that take place in India. It's just too much. It's to the next level.
It is.
You know, and I actually, every time I bring up the moral character of Modi and his rules of whatever, I actually look at this one case, Bilkis Bani, you heard
Yeah,
of
of
it,
course.
the rapist. That was a famous case, right? This right winger, Modi supporters, right? They not only gang raped her, they killed a whole bunch of family members.
Yeah, man. It's disgusting. What happened recently? They're denying it. It's in the US media. A girl was transported from school in an ambulance and she was raped.
Yeah, I heard that it's a 13 or 15-year-old guy.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, ridiculous. You can't trust anybody at all. Like, anyways, what the issue with them is they feel like they can't talk about the ills of their country because they feel like they're somehow, putting themselves down, which is not true at all. And then Benny Adam really fucked up.
Yeah, I moved him down. He's like a racist piece of shit. Moved him down. So next time if he does it, just move him down.
Yeah, I was going to. He was really annoying.
I walked away to eat some ice cream. I'm like, okay, you're engaging with them, and then I went to go grab some ice cream. I was gonna get some popcorn and so on.
That's a show for you.
I'm like, what's going on?
Do you guys, there's more videos of, seeing more videos of Israelis, the IDF or the Israeli Genocide Forces, also known as IGF. I've seen that coined their places on social media.
Israeli genocide.
Sniping and kill children and cheering about it. Look
Yeah.
at the body view. These baby killers, they're relishing in killing babies, shooting people. The Green Beret, who American, I think it was Anthony Aguilar, he was part of the Housing Humanitarian Fund Foundation. He basically exposed how they're U.S. this organization is a client of the IDF. Right? So they serve the IDF. They do what IDF tells them to do. They're not to disobey orders of the IDF. And they said they were going to shoot children. And Anthony Aguilar did not want them to shoot these kids that are just simply trying to get food. And they're on top of like a small little hill, and people are starving. And they had a command to shoot these kids if they don't get down.
91 just yesterday, by the way, were killed trying to get meat.
Yeah, it's a slaughterhouse. So the Holocaust is happening again. The same people who survived the Holocaust, the children who
Well,
survived
they're
the
not even
Holocaust.
connected to the Holocaust, most of these people.
Well, there are a lot of the survivors. They say this is a Holocaust. These people are committing the most atrocious of crimes, concentration camps, starving people to death. The skin and bones that we saw with Jews back in the Holocaust time years. We're seeing those images now. We're seeing the kids
the waters to fish or be shot thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
They want to see. Nobody's falling for this. Hamas propaganda. No, they know that these are the most wicked, vilest, evil people on earth, committing these crimes of genocide, shooting children for sport, sniping in the heart, sniping that comes from the chest, drones attacking children. They'll bomb a building, and the drone will go back, go after the bombing, and shoot more people who survived, kids, and they love to kill children, apparently. All right, we see the Israelis on social media bragging about how many they killed and mocking the Palestinians and suffering and women getting killed. Bloodthirsty. Right? It's not a statement of Jews. It's not Israeli Zionists, the IDF. These people are murderous, right? And there's many Jews against this. Jewish organizations like B'Tselem, and I think it was Physicians for Human Rights in Israel. These two organizations came out a week ago saying this is a genocide. Genocide is horrific. It's essentially a Holocaust. And are these also Hamas propaganda? Are Israelis who are part of the human rights organization also Hamas propaganda? Nobody's falling for this.
I was reading, like, the whole thing about the sexual violence and everything. I came across this article. Hey, what's up? Anybody want to come on? Just want you to come on. The hand raising thing on. I was going over, I was reading up the thing, and it was two volunteers, right? It talks about the Zaka, the 7th of October, those claims. There was two Zaka volunteer reports were debunked. One of their name was Jane Matsumaski, a Zaka commander, believed he found a teenage girl who had been raped because her pants were pulled down. He shared the account widely, but months later, Zaka learned soldiers had dragged the body during booby trap checks, causing the pants to fall while the teen had not been sexually assaulted. It was reported in AP News. And then another volunteer, Yoshi Lando, claimed to find a pregnant woman with her fetus removed from her body. That claim was also disproven, and the United Nations deemed it false. Right? And with the operating amidst mass casualties, chaotic scenes, some Zaka volunteers drew rush to conclusion. They're mistaken. Assumptions spread quickly and fueled heated international debate. Though not forensic investigators, the Zakas preliminary testimonies became central in early reporting and political discourse. And Israel emphasized Hamas' use of sexual violence to imply the brutality of the October 7 attack, justified its military. Critiques pointed to these false reports as evidence of propaganda and used them to worsen credibility of our atrocities claims. So a lot of this crap was like debunked, right? And I just don't get it. These people are still living on this claim that there was rape and this and that. Maybe it did happen. Maybe there was some sexual violence. I mean, what do you expect? It was a rape party and people are high on drugs. They took some pills, But according to the Zaka report, the volunteers, they made a mistake, and that actually spread it all over the world with the bullshit, what's it called, bullshit statement where people just took it, especially the Zionists, and they went with it. They started spreading like, what's it called, like all over social media and whatnot. It's crazy.
What Crystal mentioned about Christians defending Israel is so strange. Yeah, it's strange. It's on, these evangelical Christians, many of them hate Jews. They'll even openly say it, that they hate Jews. But they want Jews to construct the temple so that Jesus can come. And that's their belief, that's their motivation for supporting Palestine, or for supporting Israel, and the genocide. And they're denying denial of it, just convenient denial, which is probably for the rest, but it's, do these Christians matter less to you because they're brown? They're not white Christians, they speak the Arabic language, is that why you don't see them as equally Christian? Do their words not matter to you when they're saying, oh, they're killing us, they're out to kill us, they're committing genocide, that we stand with our Muslim brothers and sisters as Christians against the shared enemy, Israel? Does that matter to Christians? Come on.
They bombed the church and murdered the earliest church in region. It was actually the earliest church in history, I believe. And it was and murdered the Christian families who lived next to the church. Way back, I think the third month into the genocide.
Did they get recently?
And they did recently, yeah, of course. But what happened back then? I mean, was that enough back then to galvanize Christians and unite against Israel? But apparently not, because they were brown Christians. And the ministers in Palestine, the priests who spoke, they were not white enough to. Is that why?
I asked the white supremacy as well. Just keep that in mind. They feel like Israel aligns with Western values once Christians are, of course, in the West. They tend to side with them. And also the propaganda within the countries. And of course, they look at Palestine, like I said, like what you're saying. They see him as brown, Arab, Muslim, before anything else. They just completely ignore the other population that's also should be very important to them. So it is odd. Even when both the popes have said what's happening is egregious, right? They've come out and said it over and over again. And still, the Christian population seems to not shift.
Yeah.
We have Hannah in the audience denying.
That's the same now.
Is that the same?
No. This one is a new one. This one I was like, you're trying to say, but I don't try to come up and just say hello. Introduce yourself. I'll give you a phone back. I just need to know you're not AI or something.
Hannah left.
No, she's not there. She's back.
Oh, but this is her profile.
Yeah, this is a different Hannah. This is not the same. This is a profile here.
But if you look at the comments, Hannah left. The other one, Hannah H. That says really good. If you see,
Yeah, that says there you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hannah, before I hand you back to Hannah, your zero friends, just you have to come up, I think, and speak, or people would be comfortable and be back, zero friends, no count. If you want to come.
Just say hello, Hannah. You can go back down. I don't mind you sitting in the audience. It's a good group of people like to listen to this stuff, and they get educated on all these things. And even yesterday, or day before yesterday, somebody told me, they said, I learned a lot from this room. Even Scotty was telling me the other day. That's good, that's good. Everybody comes in, contributes, and they have knowledge in the conversation. And then sometimes we have fights as well, related to politics. We had this one here. That guy's very controversial, this that guy, because, that guy, I get that guy called Kill or whatever that guy's name is. And, he's, if you were to open our room in India, your account would get clipped right away. It has happened before.
oh, wow.
I opened a room on Great Cases.
Wow. Was a big population of Indians was reporting or not reporting?
It wasn't the Muslim India that came in that much, it was the Hindu Indians. They were opening
RSS.
And then I had some people from Kashmir, the Kashmiri Muslims from the UK. Oh my God. They went back and forth. They were, attacking each other, whatever, and then they just went sideways and they counted.
Attacked over here.
in case they go into the campus.
Oh, Vima's here. I want to bring Vima up. I was in a room with her the other day. Hey,
It's
what's
on
up?
video, it's on video.
Hey guys, Amir, did you see the two Israeli-based reports about Islam? Yeah, right? It's coming down.
You can do it. You know, you change it happen because of you being on this app. You go into the Zionist soon just in case you were trying to find different talking points, you know.
She knew it there. She held it down. With the Rohan and the whatever Radis and whatever.
By the way, Bima, did you hear there was a clip earlier Suki played in this space? You know what he said? He wants to put broken glass in my mouth and choke on it.
What?
That's what Rohan said.
Rohan said that?
Yeah, you can hear this? You were here.
I didn't hear it.
Do you know what? I think he's like losing. I'm gonna be honest with you. He, what was it? I usually, like, like a year ago, he seemed to be like pretty reasonable. No, maybe less than a year ago. No, more than a year ago. It was before October 7th, I think, right? And then I think he like lost his shit. But I still think he like wants to reason, but then even more recently, he's not even reasonable anymore. Do you know what we got in an argument about, like for the past like week, about whether there was, he's been calling me intellectually dishonest because he said to me, was there a war between Israel and, Gaza / Hamas / Palestinians on October 6th, meaning the day before October 7th. And I was like, yeah, of course. And then he's like, you're intellectually dishonest. He's like, it was not. The war started when Hamas, attacked people on October 7th. I'm just like, hold on. I was like, that doesn't make sense. And I said, we can look at this in so many ways. I was like, why would you think that I would say, you can ask any historian, you can read Jewish historians, you get that in writing about this. No one is going to say that the war was started, on October 7th. And he's been so crazy about this. And then I think he's like, I just don't understand where you're getting your like, I'm guessing it's semantics because you're considering war something and I'm considering war something. It's like, so let's get a general, a term that we could both like move off of. And so then I started quoting. I went and I found international law, like jurisprudence, international courts, and I explained how it qualifies as a war, like for years, because it's going to be under the armed conflict, and I was reading it off and explaining, and he got even more mad. And he's like, I still don't understand. I said, I don't know what to tell you at this point. You know what I mean? Like, we don't go off of everything by the UN. We want to go everything back. It's like, no, this is just, international court. This is, Geneva Convention stuff. This is, just basic stuff. I think the general world at least uses it as a legality. It's the golden standard for worldwide legal issues, right? We all kind of agree to it to an extent, unless it doesn't suit us at the time, right? But anyway, yeah, I don't think he has not been very reasonable, and it's been very disappointing for me.
He took the starvation yesterday.
He did?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Big time.
Do you know what they did, Rohan and so Edward told me, he said I was in the room about a month ago, and they were like, who has the blockade? It's Egypt that's blocking the Egypt blockade. So they were putting the blame on Egypt. So, like, Egypt doesn't have to coordinate anything with Israel before anything comes in. Sorry, and then he that's intellectually dishonest and all that. I think
Oh no, he brought another argument up. Stupid as hell. He said that after he was already that one, in what war does the other side feed the country they're warring with? I'm like, international aid that's sitting there. No one's saying that Israel needs to do anything, but they haven't done shit all. But they're blocking it in every which way. This guy's like, no, it's because the United Nations will distribute. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, these international organizations are literally waiting, and pushing for it. They're in front of Trump. I'm like, shit, even Trump is saying there's full-on starvation and Israel should do more. He's like, no, I don't understand. Well, why is it that there's like fat people there? I'm like, what are you talking about? This is how the pot's not like crazy.
Yeah, that's another talking point that they've been using. And who was it? There was some girl, I was arguing with a girl named Enigma, today, and she was using that same talk about, she's like, why does Israel have to feed, the literal title of the room was, why, why do you accuse Israel of starving Gaza? So, of course, I'm not going to just jump on stage and say a bunch of shit because most people, whatever. So I just need a bunch of great articles that just a bunch, and I'm just like shoving them in the chat, talking about, their own politicians of Israel talking about the mathematical equations on starving Gaza. I mean, like, and the greatest part about it was this isn't even just after. This isn't after. This is October 7th. This is like circa 2006 when it started. And so our argument is similar to that because she's just like, because I was just like, listen, I got all of this information in the chat, check it out, and that's why. And I think if you deny this at this point, I can't even consider you like a reasonable or rational person because it doesn't even make sense to me that there's overwhelming evidence coming from the mouths of the politicians of Israel, part of the Knesset, and you're telling me that it's not true, Like, come on, like, is there any vertical source that if it comes from them, and she's just like, well, she, was deflecting, she gives me that same argument, she says, well, let me ask you this, she was asking, she's just like, I don't mock her, because I think a lot of people get, sidetracked by the illogical arguments and the deflections. But she says, why is it that the UN isn't providing the food? Why is it that Egypt is providing? Why is Israel responsible for providing the food for their enemy? And I'm just like, listen, I was like, logically, okay, first of all, they don't have to provide it, but they can't prevent it. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're preventing aid from it. And she's like, oh, well, you can get into the inside of Egypt. And like, no. That is a deflection. You could, and we can talk about that. That's a separate topic. The title of the room is why we're accusing Israel. We're not talking about what Egypt could have done. Now, in logic, most people would think that that's irrelevant, but it's not. It's a red herring. It's a distraction.
Yes, but does that look like when looking at the article? Then why, just happened recently, then why is the IDF saying if you go into your waters to eat fish, we're gonna shoot you on sight? This is recent. I'm like, fine, you close the borders, people can't even access their, can't even access their reports where they can eat fish. They've said if you go, we'll shoot you on sight. I gave him the article, he would acknowledge it, he goes, go back to that's not a shit video. The conversation will shift right away because it's true. What you're saying is 100% true. And then the other part that's true is, okay, fine, all of these provisions you don't want, then what about this factor? Like, how do you go use natural resources to fish? You'll be shot on sight. And I put the article in the chat.
And what's crazy though is I don't know how they're still arguing this when we have massive reports before October 7th that are all saying and give you all of this information. I compiled just between 2021 from a Threshold Cross report by the Human Rights Watch accusing Israel of genocide in 2021, okay? From 2021 to September of 2023, right before October 7th, there was about a dozen reports from UN, UNICEF, OSHA, who else? UN, UNICEF, OSHA. There's a whole list, and they're all saying the same thing. Like, what? I don't know. I worry.
So the next one, how do you guys call it open air prison when there's a luxury car dealership in Gaza? Do you know how stupid that argument is? That was opened by a Palestinian. That doesn't mean shit because 2007, I believe, is when the blockades were put upon Gaza. I mean, their airport was fucking bombed by Israel, so you can't leave, you can't come. You're in this corner isolated. You're at the mercy of Israel. You can't do any trade. You can't. Your movement is restricted. You have to get so many permissions just to try to get to the West Bank. So now you're isolated completely. Open air prison is you're living in this space where you have absolutely no autonomy. You can't do anything. You can't even they're restricted. The bit of money people pay for fishing, etc. They restricted so much, and to the point where, but stuff is coming in from truckloads. You're gonna let it get simple things like or ingredients that are necessary to make Palestinian dishes. That's a difference actually. Or pencils, just simple things. This idiot goes and says, well, how's Hamas still able to get weapons? And I'm like, that's not the argument. Open air there's one, dealership, luxury dealership, that they're free. That argument they keep using over and over and over again. I don't get how. Go ahead.
I just want to add something. So if you guys check the link in the chat, it's on Twitter. This is Ablani, and he tweeted about the video of the amount of rockets that Trump has shipped to kill more people in Gaza. You should check it out and retweet the video. That way you can get to on their number. He's got about 107,000 followers. And I think this is the same Ablani, isn't it? Running for the mayor.
I think so.
So
Yeah, that's
that's it. I put the link in the chat. Anybody else want to come up? Come on up, guys. Let's engage. We have Pima here. Crystal's here. Al is on silent. Al, are you eating, sleeping? No? Haven't said a word. Yeah. Philip is probably sleeping. Shape spent 4 hours with him or with Rohan or 3 hours. I think you and Shape went in there together, right?
No, I was there before. Then she, I think I was there.
Yep. I mean, so you guys give a lot of time to Rohan. And then after he was done with his room, he came into this room and started talking to me in the chat.
No, I can who tapped you?
Rohan.
Oh,
He said, you're a Jew hater, I'm the biggest Jew hater. I was speaking of facts. I even mentioned his daughter. I'm like, your daughter's from Betty. What the fuck are you doing here on the Israeli side? You're not even an Israeli citizen. Like, how do you make a decision for the Israelis? Like, these people I don't get, like, these are American people, Australian, whatever. How the hell do you make a decision on behalf of Israelis? I just don't get it. Like, who the hell are you? Yeah, he has the right, but he doesn't have the citizenship. If you don't have the citizenship, then you don't get the right. There's no right. I mean, what are you gonna say? It's just like a blindly, like, remember we had people from certain country, they were defending blindly. They didn't want to hear anything about their country. It just makes you want to be like, okay, this is how it is, man.
Rohan stupendously said, there's no Jews blowing shit up with start talking about this Zionist terrorist groups. I think
You should bring up Black Sunday.
Oh, we brought that up. We brought up a lot of shit. Yeah, we brought that up. There's a bunch
Shape
of
is the one that gave me Black Sunday, and that was
and
good.
a market, special market.
Booby trapping. It's in 1930s. Like, this Patriot thing, that's not good.
Yeah. And they don't like to admit it. They like to derail and turn to, 90% of all terrorist groups are Muslim. He asked me, is it using the West? I'm like, no, but listen, it's perception. It's who's in power giving these types of labels. Think about the militaries of these countries. They do heinous terrorist attacks, but they don't get that label. The two get the West is like anti-Muslim, particularly, and then surprisingly,
stay.
You're not gonna like my answer. You're not gonna like my answer.
Resources on board.
But I'm telling you, hell no. No, no, no. I believe in a pre-1917 friggin' Palestine to 17. Let it be.
That's straight.
Let it be. Nobody gets over anybody, and let's use some of the courts that we like. If the Jews wanna have their courts, go ahead. We can have, other, Sharia courts, go ahead. Everybody just get along and no fucking borders. I don't want your laws over somebody else's laws. And everybody agrees with us. I think in the moment that somebody wants to initiate aggression, they go the fuck out.
Right. I hear you, but I think we can give them the 6.6% of the land that was purchased. That was purchased. But everything else, the UN partition plan, that needs to be thrown, and they can't accept this because the other one not agreed to it. That was issued in research.
Okay, yeah, no, legal purchasing, yeah, sure. Private property, sorry, I am an advocate of private property. If it was a legally, fairly, honorable exchange, yeah, I'll uphold that. But were they, I mean, I don't know. But yeah, no, I would agree then. Well, what is the 6% of the, tell me more about this.
So if you Google it, right, it will tell you the facts. The 6.6% of the land was legally purchased by the Jews, and the rest of it was purchased. Rest of it is just stolen after the partition. And that's the part where because the Palestinian, they had everything to lose, but the Jews had everything to gain. And they didn't agree on it, and that's when the Jewish militias, tried to do ethnic cleansing, and they did that in 1947. When you bring up these facts, it just triggers them. Like I had Jacob in here. Jacob was trying to say that it can't be 6.6%. It's included West Bank or this bank or that. I'm like, I don't know, man. We're gonna have to agree to disagree because if you look at the historical facts, it's 6.6%.
Yeah, Cole's become a little extreme too, by the way.
Jacob, no, he comes in here sometimes. He just wants the
And
facts.
those Zion rules he goes on.
Yeah, that's how it is, man. That's how they change the position from room to room. It's like shapeshifter. But shapeshifter, he changed his position completely. I think he did a 360 because he found out that these people are demonic. They're different, and then his people got murdered and slaughtered as well by the same Zionists that are supporting the narrative.
I don't think they're.
I think he did maybe half.
180 is technically the right term, but 360.
Okay, forget the 180. Maybe he did
25?
maybe half of 180.
Right.
Yeah, Shape, he says he condemns Hamas and whatever. That's everybody's different, man. I think it's like Mandi Hassan. Mandi Hassan says he condemns Hamas to get the conversation going. You see what I'm saying? Because the conversation doesn't go anywhere. We get stuck at one point. As soon as you say condemn Hamas, you can move to a next good part where you can talk about other things and address other things. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think that's why Mandi Hassan, he was like, condemn this on October, and I do this, and I put that brother Suleiman Ahmad on Twitter, right? That investigative journalist. He goes, no, I can only condemn it. It's yes, there was some crossfire, and I would need evidence to condemn it. And even the rape and whatnot, according to what I just read right now, and what he says on his faces, it's very questionable. It didn't happen. the chat. You know, you guys can read up on it. I'll let you read up a small thing again. Let me see.
Do you remember the Zionists that said that once from the nations or whatever, once these hostages come out, they must technically integrate? Never, like, it never
They're
happened.
crazy. One of the hostages actually got raped by her trainer.
Yeah, that girl. Yeah. In Israel.
So I'll read you guys just two very key highlights, right? How they came to this report. So Chaim Otzmaskin, the Zaka commander, believed he found a teenage girl who had been raped because her pants were pulled down. He shared the account widely, but months later, Zaka learned soldiers had dragged the body during booby trap checks, causing the pants to fall while the teen had not been sexually assaulted. Another volunteer, Yoshi Lando, claimed to find a pregnant woman with her fetus removed from her body. That claim was also disproven, and the United Nations deemed it false. Right? And then the misinformation in the aftermath, operation that meant mass casualties and chaotic scenes. Some Zaka volunteers drew rushed conclusions. Their mistaken assumptions spread quickly and fueled heated international debate. Though not forensic investigators, Zaka preliminary testimonies became central in early reporting and political discourse. And what verified evidence exists, independent investigations, including by the UN Special Representative on Sexual Violence and Conflict, found reasonable grounds to believe sexual violence occurred during the October 7th assault. However, forensic evidence and survivor testimony remained limited. The witnesses, release of hostages, and some video or photographic footage suggests widespread abuse, but the scale and specific remain unclear due to the lack of systematic evidence gathering. They didn't allow the UN to interview or ask questions to the victims. That was another problem. So how do you believe it? You can't believe it. They made a whole bunch of bullshit claims. That's why the credibility of this Zionist entity went down the toilet.
Did you see that border patrol lad gave testimony that on October 7th he got a message between a certain time to leave his post?
Let me put the link in the chat for you. So you guys can read up on it. It's a PBS thing, by the way. PBS is American TV channel. So you gotta put the link in the chat. You guys can read up on it. Ask ChatGPT to read up on it, summarize it for you, and you guys can read up on it. Pretty interesting, and I'm planning new stuff in relation to 7th October, which is good, and a lot of this shit is getting debunked. We have Anan down there. He's not an Anan, he's an anus. He likes to record my rooms and streams it on YouTube, this fucker.
Yeah, we do that.
Loser, why don't you come up and have a girl's picture on there? Why do you act like you're a girl? Do you become a girl at nighttime? A little recording bitch? Yeah, he becomes a girl at nighttime. It's like a demon hour after What's up, yeah, how about you? I just Did you not eat anything? You just brushing your teeth? What kind of tea do you drink? Yeah, you drink black tea. Look at you, man. Englishman living in English land and drinking English tea. Yeah. Why don't you put milk in it? You put milk in it? Oh my god. You drink that Pakistani Indian tea. We had people from India in this room earlier, yeah. Oh yeah, mint one is pretty good. The Moroccan. right, it'll wake you. It'll wake you. You need.
Sorry.
In the morning, I don't know tea. If you're immune to tea, I'm actually immune to tea. Even if I drink coffee or tea at nighttime, I can still go to sleep on it. I have this tea in me.
Yeah, me too. Just like,
Ocean, she's immune to it as well. Wow.
Coffee's over.
Sister, you drink a lot of coffee, sister. You need to drop it. Ocean, drop it. Drop it. Don't drink coffee.
Um,
Okay. Yeah, you're the tea man, you know. So tea actually came in, I think it was from China or something. So India invented chai, with the milk in it, whatever. So it was invention coming from India. They mixed milk in it and did a whole bunch of spices in there, and it became chai. Oh wow, you drink chai as well, Ocean? Oh, jeez. Oh my God, 3 coffee and 5 tea. Oh my Ocean, be careful. Be careful, it's bad. That's bad. I hope you're not that old, Ocean. I hope you're young. Yeah, but it's a good time to leave it. Leave it. Class. Finish. Don't touch coffee anymore. Bima, I think he agrees with you. We have the free down in the audience. He's a Palestinian brother. He agrees with you.
Yeah,
Go back to the 1970s.
right now I'm
Oh, bro.
let's go to the show.
Yeah, no. Bima, by the way, free. Bima said she agrees to the 1917. Like they live together. She's not. She doesn't even want the 48. He said, "I said she want to go back to the 1917. That's like more than 100 years."
Exactly. Leave them the fuck up. And I don't understand that arbitrary. Oh, it's cool that 1948. 1948, what, 80? What about 1917? Oh, well, we don't want to go back 100 years, 80 years? I mean, like, come on. Fucking retarded. How about we just go back when people were peaceful and they were Christians and they were Jews and they were Arabs and they were just living peacefully? Just how about that? Let's do that. Obviously, this is a very contentious piece of area, piece of land, biblical. All of the religions share a common. It shouldn't be owned. It shouldn't be owned by any particular religion. That is only
He's
asking for.
asking you, Bima, one question he's asking you. He said, why do you have preserved your Palestinian flag?
That's to show peaceful unity. You're not gonna get. And this is probably where like I'll lose you. No problem. Listen, I don't hate Jews. I don't hate Jews. I only hate aggressors that are Jews. If you're aggressing upon somebody and you're harming another peaceful person or their property, you're a problem. Okay, and that stands with law. Like you're not going to use the state because that's just gang violence, right? A bunch of people get together, they call it law, and then they initiate or they execute their authority through that. That's bullshit too. I'm saying allow peaceful people to just live in a land, operate consensually, operate voluntarily, and it's very easy to identify who's the aggressor. All you gotta do, are you harming someone? You only have one fucking job, and that's to just not harm another peaceful person. You know what I mean? Like that's it. And once somebody else gets up, but you can't collectivize. You can't say that it's all the Jews' problem, or it's all the Jews' fault, or it's all the Palestinians' fault, or it's all the Gazans' fault. No, listen, if there's going to be one person who's going to initiate violence, you attack them. See, and this is the issue too. So, like, yeah, go ahead. So this is the thing.
Forget about the simplest one actually.
Yeah, you're not gonna. So I know most people don't agree with me, but I will radically protect a peaceful person. And when I say what I consider a peaceful person is you're not trying to force your preferences on somebody else. You're not telling them how to live. You're not telling them what religion they should subscribe to. You're not telling them how they need to operate their culture or anything like that. You can't. Okay, so I will radically protect you. I don't care who you are. I don't care what your religion is. And your only job is to just not harm the next person. Okay, all of this other bullshit, I can't get behind it. I'm not gonna collectivize the people because I see both sides. Listen, there's a dude, and like, you can look in the chat. I'm not gonna see because the recorder's down there, so I'm not gonna say what I read in the chat. But there are some things that I don't condone that. I'm not. That's not me, right? I think that there are definitely people who don't want to live peacefully, right? And if that's you, you're the problem. But the thing is you can't be a baby. You can't be a baby, you can't be a whiny baby and think that you're entitled to control what other human beings are going to think in their brains. Okay, that's irrational, it's not logical, and it's immature. Okay, so you have to grow up. You have to accept that your neighbor is going to believe whatever they're going to believe, and the only control that you have as a human being on this planet is what you control, and that is your private property. It begins with you, and whatever extension of your private property is. If you want to slowly, you know, buy up the land, then you know what? Then you can do whatever the hell you want with it. But you have to get it rightfully. You have to get it peacefully, right? It can't be awarded to you through some superstitious myth of authority from some foreign land, foreign people. Like that's just crazy shit. These are all just bullshit ideas that we use to control each other. You know what I mean? So live peacefully, don't bother anybody, and that's it. So at the moment, and the great thing about it is, the moment that someone begins to tell somebody how to live, they would have to initiate aggression. They're going to have to use force in some way. And it's a very objective thing. It's non-arbitrary, which means you can pinpoint it, right? It's not an idea. It's not a concept. It's something that you can actually visually look at and say, okay, this person has physically harmed me, has physically stopped me from moving freely on the planet, has violated myself or my property, right? And in those moments, those are violators. And like I said, I radically defend you. And so then defender's choice, take them the fuck out. I don't care how you do it. I don't care. At that point, defender's choice. they say that about both sides. So they say that about Palestinians too. So the same thing.
Can't justify the Palestinians that are running on because they are oppressed. If you are oppressed, you know, it's not the oppressed. You know, the oppressors from your side, why your side is oppressed. Nice place. Seems very peaceful. Side. You can't say that the gender all of them are radicalized Nazis. That those Nazis are terrorists. Time or basically Nazi goes up why? I don't know what it is. All of them are radicalized. I see them everywhere, like I see all the time. I see them once in my life. Yes, everyone. All Indians, Pakistan, Arab, everyone. It's him. Red shoes. Oh, what was that? You know, so that five people, it's actually a police. In a background condition. So today, my style of this discussion was white. Why? Why, for example, I very similar time with it because of the Muslim. Yes, you know,
So just to address some comments, the reason that I have the flags because it's visual and I wanted to represent the two people. That's why I just used the two flags. Right, that's it. I mean, there's nothing else to that. But there is yeah, I don't agree in the state aspect of it. But if I remove the two flags, do you think anybody would know what the visual is? No, I'm trying. So, so you're representing Zionists with Palestinians. No, I'm trying to represent people of Jewish descent or Jewish people with Palestinian people. That's it. Just the two religions. Maybe I should have done. I could change it to a Jewish star, or I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll use the religious symbols. Would that be better instead of the flags? That might be better. Yeah, I could do that. That's a good point. Yeah, AI did it. I didn't tell it to do the flags. I just I don't remember the prompt I did, but well, that's a good point. I could change that.
What's up, Leila? Welcome. Assalamu alaikum. Are you driving, Leila?
No, I'm not driving.
Are you at the house? Or did you make it home safely?
I did, yeah, I'm in my house.
Okay. I'm still thinking about a few days ago when you were driving.
That was yesterday.
Oh, okay, it was yesterday. Okay. You made it home safely, right?
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, good. Yep. I'm just saying, we were just talking about, Bima was in the other room, giving them the new points and whatnot, and sort of like debating them and whatnot. So, and then I think it just went sideways. I think I asked
that EMS profile picture? Is that what we're talking about?
Dude, that's what Free is addressing in the chat. I think it's, they're going back and forth. There's animosity here between the two. I think we need to coexist. You wanna come up, Free? Come up and let's coexist.
This is the longest time I've heard Free not speak. He's been quiet for so
Do
long.
you miss him, Layla?
No, I'm just saying, like, just really shocking that he's
Seems
as long
like
without
you miss
speaking.
him. Free, do you wanna come up for Layla?
No, I don't. Stop it.
Sounds like she misses your voice.
Can you stop with me?
Sounds like
You're not
Rabbi.
funny.
Sounds like Black Rabbi misses my voice. Fucking that.
I think Black Rabbi just has a huge crush on you. His religion isn't allowed.
He wants to kill me, and he wants to pull up in Compton. He wants to. He said he wants to kill me and whatnot. So, what's a better terrorist? Somebody that moves from Los Angeles. Yeah, he did. And he says everybody, including animals, are terrorists inside Gaza. And he says West Bank is not part of Palestine. West Bank is Judean Samaria.
That's what they say. Yeah, Black Rabbi is, I don't know, but I think it's not very significant. There's a way.
Free. That's a good one, Free. Wow, Layla. Are you gonna do it?
I hate everyone. I hate everything. I hate this room. I hate this app. I hate Amir. I hate Free. I hate
Look, I respect you, right? Why are you hating on me? What did I do? I'm just here, just an innocent soul.
It's
I don't know nothing. Me no habla español, peace.
No, I do. You two generally, you're like on top of the river. Anyways, guys, can we not talk about my love life? Let's talk about
So
outside.
here's the thing, right? Here's the hypocrisy. Free said, go on his profile, talk live. He'll pick up the live thing, but he does not want to come up and engage. You see the hypocrisy there? So he's giving more importance to somebody in this space. I'm not gonna name any names. Everybody can read up in the chat. But that's a crazy word. Ace, are you seeing this?
I'm seeing it. Free.
Everybody's seeing this. Everybody. I'm just kidding, bro. That's your business. That's your business. Anyways, Black Rabbi, should we bring you up? You wanna give me you wanna engage with him, Layla? You wanna engage with Black Rabbi?
Sure, why not?
Okay, come up, Black Rabbi. Just you and Layla, and come up, man. This idiot, terrorist, Nazi. Such a Nazi.
Hello, you guys. Welcome to peace.
Shalom.
Hi, Rabbi.
Shalom. Who am I speaking to?
You're speaking to me. I want to talk to
Wednesday,
you
please
about...
refrain from engaging with Black Rabbis between Layla and Black Rabbi. That's it.
I want to talk to you about the Brahimi Mosque being run by the Jewish settler colony. A few weeks ago, my family received word that the Brahimi Mosque, which is near Khalil, or as you guys renamed it, Hebron, there's a mosque there that is very sacred to Muslims. It's a mosque. It's perceived to where Ibrahim alayhi salam, Abraham, and Sarah alayhi salam were buried. And a few weeks ago, the mosque was overtaken by the Israeli occupation, and is now being run by a Jewish settler colony. We don't know. I've prayed there multiple times, and people like who visit us go on, not sorry, who visit Palestine, who go there on pilgrimage and stuff like that, don't know if they're gonna be able to pray in it anymore because it's being run to timings, entering, etc. Like what you can do inside, how what you like, when you can go inside, when you can even come onto the property is being decided by a Jewish settler colony. So what do you have to say about that?
Yeah. Um, so on that point, let me go to the area so you hear me better. So anyway, so yes, it's interesting. So that well, we call it Iraq and Palach, right? Iraq and Palach. It's probably for me is one of my favorite places in all of Israel, and I can't even say how many times I've been there. Like I don't know, maybe 100. I don't know. Like it's my favorite place, but I think what you're bringing up is probably the most important point. Is what does it look like when Jews have control over the Middle East or in particular areas, right? Jews have control over areas, religious areas, spiritual areas. Everyone has access, right? So the Muslims are not going to not have access. They're going to do exactly. There's certain days of the times of the year where Jews are not allowed there. No Muslims are not going to eat certain times of Ramadan. So those things are going to happen, and that's the benefit of Jewish leadership is because they don't have this impetus of like converting people or you have to be like us to be here. You know what I'm saying? Because Judaism is a very like it's a very introvert. You know what I mean? Community. They're not looking to convert people. So when it comes to fair distribution, even when the Jews took over in 1967, just hear me out. When they took over, they had the temple down. They seized the temple down, but they gave the keys to the Jordanians because they don't want to cause problems in that way with religion. You know what I'm saying?
So I don't. So this is maybe you weren't listening, but this is completely counter to what I just mentioned. The Israeli settler colony. One of the reasons why they took it over, number one, was because they believed that it's a mosque, so it's suspicious for terrorist activity, and they need to investigate it. Blah blah blah. Blah, okay, and so they took over the mosque to investigate it and research it. And now the mosque is not open to the public, and we don't know when it's going to be open to the public. There are people, hundreds and hundreds of people, who go to Palestine every single year, every single month. They're entering Palestine in and out. People, Muslims from all over the country who go to see Al-Quds, who go to see Mashlaq. And on the way they visit important places like Nazareth, Bethlehem, so that they can see, these important monuments. And one of the most important places that they stop is in Khalil, and they go to this mosque to pray there, and they don't know. Number one, they go there to pray on the Sahar, like when they're doing tasleeh. And they also go there to pray, as a religious monument. Like it's a historical piece. It's a historical monument, not only for Muslims but also for Christians, but also for Jews. And so, but this mosque, is being a mosque, is not is shut down, and we don't know when it's going to be opened again. And and again, this is far from Gaza. This is far from the West Bank. This is sorry. This is far from Gaza. This is in a place where there's it's a place, a tourist attraction. People, Americans, people, Muslims from all over the world come there. In fact, the area that it is actually there's marketplaces and stuff like that. Like people know that tourists come there, so it's not like a space where there's necessarily going to be tourist activity. You know, no. Let me finish. Like it's like what I'm trying to say. It's a very touristy area. So it's not the most ideal place where quote unquote terrorist activity would happen. Okay, historically, if you look at terrorist, let me finish. Terrorist activity doesn't historically happen in these touristy areas. So if you look at even if you look terrorist attacks throughout history, it doesn't happen in these places. So what I'm trying to say basically is that there is no reason for the Israeli occupation to take over the Ibrahimi Mosque unless and until it is only to subjugate Muslims and to oppress them and to take over the places of worship.
No, no, it's a really good point you made up because it's like abroad, and I feel like you should educate yourself more on the history of that area, right? Because there's been violence, uprisings, all the way from like the 1920s with the Hebron massacre, right, where Arabs came in and murdered Shabbat, decided to save synagogues. But I'm just saying, is the point of segregation? Okay, okay. Either way, I'm not debating.
Please, it's between Layla and Black Rabbi. But Layla, can you ask him what was the reason of the massacre that happened?
What was the reason behind the massacre that took place in Hebron? Or I'm gonna say Khalid because I don't go by colonizing names.
That's what it was. That's what it's called in the Torah. You were colonized when you created the name Torah. It's in the Torah. It's Kitover. That's what it is.
What?
Abraham.
Can you give us the reason? Can we move away from that point? Can you give
I
us?
just want to be clear.
We're not here to debate religion. I'm just here to
I'm not
ask you.
debating religion. I'm just saying you said the term. You said we have a colonizing term, and I'm saying that's the term that is in the Torah. You created.
There's
You
no
created
hedge.
centuries.
There's no hedge that he
Millenniums later.
doesn't say it.
ينجحش, but your Torah doesn't reference.
I thought it was 101.
Doesn't work. Yeah, but that's not the biblical land in the Torah. That's not
No,
the
no,
biblical.
hang on. Forget about the term. I want to know what actually happened in Hebron. Go on, tell us, educate us. We don't know. We're just idiots. We're dumbasses. Can you tell me what happened in Hebron?
I think it was 19
19, yeah.
Yeah, so the Jews were having a Shabbat, and out of nowhere, by like
What was the main reason? Why did they do the attack?
They murdered all the Jews inside the city.
Why did they do the attack?
Can you
Why?
answer that?
He's gonna look it up. He's gonna ask.
The point is to say, no, but the point
No, my point is, why did it happen in the first place?
I don't know.
We're talking about your point. I need to know the answer. Can you give me the answer? Why did the Hebron massacre happen?
I'm saying to him that it's a historical violence.
My question again to you. Hold on, Black Rabbi. Black Rabbi.
No. Okay, Amir. Even if you know what? I'll play by your words. Okay, I'll agree with you for the sake. No, let me finish. I'll agree with you for the sake of the argument that there was historical violence in Khalid. Okay, that there was. Okay, that it's like the birthplace of uprisings, even though everybody knows that the birthplace of uprisings is actually now Quds. But anyways, okay, well, I'll agree with you for the sake of the argument. Okay, at the end of the day, a mosque, by international law, is a sanctuary space. Okay, it is a place where people seek refuge. Okay, the same way that a church is, the same way that a synagogue is. Okay, and for the Israeli occupation to justify to go out and say that okay, there is terrorist activity in a sanctuary space, we are going to go and we're going to take this sanctuary space and we're going to investigate it, thus then creating religious discrimination onto a Muslim population that is constantly subjugated and discriminated against by the Israeli Authority. It's insane, and not only to Palestinians living in Palestine, but also to the Muslims that come there for pilgrimage. So this now is not just an issue of Israel and Palestine. This is an international religious authority. This is an international issue now. This is something that is like people are advocating to be brought to the United Nations attention, because it's the same way that, let's say, okay, that there is this one of the oldest churches. Some of the oldest churches are in Ethiopia. Like, if anybody were to go and demolish them, or if anybody were to go and to say like, okay, we're going to demolish these, or these are now going to be under this occupation, and like nobody's going to be able to see them anymore. It would be the same way it would be brought to an international court. It would be seen as discrimination under international law. People have the right to go seek pilgrimage the same way that they have the right to go seek refuge. And for Israel's occupation to come and say that we are going to take over this mosque, to investigate it, which they have been for 2 to 3 weeks now, and they still have not opened it up for public use.
Well, I think you should be aware that the tribe, the clans that are the Arab clans that live in the Hebron area are partnered with what you call, yeah, fine, but they are partnered with what you call the Jew settlers, and it was actually the Arabs who educated the Jews on the fact that there is terrorist plots around Hebron, and because it's right in the West Bank. I mean, that's what it is. It's like there's 97% of Hebron is what's called 3% is Jewish, right? And there's a little small Jewish community right next to the mosque itself, and or
Do you have sources for that?
I live it. I live it.
Okay, so I'm just supposed to take your personal
I'm
experience?
not lying to you. Like, I have no reason why you could look it up.
Exactly, so why don't you do your due diligence and give me the source?
I live it. I go through all of it.
So I'm supposed to take your word for it?
Yes.
Yo Jahish?
Yes.
Yeah, Jafish came out. The Jafish came out.
You don't understand
That's
this.
Rabbit, you also live there where you say, so you have sources, you have evidence of that. You what? Take whose breath away?
I said the same thing. We'll take your book.
I mean, asking about the reason of the massacre, never asked.
You know, this logically, Rabbi, this is not making any sense. Sorry, Yahoo, anyways. Okay. So, it's, first of all, this doesn't make any sense because why would an Arab Muslim population educate the same occupation that threatens? This is not only the first mosque that they've shut down. They've completely demolished and shut down the Ahmadi Mosque, which was named after Umar ibn al-Khattab, and also it was the same mosque that was one of the oldest standing mosques, like one of the most oldest standing mosques in Palestine, in the world. When that mosque got destroyed, right? Like it literally shook the entire Muslim Arab population in all of, and for those of us who live in the diaspora, we know that our grandparents were talking about it, were crying on the phone, okay? So but this doesn't logically make any sense because why would a subjugated population, why would a population that has historically seen places of worship being taken over by the Israeli occupation forces go and tell the Israeli occupation forces that there's terrorist activity that is happening there? That doesn't make any sense. Even if there is terrorist activity that is happening there, no, listen to me, okay? This is generational trauma that I'm talking about. Nobody's gonna go tattletale to the IDF saying that there's no Arab Muslim, no Palestinians gonna go tell to the IDF and say that okay, there's terrorist activity happening. That doesn't make any sense. That's not how power works in Palestine, okay?
And the thing you gotta keep in mind too is that there's so many Arab, like I guess you call clans or whatever, they have been under the thumb of Hamas for like since 2005. Once Hamas gained power in Gaza, they subjugated all the Arab tribes, right? And so now that Hamas is out of business, now you're seeing all these different tribes part. But I'm saying that now you see them partnering.
Since 1948.
Okay, but Rabbi, okay. Rabbi, you know what? I'm gonna frame the argument like this for you, okay? You cannot use international law. International law, like I feel like it's a joke at this point when it comes to Palestine and Israel, honestly, because if international law has any precedent, it is that you cannot bar a people, especially people who go there for pilgrimage or from seeing a place of worship. You cannot do that by international law. If you want, I can pull articles for you. If you want, I can pull articles of international. Let me finish. Don't interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. I'm speaking very calmly, very eloquently. Don't interrupt me, okay? I'm being very respectful to you. I'm probably going to be the most respectful person to you on this whole panel, so please treat me as such, okay? As I was saying, okay, if international law has any precedent, it is going to be that you cannot bar people from entering their religious places of worship.
I was actually coming from the word ha, from here. Actually, that's something that
Yeah, brother, there's no point of getting answered. This idiot doesn't even know what happened at Hebron massacre. They wanted to take down the Masjid al-Aqsa. That's what happened. And by the time the massacres happened on both sides, it wasn't just the Jewish side. On the Arab side, they got killed as well, and some of the Arabs even saved the Jews. Right? You should look into the historical facts. If you're gonna come and take over Masjid al-Aqsa and you're like a colonizer, occupier, somebody, you're hold on. This is what ended up happening in Hebron massacre. Go look up the facts instead of talking about it. Don't make bullshit claims. That's why I wanted to ask you because I wanted to check on you to see if you know the historical facts. Just a dumbass. No, there's no point. No point. Go engage with Beta. I'm not gonna engage you into intellectual dishonest piece.
There was a rumor, right? Because it was a rabbi cook, rabbi.
It wasn't just a rumor. They weren't going to do it.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. It was a rumor because of certain things that he said in the speech. That the Arabs took that as a Jews were trying to take them out, right? So it was a rumor, right? But that's not the main point. The main point, whether maybe it wasn't a rumor, I wasn't there, right? I wasn't even alive at that time, right? So I'm not here to argue that point. But what I can show you, you see 700 checkpoints in the West Bank. What you have to understand is that
It's 920 checkpoints.
no,
That's
no,
it.
total.
Yeah, total 920
I checked the
checkpoints.
West Bank.
Yeah, in the West Bank. I'm talking about West Bank. 920, not 700.
You know what's crazy? When like in in the West Bank, right? Like in order to get from like one of my family friends' house to the house where they live, technically it's only like a few kilometers. It should only take like 15-20 minutes. It could take 4 to 5 hours just because of the amount of checkpoints that are in the West Bank. Like that is actually insane. And Black Rabbi, you can use whatever you can misconstrue whatever historical piece of information you want. I'm talking to you about international law. I'm talking to you about the articles that Israel is supposed to follow as a nation state, as a member of the United Nations, as a member that, as somebody who is a GPC in the Middle East. I'm talking to you about that. Okay, I'm talking to you not even, again, I'm not even talking to you as a Palestinian. I'm talking to you as an international relations student, somebody who studies this. You cannot bar a people, you cannot bar a group of people from entering their religious spaces when they are on pilgrimage. Okay? In fact, when you apply for your visa and when you enter a nation state, the visa officers and the people who work in immigration are compliant to tell you that you are not allowed or you are not able to visit thus and thus place, and you are able to cancel your trip because of that and return back home safely. Again, Israel is the only place in the entire world that does that. That doesn't follow that. Okay? That doesn't do that. Israel is the only place in the world where you can go, you can apply for a quote unquote Israeli visa, or you can go into Israel and you can visit, you can listen, let me finish, you can go and you can visit Israel, and the immigration officers will not tell you will not tell you what places you can and cannot visit. You will find out when you enter a place that you cannot enter it for whatever reason, why or why not. It is the only place in the entire world that does that, by the way.
You have any sources now?
So this is the thing that I right now I'm speaking as an American, right? I'm not like Goyal Jews and Arabs and Torah and all. I'm speaking as an American who grew up in Los Angeles, just came to a different part of the world and observed, right? And the challenge with international law, this should be a reflex, right? The challenge with international law as it relates to this conflict is that there's a different type of militarization that has happened here that we've never seen before in history, right? We've never seen the idea that, okay, 1967, Israel, defeats its enemies and starts expanding with the support of the United States. And then all of a sudden you say, hey, there's a people here that were Jordanian Egyptian, and now we're going to call them Palestinian, and they're going to be a resistance movement. And then you go back to the international courts and say, hey, these people who live in these particular areas, these should be considered Palestinian territory.
does not make any sense. That's wrong. No, that's wrong because you're literally lying, bro. Palestinians have had representation in the United Nations since they've had representation prior to the Nakba. They've had representation for as long as the League of Nations has been around. What are you mad about?
I'm not taking away from that. What I'm saying to you is the concept of Palestine has existed for 2,000 years. That's what the Romans called my ancestors, right? In Israel, they called them Philistine. That's what they call it. It's a Greek
You're
word,
from Los
right?
Angeles. Stop acting like you're from there. Stop.
So what I'm saying
Yeah,
is
you're
that
from Los Angeles.
in 1967, there were that were militarized as a resistance movement. That means everyone who defined themselves as Palestinian past 1967 was militarized individuals that were there for resistance movement. So they went to the international courts and they said, hey, you know what, we live in these areas, we are a people, we're indigenous, you know, we need sovereignty, we need support, you know, we're those, and that was the response, was to take certain territories and say, hey, these are Palestinian territories, right? Because the Jews didn't have those territories per se, right? So that's what we're talking about. So now you go even a step further, and you look at Gaza, you look at Hamas, now you're looking at a population of people that are completely militarized, right? Completely militarized, and with the focus of destroying Israel, right? So now how does Israel deal with that? How do you deal with that when women are conceiving children to create terrorists, right? That's what their goal is. Their goal is to create children that destroy Israel. That is their goal. Martyrdom is a thing, right? So we don't want to accept that.
Are the IDF and the martyrdom?
All I'm saying is,
Rabbi,
No.
after I gave you a warning, Rabbi, if
One
you
second,
talk about
brother,
the
one
children
second,
of
one
Gaza,
second.
I'm gonna put your mom's information on my PTR, check my PTR.
One
Check my
second.
PTR. I told you don't speak about the children of Gaza. Check your mom's information on my
One
PTR.
second.
Look at it.
One second.
There's nothing you can do about it. Look at your mom.
Hold on a second.
Oh my
Hold
god.
on.
Look at your mom. Look at your mom. Look at her. Look at her.
Hang on, brother, hang on. I was asking a question. Are those IDF soldiers, when they lose their life, are they called martyrdom? Yes or no? It's a yes or no. Don't give me from an explanation. And the people that died during the Holocaust, were they martyrdom? Go on, tell us. When the Jewish brothers, your Jewish brothers and sisters and whatnot, they were working for the Nazis, they were putting them in the oven, were they sacrificing them? Go on, tell us.
yeah, but I'm saying,
No. Answer yes or no. Yes or no. Yes or no. Are the IDF soldiers martyrdom? Yes or no? Go on. The IDF soldiers, when they lose a life, what does Netanyahu do? What does the IDF do inside Gaza? Inside Israel? Go on, tell us. Alright? The Holocaust, right? During the Holocaust, the Nazis, there's a whole bunch of Jews that were working with the Nazis. They were putting the Jews into the ovens and, turning them into soap or whatever. Now, question to you is, were they doing it on force? Why were they sacrificing their own Jewish brothers and sisters and kids? No fucking answer. No answer. You just make up shit. I have a lot of talking points that relate to the Nazi, the Warsaw Ghetto, the Warsaw, the uprising. There's a lot of shit there's a lot of similarities. But you're just a deviant. Hold on, you're just a deviant asshole, right? And I called you out multiple times. Okay. You never answered the question.
I said, she studies international law, and I'm saying, what we see in Gaza, there's no international, we've never seen a population of children use their deaths as a form of political activism, right? We never seen.
No, that's not true. Look, Black Rabbi, okay? This is absolutely insane to me because as somebody who has family in Gaza, like nobody, and believe me when I say this with my whole entire heart, nobody would raise their kids to say that, okay, I have no choice, I'm choosing for my kid to sacrifice me, I'm plants in her stomach. No woman would feed her kids every single day. No woman would want to send her kids. No woman would want to send her kids to a rebellious camp rather than sending them to school. No woman would want to do that. That's not even my opinion. That's not even my opinion. That's not even my opinion. That's not even my opinion.
Wait, Rabbi, you want more? You want more, buddy? You want more or you want me to stop or you're gonna stop? You want more?
Not true.
No, but
You
no.
want more, you fucking
That's
rabbit,
not
you
even
want more?
Black Rabbi. That's not even my opinion. That's just a fifth one. That's just your nature as a human being. It is true. It is true.
That's not Islam because Islam.
Nobody wants to raise their kids. I have family in Hassa. Not once did my aunts and uncles, let me finish. Not once did my aunts and uncles, not once did they ever say, okay, we want our kids to be members of the resistance. Not once did my family ever come into my dad and say, oh,
Who cares what I did?
what do you mean who cares about what my family did? How can you sit there and say that in your privileged ass space? You are not from there. You live in your own bubble. You live in an occupied land. You live in your own little bubble. You live in your own little colonized world. You don't look. You don't open the curtains. You don't listen to kids. You don't look out and see people that you're actually speaking about. I have experienced it. My family has experienced it. I've seen it with my own eyes. What you are saying is complete BS. You grew up in SoCal, bro. You grew up in Southern California. You're out here talking mad shit. You're out here talking this and this and this about the Israeli occupation, but you don't know the first thing. You don't know the first thing about what it means to be a Jew. You don't know the first thing. I would recommend you. Really, you know, Wednesday, the other day, she says something beautiful. She says something the fact that right now, this month is supposed to be commemorating the fact that you guys endured so much starvation during the Holocaust. You have the audacity to sit here and tell me that what my family is experiencing doesn't mean anything, and that there's a mass starvation that's being executed on Palestinians right now. Stuff that is absolutely insane for you to come on here in your privileged little bubble and to come speak to me about my family that way. It's so if you come from your privileged ass has the audacity to come on this app to hide behind a screen and quote unquote try your best to educate, convince, and convert people, and instead of talking with the actual truth that you are a traitor to your own race, you're a traitor to your own people, you're coming out here condemning Palestinian resistance when you know damn fact that some of the biggest leaders of black resistance in America actually stood by Palestinian liberation.
Even Angela disowned you, the one on my PTR, like rabbit. You know who Angela is? She disowned you, look at her.
You are a disgrace to your own ethnicity. Do you understand that? You understand that? There are so many black.
I know you haven't spoken to her in a very long time. Yeah,
Is
rabbit.
anybody even listening to me?
Yes, we're listening to you, but you're wasting your time.
Please listen to you, Marina. Please listen.
I'm listening to you. I'm listening, Habibti. I'm listening. It's okay.
Don't call me Habibti. Like I'm talking about something very serious right now. Like how can he sit here and with his in your privileged little bubble, and how can you talk about my family that way? You have no shame.
I didn't say that. I asked you what were your experiences.
He is so yeah,
You told me you don't care. You told me nobody cares about what my family is experiencing. How can you say that you're literally sitting in such a privileged space?
You're in America.
he's someone that got chained up and whipped. He got chained up and whipped in his
Live in a shiny building in in somebody's
He
home.
doesn't. He's lying. He doesn't live in a shiny building, this guy. He lives in a 3-bedroom apartment with 3 other roommates. He's lying, this filthy pig. They literally put him on chains and they whipped him. If Amir wants to put that video in the chat, that would be wonderful. You're a filthy pig, buddy. You're a filthy pig. You're pathetic, man. Look at your mom. I know you haven't talked to her or seen her in a very long time, but this is just a reminder. She still exists. Look at her. Her phone number is there too if you want to give her a call or send her an email or something.
Oh my gosh.
It depends what you want to do, you fucking filthy pig. Yeah, if you want more, I can send you more now. You want more? Do you want me to send you more or just leave it there? Your brother from your other mother disowned you. You know that? Your brother from your stepmom disowned you. You know who that is?
Anyway, so
You don't know. There's no point with you.
You
خلاص
have
خلاص
failed,
انتهى.
Black Rabbi, you have failed to review any of my points. You stand defeated once again. Your face is literally, you're so shameful. Like, if I was you, I would delete this app and I would never come back. You know, the fact that somebody who is literally 1/3 of your age was able to grill you in an argument, Bassiani, I would never come back. That's just me personally. You still have not refuted the fact that you cannot bar a people from entering their places of worship. You cannot do that. Even if you do, you have to inform them before they make their trip. But Israel is the only place, is the only occupied entity in the entire world that does not follow international law when it comes to this article. And it is shameful and it is disgusting. It does not matter, okay, if they're dealing with a different group of people, they are still dealing with an oppressed population, a population where people are considered second-class citizens who are being surveilled, who do not have the simple rights to privacy, which again is granted to every group of people, even groups that are deemed terrorists, they still have right to privacy. You know, you cannot come on here opinions that what their families, especially Palestinian in the diaspora, that what their families are experiencing doesn't matter because you sit in a privileged place, you sit in somebody else's home, you eat from somebody else's dishes, you eat from somebody else's garden, you eat from somebody else's land.
you guys create. This is fake. This is all fake. This is all fake. Bottom line is Israel received its land from the United Nations.
You're dying.
The Arabs,
The reality,
the Arabs
triggers,
refused to take
the
the land.
reality,
Now they don't
the
have
right
it.
of your reality is that you're dying. You're dying. You're isolated. You're being isolated.
So
Once
at
you let your
the
reality
Warsaw
be, you're being
uprising,
isolated.
were they
We take it.
militarized?
We take it. As long as
Hold on, were
You
they
will take it. You have no choice.
just ask about the Hitler, the Warsaw uprising. Were they militarized? Were the people militarized? Go on, tell us. No answer like
Yes, but that's a very good point.
were they militarized? No, they were militarized.
Answer before I number you, Black Rabbit. Answer.
What I'm saying is that the concept of
No. The concept of Warsaw uprising. Concept of
Because you don't understand.
Warsaw uprising, right? Were they militarized? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question.
No, the Jews in Germany were not militarized.
No. So they were not militarized. They didn't have anything to fight with. They didn't have no weapon. They did not fight anything. Okay. Literally, your Jewish
Palestinian
brothers
concept.
were part of Nazi. Hold on. Your Jewish brothers were actually serving under the Nazi. And they're the one that sacrificed their own brothers and sisters and turned them into martyrdom. Did you not know this?
You know, the concept of Israeli didn't even exist until
That's
last
what they did.
years ago.
What's going on in Gaza?
That's what they're doing right now. That's what the Palestinians.
You're not even a Jew, you Black Rabbit.
No, but hang on. I'll draw a comparison. This is what they're doing right now. A lot of the Palestinians come from a Jewish lineage, and what the Israelis are doing, the Israeli Jews, they think that they have the upper part or whatever, and they're sacrificing their own brothers on purpose. They're killing their own brothers, sisters, and kids. So what do you have to say to that? There's a lot of similarities when it comes down to Hitler.
The difference is that you say you love Palestinians.
You're not saying
And I fight for the Palestinians to be liberated.
We don't fight for the Palestinians when you call the Gaza terrorists.
You fight for the Palestinians.
We don't fight for Palestinians.
Yeah.
We fight for yourself first, you fucking slave for them. Fight for
I-
yourself, bro. They chain you up, they whip you, you fucking faggot. What are you talking about fighting for the
The
Palestinians?
key thing is like this.
Fight for yourself, buddy. They took your soul away from you. Fight for yourself first, buddy. We don't want you to fight for us. Don't fight for us.
You're not a part of this. You're not a part of it. You just have relatives.
You will never be.
You're not picking up the gun. You're not fighting.
You know nothing about me.
You're not eliminating.
I might be your head
sounds too famous. That sounds too famous, bro.
You have that
The
post. You
point,
have
the
a
point,
post.
the point.
I'm gonna teach you a lesson about the online world. You
Yeah,
fucking piece of shit.
yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's
Just
ridiculous.
watch,
Grow up,
baby. Just
Free.
watch.
Free, grow
Just watch,
up,
you
bro.
rabbit.
Grow up.
They're low.
Rabbit.
You're
Nothing you can do
free,
about
free.
it.
You're ruining this app. Stop.
Rabbit. Nothing you can do about it.
It's
You
free
rabbit.
idea. Stop. Grow up. Someone give this free a baby bottle. Listen, we're having a
Put your
discussion as
nipples. Put your
adults.
nipples. That would be a
We're having a discussion as adults.
Put your nipples
You
on
can't
yours.
act as an adult. I
Shut the fuck
suggest
up,
that
you fucking piece of shit.
Hang on,
Shut the
hang
fuck
on,
up.
hang on, guys, please. Let's not do this. So by the way, Dima, what would you do to a person that says 1 year old Gaza, newborn, and animals, everybody in Gaza is a terrorist? I'll put the link in the chat. Just listen to his testimony. He comes in here, does the same thing over and over again. He's a black American. He moved from Los Angeles to Jerusalem, living on a stolen land, right? And then he claimed that the God has promised him this land. So that's where Free's coming from. Free's Palestinian from Gaza.
Who stole what? There's nothing stolen.
Yeah, I'll put the link in the
You're just
chat.
making a lie up. You just
Hold on, Brad. Let me ask you. You said the UN gave the Jews the area of Palestine, right?
They gave, there's a partition plan in some.
Okay, so pause right there. Okay, where did they get the authority to do that?
International governance.
Oh
And where
my
did they?
god.
Hold on, Layla, hold on. Where did they get the authority to do that?
America.
Okay, where did where did America get the authority then where did America get who gave America the authority to do that? God, okay. So God, what evidence do you have of that? So I could look at that.
I mean, it's a lot of factors.
Hold on. A lot of factors. Do you realize that
I'll give you one.
okay. Alright.
So for
No. I don't know. I thought you said you were gonna give me the argument. You to say that God gave America the authority to then give the national world the authority to then give the British the authority to then give the Jews the authority to have a nation state in a place where peaceful people were okay. Now explain to me where this authority came from. Go ahead.
the authority ultimately comes from the United States, and the authority was given to the United
To
States.
them by God, you said.
By God, yeah, to have authority over the world.
This, okay, first of all, Black,
Make it
you
better.
just told
Make
me
it better.
you just told me that Jews are a type of people who never want to push their religious beliefs. Like you guys are not universalizing religion. You're not trying to put your beliefs onto any people. So why would you use that as for sake of argument to justify colonizing Palestine? Why are you using your religious beliefs as an excuse? Which, by the way, I'm sure aren't even your religious beliefs, because literally I've talked to multiple rabbis who have told me that one of the reasons why, you guys are cursed for not having a land is because you disobeyed multiple prophets like them. So that's one of the reasons why you guys were put into slavery multiple times. Because you continue as a group of people to deny God's commands and to deny the messengers and the prophets that come. You're a deviant group of people. But anyways, you literally told me that you don't use your religion as a way to justify and to convert people. But then why are you using your religion to justify the genocide, colonization of a group of people that were already occupied there?
Truthfully, many of the Jews that live in Israel, and just like a lot of the people who now define themselves as Palestinian, a lot of them are just kind of caught in
You
the shock.
fucking piece of shit. What the fuck do you know about Palestinians?
You're
You're literally a black person that ran away from the US and you put your ass on the table for the Israelis. You fucking piece of shit. You're not even a Jew, you fucking faggot. You're literally a slave for them.
degrading thing, it hasn't been this way.
He's used to the degrading thing. They spit on his face and
I just want to make
they spit on your face and everybody walking public. So find yourself a chicken or something, you piece of.
Mayor did show a lot of respect. It was a positive dialogue, and I would say like this: the transition for me in the media is from
You
story.
blew the respect after you said one thing.
I know you're right. You're right. I admit it. I admit it. I admit it. I
Now you face the consequences, you piece of shit.
I accept it. I accept it, and you know what? And I truly believe that in my heart, right? But the thing is like this: I have to go into a debate-style dialogue in these podcasts, these different things, right? So the Hasbara type stuff that they have, Israel, these like people that go out, they don't know what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? I'm a
You know what you're talking about?
And so
You know what you're talking about? You piece of shit.
it's not that. Amir, hear me out. Amir in his room, they're more current on the day-to-day discourse than any of these other, and that's why the Israeli has more people. They're not successful because they can adapt the message. So they'll say the same talking points on Pierce Morgan and these different places.
No, say your mom is a new talking point. She never existed in this room before.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But my parents are going to be in the media with me very soon. So
Yeah, we're gonna make her current on the Discord.
yeah.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Everyone should know about our family.
Of course.
We are an example of American.
I'll help you. You want to be famous. You want to be that person.
I'm already famous.
Yeah. I'm helping you. I'm increasing your followers.
You're serving.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what, Black Rabbi?
But I love the Palestinians.
Yeah, we don't fucking live here. Piece of
You
shit.
literally just said you don't
I'm
care
talking
what
about the real.
Oh, everyone, all Palestinians are real Palestinians. You're the fakest person on
Not the
this earth.
refugees. Not the refugees.
Is that supposed to be like a religious perspective? Like I don't understand that. Is that, do you think, but this is what your God, is this the same God that gave America the authority, the same America that currently still oppresses black people?
How does America repress black people? Just like that.
Oh, yeah, sure. So let's talk about it. So there are things like the prison to school, the school to prison pipeline. There's things like, hold on.
Talk about it. Explain it to me.
Okay. Well, we could get into, let's
Because my question is that limited to black people or just poor people in general? For white people go to prison, for black people, for Hispanics, middle class Hispanics, middle class
Okay,
blacks.
all right. So you want a black statistic?
No, but I'm saying, is it a well statistic or black statistic?
Hold on. Let's talk about the blacks. Let's talk about the blacks, the American black. Let's talk about the American black statistics. Okay. Let's talk about how America, indiscriminately, disproportionately sentenced black men by up to what was it? I think it was 20%. You have for the same exact background, the same exact criminal background or non-background, black men get sentenced up to 20% greater with greater sentences with the same exact background. How about 50 to 80% of black Americans are removed from juries just because they're hold on, right? Yeah. And these are facts that you're not going to be able to dispute. So what do you think happened, blacks? Hold on, black. What do you think happens when 50 to 8? You could go depending on the region, where 50 to 80% of black Americans are removed from what is supposed to be an unbiased jury of your peers to then. What do you think happens? What do you think happens when that happens? Because I can provide you criminal evidence.
So the key point is, right now I'm going to respond to you talking about black people serving on juries in local courts. When I'm saying, you said to me that America oppresses black people, I want to understand how we're oppressed, because I don't see that anywhere. I've never seen it in my entire life. Now I know there's segregation existed and Jim Crow existed, but that was like almost 100 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like, it has nothing to do with my reality today as a person of melanation.
Yeah, it sounds like your mind's been colonized. Do you understand the difference? Hold on. Do you understand the difference between de jure and de facto?
No, you educate.
Okay. So de jure is like legislatively, like, Jim Crow, redlining, all of these things. These were legislative practices when you could read, you could pick
pick up a piece of paper and document and you can see it. But what happens is the whites in America got sophisticated with their racism. So then they removed, but they still use the direct targeting to suppress Black Americans through what would be now de facto just by the system because they understand where the weaknesses and just understand exactly how the system works, okay? So that's what we have right now. We have implicit racism, we have systemic oppression, we have people that are largely victimized on a daily basis, thrown in a cage at gunpoint for victimless crimes, peaceful people that are walking around harming nobody, profiled, killed, murdered indiscriminately, abused psychologically, physically by police, okay? This isn't, and wait, this is the best part. Well, when do you think Black Americans, men and women, have the same rights as, let's say, the white man in America?
Okay, so this is all.
How many years? No, I'm just asking you what year. I just want to know what year. What year?
I just want to respond because I don't want to feel controlled by white women. You know, I want to feel like a free black man speak. So, but
I was just
You're
She's not white, Black
You're
American.
always be controlled by white people. Look at your PTR. Look at who's controlling you. Look at your PTR. Look at it. Look at it, you filthy pig. Look at it.
Actually, you know what? I forgot to tell you guys. He tweeted that he's no longer black. Bima, did you hear about his tweet? I'll put the screenshot in there. This is what he tweeted on his Twitter account. There's no white supremacy here. He claims to be white there. Yeah, okay.
why would it be the benefit of being white?
Buddy, you can't.
If God controls everything that I
We
experience
had
every day,
on you.
why would white
Yeah,
people
Chucky.
help me?
You can.
I think I'd rather listen to Chucky than Black American.
I still like a year when you think Black Americans, men and women, Black men and women, have the same rights as the Black man in America. What year do you think that happened?
I don't believe it ever existed now or then or later. Nothing. No one can give you rights. So can God. It's all an illusion. It's
Okay.
It's a mind game. I gave you rights. I gave you freedom. I gave you. You did it.
What do you Well, hold on. So let's talk about that. That's excellent. So let's talk about that. So God gave rights. Okay, now, but that's interesting. Is God given? Do people in North Korea have these rights? It's just a question, right? It's just a question. Well, hold on. Are you telling me that God is discriminating? I'm assuming God treats. Do you believe that every human being has the same God-given rights, or do we only some of these humans have God-given rights? Does every human being born to the planet have the same God-given rights? No. I'm talking as a baby. When you're born, before you get the first stimuli. Oh, certain rights. Okay, so every human being has, but do some babies have more rights than other babies born on the planet?
I don't know what you mean rights.
Well, you just said that God gives the rights. So I'm asking you.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is rights meaning that if I evolve as a human being and my family evolves, it's not because some white people, some American government did that. It's because we're blessed, because we follow the ways of God, the ways of Hashem. And because of that, we will continue to elevate, right?
Okay, so what are the rights? But you said.
Rights, I'm talking about in terms of rights, I'm talking about my intellectual, spiritual, financial advancement in the world is only determined by God.
Okay, do you believe that people can harm other people and oppress other people?
Not without God's permission.
Not without God's permission. Okay. So so you're.
Bima, just look at the screenshot from his Twitter account. Sorry, Ace, Chucky, do you want to go really quick? Just say it really quick, bro. What you want to say?
Yeah, when are you guys gonna understand that Mordecai, aka the Black Rabbi, is a proud Caucasian man? Like, when are you guys gonna realize that?
So Bima, check out the this is a screenshot from his Twitter account. I've uploaded. Anybody can watch it. Please share it. on this app, and he doesn't think he's black.
So Black Rabbi, did God allow Hitler?
Yeah.
Oh, so God did what he did to the Jews of the other side.
Always. So
Wow.
So why do you mourn it? You celebrate it if God's did it.
yeah, I mean, it's not about celebrating or not celebrating. It's about connection, right? To be connected to God. We're the only nation that has this relationship with the Creator,
What do you mean? So the black slavery was also God's?
right? Everything that exists, well, the fact that you can.
Then why do you have that special connection? Because God put you through the Holocaust?
This is the special connection happening outside the laws of the universe that you live.
Oh, so you told God.
The universe.
No, he
When
told
you saw
God
this
the
direct
laws
connection
of the
happen, or
universe.
when you were wrestling with God and one?
Let me give one of these laws, guys. And it thinks about how you keep the woman's virginity. Deuteronomy chapter 22, bring the talking sheets, so she's not gonna be stoned.
Let's leave the religious stuff out.
Leave the religious stuff. We're just talking about the God. We're focusing on God.
Just that, I don't know, particularly with the purchase thing, so that's how we understand it. So the fact that when I'm born in North America and they say, hey, you are this, and you are that, and this is your, and they tell me all these things about myself, and then they create these stories in association with these categories. Me as a Jew, I look at them and I'm like, wait, only God determines who I am. I talk to the Creator. That's it. Like, how are you gonna
So
tell me?
how did you, so God revoked your black card? According to.
No, I'm saying to you is anything that the white man has created is nothing.
Okay, and is it Israel created by the white man, Ashkenazis?
No, it's created by Jews. But the point is just
Hold on, so Jews can't be white, black, hold on, so Jews can't be black or white or brown?
by your non-Jewish terms.
No, can Jews be white and black and brown?
Only using your non-Jewish
I'm
terms.
asking you a question.
No.
Can they be? Oh, so they can only be Jewish, so I guess their skin
Yeah.
tone makes a difference. I guess
It
what you're asking
only
me
means something to the non-Jews. You guys are obsessed with skin tone.
Okay, so when it comes to Israel and
I'm
Ashkenazi
saying like
Jews,
Jews, like not
It doesn't
Europeans,
count.
you know, talking about Yemeni Jews, for
I'm saying
example,
Jews in general. There's all types of
Indian Jews, African Jews, we're talking about which Jews actually created Israel.
people in diaspora.
No, diaspora where? From Yemen, diaspora from Ethiopia?
One point is saying we're on top and we love you guys and the power of Jews controlling the Middle East.
Black Rabbi, you just insulted children.
We're going
Okay, you just said that every child born is born. The woman, the people in Palestine have children
no, not
to sacrifice their
Gaza.
whatever in Gaza to sacrifice their lives. Do you know how barbaric that is? Do you know how sick that statement is? No, that's not the truth. You psychopath. You're
You
psychotic.
don't know anything about
I do. Nobody does that. You're psychotic. And you couldn't answer Amir's question about martyrs. You couldn't answer our idea of soldiers who died martyrs. You couldn't answer the question. They are martyrs, right?
I think you can't even imagine. That's why you have to say the line to you.
What you're saying is there is a category called the Jews. So why you calling yourself black rabbi? Why is it black?
Getting pregnant to have a child that she knows is going to die.
Confusing and all you contradict
So
yourself.
therefore you think we're lying to you.
It's not
It's not me, it's you. You do that shit. Not teach you that shit.
Black Jew, white Jews, and you said that there's some people called Jews. Right now, you said what?
This is where they're at in Gaza.
You lied to yourself, Black Rabbi.
They've had 150,000 children since October 7th.
So they can't
What about the 157,000 Palestinians?
How can I think you can get erections and
We're talking about
Okay,
occupation. We're
hold
talking
on.
about
You know
the
the
famine
IDF
right
is
now,
provided
but
with,
you
hold on, give me a second.
Palestinian
You know
people
the
dying
IDF,
of famine that you caused. We're talking about the genocide right now. Hey, listen, black. Are you a black or are you a rabbi? Are you a black or rabbi? Because you say that there's something called, there's a category called Jews. No, there's no famine. There's nothing called black.
like, but Trump said there is. You follow Trump, right, Gilbert?
I'm in line with U.S. policy.
And U.S. policy has said there's famine.
No, okay, I mean, there's something called black Jews. Is either a Jew or not. Well, there's nothing called black rabbis. You just say you're God.
Lex, I have a question about your God. You said that I asked you about oppression, and I said, what was my question? Oh, do you think that people could be oppressed on the planet? And you said, God willed slavery.
Everything that exists in the world, from its creation to now, God is ruling everything. That's why we submit ourselves to His own son.
So raping people, so with the idea of soldiers or sodomizing Palestinian prisoners, is that allowed by God? I'm asking a question.
Everything
God allows that?
everything that exists in the world exists. It's allowed because of the Creator, and the universe says so. If it's not for that, it doesn't exist. So the fact that Israel is rising to the top, or Israel's rebuilding Jerusalem, rebuilding that this is God's
It's rising
will.
up. I think
And if
it's
you guys believe in God, you're gonna sit back and you're gonna look at God.
It's Israel is supposed to rise. And the Jewish race is in demise. And actually, the same thing as your God is in demise, your ideology is in demise. Okay, you're going down, bro. Your religion, philosophy, and you saw these also.
Yeah, I think he took off in the right time. Is he still here? Because shit was gonna get pretty crazy.
I think you should challenge him. I don't think it's worth challenging him on his delusional views. Let him think he's rising.
Well,
Let
I
him
mean,
think.
he's he can't even. Wait, he just said that he thinks that God wills oppression. So he's saying that his God, if he actually stayed a minute longer, and we even explored that for a second, he'd see how that all it completely dissolves on it's an absurd moral conclusion.
Yeah, but
So
what you're saying, sister, suits his narrative for this moment. Because he's trying to justify what is going on. It suits his narrative. For example, if you had asked him 20 years ago, 30 years ago, or when Jewish people were being oppressed, he would have changed that narrative. So it depends on who the audience is at the time. These people will change depending on who's listening and the time of day. So there's no point. I mean, we've had these discussions with him. He changes like I was going to say something weird. Anyway, you get my point.
Yeah, I wish that he could have. He's basically saying that evil is good if God wills it.
Yeah, but
So,
only if
so there's two options. Okay, we have then God does not will evil, or evil ceases to have any meaning, and thus so does good.
Bima,
Like
you're
that-
trying to have this philosophical conversation with a man who literally said that every Gaza child born is a terrorist, and the mothers have these children so they can go murder them. This is the nonsense he said here. He's also said there's no famine, there's no starvation. This asshole also said the other day that, oh no, these Palestinian mothers are on purpose starving their kids for a while. This is a nonsensical shit he says. You can't
So
even.
this is why, Bima, so you have to understand when Free came up, he was cursing for a reason.
Yeah.
Because I used to be nice to him. I tried for about 6 months. Okay? I've been running these spaces for the past 10 months. I know every single one of these positions, right? And I know where he comes from, what his background is. I know pretty much every Zionist on this album, right? I've debated him too much, right? But the issue is when Free came up, he's from Gaza, right? Somebody from Gaza listening to his bullshit saying 1-year-old Gaza to be terrorists and all of that other shit. So and this guy gave me death threats. He wants to kill me and blah blah blah. And what else did he say? He said a whole bunch of crazy shit.
Yeah, that's where I draw the line.
So all I'm saying is, so with him, there's no respect. I don't allow the racial slurs. That goes against my rule policies. But the other stuff, if you want to curse him out, because that does piss you off, then why don't you concede to the point? Even he brought up in relate to Hebron massacre, right? I asked him a question. What happened in Hebron massacre? Right? He didn't want to give me the answer. He kept on asking. Yeah, he's such an idiot, and it actually was going to happen. How do you expect the people to react if they're going to take over your Masjid al-Aqsa, which is a holy mosque for the Muslims? You see what I'm saying? You have colonizers coming in from out of country like Poland and Ukraine or whatever, and there was a big, not just a rumor, they actually were going to do it. They were going to take over Masjid al-Aqsa, and the Muslims, it's a holy mosque, and they lost it. But the massacre happened on both sides. The other side, I think, was the Jews were like 70 or 80 people. On the Arab side, it was 110 people. British mandate got involved as well, And you wouldn't believe it, some of the Arabs had actually saved the Jews. They said, come in, we'll save you.
Yeah, first of all, I'm sorry that that happened. I didn't know that he threatened your life. I wouldn't ever allow anybody in. I don't, see, this is probably going to frustrate a lot of people. I'm an absolute free speech, just, I believe that you can say absolutely anything. Where I draw the line is, threats of violence or doxing or anything like that, that's beyond, like, you don't get excited because, someone is intellectually, you can't keep up with the argument, right? If you can't combat the idiocy, then you're just not doing a good job. And to threaten violence or to dog somebody, I won't ever get behind any of that. That's bullshit. Right? Just get a better argument, figure out your position better, right? No, I still stand the same. You cannot.
But if you believe in free
Threaten
speech, you
somebody.
still let people speak, without interjecting, right? So if you believe in absolute free speech, you can't really threaten his life or anything. He just said something that had this context to it. Because what Black Rebel was saying was ridiculously heinous. And there was no interjection then.
From Black Rabbis. The thing is, I felt that Black Rabbis would take action, tweets. Down nothing, and up, see what actions would take. You're saying like he's stronger than God. I'm stronger than you, God. I'm a Jew, I'm stronger than you. And these people, I don't believe that they have innocence. What's God? They want to be God themselves. And what he's saying is that why God's allowed for it because for his purpose of murdering and making is the way that God wants. Who's God? So I think that this is the mind of Friday. It's not the mind of Friday. It's the mind for the soul. It's the mind of the soul. So I think that we have recognize this fact. Philosophy, their philosophy is devised, their ideas are devised, knowledge is devised, and everything is devised. Well, what's right now is waiting for the inertia to go down. That's it. Everyone's watching.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I understand we get frustrated when people, talk about, they have the whole really ill, uninformed, misinformed, bad, even perceivably hard ideologies, right? But the idea is that we as a people, we can't combat them, right? Good ideas don't require force. Just offer the better argumentation. People have a need for connection, for community, for being loved. This is, and I didn't want to go like psychological. It's definitely not my forte. I'm not a professional, but I don't think anybody can you not understand that someone like that. He clearly has severe identity crisis. This guy's come through a lot of shit. Doesn't even make sense. He literally said God wills oppression, right? So then he just made God an author of evil, rendered morality completely meaningless, contradicted God's nature, denied the reality of human agency, all logical contradictions. He just needs to be called out, right? He just needs to have to, like, look, you're literally morally bankrupt and completely logically incoherent. Your ideas don't even make sense. Just take a look at your ideas. And because otherwise, this guy is going to continue to go into his echo chambers, and then he just gets other people to latch onto these stupid ideas, right? So that's why these are the type of people that we need to talk to. Don't
We have been.
Well, sister, he's been here for months. This is not the first time he was in this room. He's exposed himself countless times, and I think that's why it allows him to come up every so often to expose his nonsense every day or every so often. Because these are the type of people that will really not help anyone.
Right, and I think obviously we all have our own mental ecosystems. I'm not saying that anybody should tolerate it. Absolutely not. If you can't handle, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing, because listen, I have to sign off here too sometimes. Definitely take a minute, get your health in order, make sure that you're refreshed. These things are exhausting mentally, physically, emotionally. They affect us physiologically to our core. Sometimes I don't know about you guys, but I get so upset that I start shaking. Does that ever happen to you? When you're thinking about ideas somebody holds and the things that you're saying, and you literally start to just shake with frustration and anger and just like hurt, right? So those are the times you just gotta sign off. You gotta take a minute and you gotta realize these are just dumb, stupid humans born to the planet at a particular time, circumstance, location. We're all going through our own shit. We gotta help each other. We gotta stick together. No threats of violence. That's the one thing that you don't do. Allow them to get their shit out
Thomas
or
is
not.
right.
But you
It's
can't.
violence. He never was. Oh, I will say this. You brought up a point earlier saying that, you want the 1917 back to those borders where everyone just lives together, kumbaya. Do you see how that's just a complete and utter, like it's just a pipe dream? It's impossible. How do people who are currently being genocided and starved to death, and Black Rabbi is not the only one who has these extremist viewpoints. There's unfortunately many. I think a recent survey came and said over 82% support ethnic cleansing, but over 50% agree with IDF's actions inside of Gaza. So to even have that stance, and then to say that, well, the other side says that, that the Palestinians have done X, Y, Z, it's not even comparable. It's almost doing the whole, in the middle, both sides argument. There's no both sides in this. What is happening and has happened is absolutely heinous, and it's been going on since before October 7th. So that's why this whole ideology of, living together, yeah, it's not gonna happen. There's no way God's green earth will somebody want to share space when they've actually come out. And you do know the IDF, everyone that pretty much is of age has to join the IDF, and they serve. So they have been militarized. There's been a lot. I have a friend whose ex was actually an IDF soldier. She didn't even know. She might have been in the States. But long story short, he said it took him almost 10 years to have a whole different exposure, to rethink and have different views and opinions, because he had that visceral that hate when he was seeing Muslim, because it was so deeply ingrained in him. So that whole point, impossible. I can see Free's pushback that he was giving in the chat, because it's like, damn, how do you even, after giving, and you do know that there's a lot of peaceful resistance, a lot of it. Even when they were protesting at the border, God says that they were what? Shot, bullet sprayed. There's over 45 resolutions that UN has issued against Israel. And you know this. Every time we talk about this, they always say, oh my God, they're anti-Semitic. This organization's anti-Semitic. That organization's anti-Semitic. I mean, shit, in 2000, I believe it was 16, there was an international organization who said, we want to come in and investigate claims of crimes against humanity in both Gaza and Israel. Hamas said, sure, come on in. Do you know what Israel said? Oh my God, investigate us. That's anti-Semitic. So I know you have your right to your own thought process and opinion, but just look at this from this viewpoint, and I can see why people get triggered, right? I know you were kind of getting irritated with him and calling him certain names and calling him a baby and stuff, but just think about it from that perspective. And you heard this Asway Black Rabbi come in and say some heinous shit. This is nothing. You have no idea. There's so much of the backstory of what he's done. Even trying to go after Amir and me and these people, those people threats he's put out, again, you have no clue. And it's not just him. It's not exclusive to Black Rabbi. You've had conversation with many of these Zionists, and they're not the minority. Unfortunately, they are the majority. Because if they were the minority, oh my God, the Israelis would have been pushing back and getting rid of that government ASAP. But they're not.
Well, I appreciate you guys. You guys did a great job. Minus the doxing and the threats of violence. We don't have to do that. We don't have to go to that low. I think that that's something that we still have the choice to, step above that, rise above that. Amir?
He's given that information to everybody here. It's publicly available. He's told everybody about his whole story. There's articles that are out there about his family. So no one actually got doxed.
So I understand that. I still feel like if you're trying to threaten a person outside of the app in some odd way, like I'm not sure. Listen, if there wasn't a threat, then I don't care. I'm only saying just let these
Do you
people
know the
come on
story?
the app.
Why? Let me tell you briefly. So there was a recording that Amir made, and he said some really crazy shit about little Gazans being terrorists and saying that it's justifiable to kill them. And he's has said this about children, and you heard some of it today. And I mean, and I know this guy's from Cali. He wanted, he was actually, his parents were Christians, and they became Muslims. He was actually a Sharif. Then he, converted to Judaism. He went to Israel. Now, what's interesting is, Amir did this and said, you know what, maybe, do your parents know these are crazy things you say? Maybe you're so, he was trying to be like, you're so disconnected. Maybe somebody like your family can put some sense into you. And he has shared everything public. It's all public. There's no, searching for any information. All Amir said was, what would happen if I sent this recording to your mom? How would she feel about the crazy things you're saying? And this was again a way to help and maybe rethink it because we can't get to that. We've tried for a long time, believe me. He went crazy. I was there. I have the evidence. He sent me about.
See, now that's something. That's something I would be okay with. You want to send something to his
Because that's
mom,
exactly what that's when he threatened to kill Amir. He said a million times he threatened to kill people in this room. He said that, oh yeah, the FBI, these Israelis and whatever, they're like spying on you guys. And he tried to find out if Amir was a citizen or not. He wanted to get him deported, which is he's a citizen for fuck's sake. He went so far to say that he came back, he double tripled down. Many people heard there's a recording of this shit. I'm an attorney, so I told him, I'm like, listen, stop. I told him multiple times, you're breaking the law. I'm like, you cannot do these threats. You're gonna get in trouble. Stop. He didn't do it. He tried to say that Amir was a terrorist or he was doing something so illegal by potentially sending this recording to his mother. He went batshit crazy. He even said, you know what? I got some gangsters I know and they'll come for you and they'll kill you. These are the things he said. So when he puts up his so the reason why so when he put up his mom's picture, it was like a reminder, hey listen, we have that shit. Maybe you should simmer down. And he swore he was never gonna come back here. He came back a month later with a new profile.
Wow, that's crazy.
Crazy. And get this, he used to also talk to me on Instagram. He's a freaking dick. I got so much out of him and I screenshot and kept it just in case. I told him, I'm like, you just snitched on yourself, you dumbass. He went and blocked me thinking somehow I wouldn't be able to keep those messages. I'm like, you messed up. This is the level of psychoticness. So it wasn't trying to like threaten in any type of way. It's just the whole context there.
Thank you. I appreciate the context. Yeah, definitely, folks, keep your pseudonyms. Don't give your personal information out. This is a crazy world. But oh god, I can't even imagine this guy. Yeah, doesn't seem very well put together.
And Bigma, he also threatened me with bodily harm. I'm afraid.
Yeah, I apologize.
I was
Well,
scared he did.
That's crazy. See, that's something that I don't tolerate. I'm a very peaceful person until I'm not. I I will radically defend the innocent. Radically. Listen, I'm not. Maybe I'm not very well hinged because I'll tell you what. I think I could probably. This is what I dream of. This is how sick I am. Okay, guys. This is how sick I am. I think right before I go to bed, what I could unleash as like an unsuspecting person, just put me in Israel. That's all. That's really all I want to be. Like just put me. Just put me in there, and I swear I'll end this shit tomorrow. Okay, I will organize. I will fucking.
You saw that. You said you wanted to kill him. That was me, girl.
And,
You said kill.
only the aggressors. Only the
But
aggressors.
still,
Right?
that is,
Only aggressors.
I know,
This is
but
self-defense.
I know, but again, it's not them coming after you. But do you see what I mean? Where this comes from? You said it yesterday, and they're all.
Yeah, no, but I think that's different. That's much different. We're talking about self-defense and defender's choice. I will, like I said, I will radically defend the
So
innocent.
you're not in danger, I suppose.
No, just maybe some mental issues from this. No, I'm not. I'm okay. I'm fine. No, seriously, I'm fine. Yeah, it's just. I'm sure you guys know it's exhausting mentally, physically, sometimes. But I've been very passionate about this particular topic for maybe about 20 years.
It was like a talk show radio, and I would talk about this ad nauseum. And I had gotten an entire liberal um, campus just up in arms. Like everything was because you'd be surprised at how many people support Israel and America just like blindly. And at the time, 20 years ago, it was much different. So anyway, I just I've for the longest time I felt like maybe I'm supposed to. This is my delusion, guys. Okay, I'm gonna give you a little. This is ammo if you ever want to shut me up. I thought for the longest time I was like, maybe I'm supposed to be here to solve the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Like I would literally dream about it at night. I have pages and pages of ideas that what I did as a kid, I was like 16, 17 years old. Of I love manual typewriters, and I would just type and type and type all of these ideas of all of these schemes that I would come up with to unify and figure this shit out. But anyway, yeah, I appreciate every one of you. Thank you for giving this guy the time of day. Did not realize the level of
He's gone.
insanity.
He's gone.
I wanted to ask Amima, do you believe in a one state or two state solution?
I do not believe in a state solution. I don't believe that. I don't believe in authority granted by might makes right, by gang violence. I don't believe in gang violence. I believe every human being has been placed here, and we all have the same moral inherent authority, and we all need to just be adults and live peacefully. Fuck any type of idea that you could congregate and then use your majority rules as might makes right and force other people to submit to your preferences. If you believe that you're the problem, just leave everybody alone. That's your only duty and as a human being on this planet. Don't harm other peaceful people or their property. If we have issues, we work it out. We don't need violence.
Those peaceful people resist using violence and nothing else works.
I mean, if private property is violated, so if your person is violated or your private property, then that's self-defense at that point.
What about your rights or liberty, autonomy?
So rights, I thought that was an interesting topic. So, what are rights? Descriptively, all they are is ideas that human beings agree to. So they're reciprocated mutual agreements between adults. And we say, okay, well, that's why rights aren't the same everywhere on the planet. That's why the life, liberty, and happiness, or life, liberty, and property in America, the rights are much different than they were 30 years ago, and how different than they are on North Korea and in Kenya and in Saudi Arabia and obviously Gaza and Israel, right? So there's no God-given rights is bullshit.
But can't we just let's just make it clear. There's some things that we just know are right or wrong. You don't need to have laws in place. You don't need to have anything in place to tell us that you don't need to believe in religion or anything of that sort, God given or not. It is absolutely wrong to rape somebody, whether or not that's a law that's written in a book. It's absolutely wrong to target and kill innocent civilians. It's absolutely wrong to withhold food. It's absolutely wrong to not allow a people to progress. It's wrong to blockade them. It's wrong to violate their liberty as human beings. So I think we don't have to do that whole very semantic way of looking at this. There are just some basic things I think we can all agree on. And with that being said, we talk about private property. These people are refugees. Their property is taken from them years ago. So they may be living out in refugee camps, let's say. They're literally relying on foreign aid. So technically their property isn't being violated, but their self and individual is. Their children are they throw a rock at the border and the child gets sniped, killed, taken. There's no something. Again, remember Israel is a Western style democracy in the Middle East. When it comes to dealing with Palestinians, all of that goes out the door. So don't you feel like once the peaceful side doesn't work, that the aggressors, they have
exactly where that comment from me came yesterday, right? Like I said, I will radically defend the innocent, the people who are being aggressed upon, right? So yeah, and once you stop reciprocating rights and you begin to violate a human being, another human being, you then are the aggressor. You are morally accountable for whatever your actions are, and you can't just collectively. You can't think that you can be, you know, Philip Zimbardo, and I mentioned this, Philip Zimbardo wrote a book called The Lucifer, wrote this theory. He was the guy who did the Stanford Prison Experiment, but he also wrote a thing called the Lucifer Effect. And it's basically this idea that once we get into like these collectives and we, you know, a badge or a uniform, we then sort of like our moral accountability is removed, right? And that's what the machines of government use to get people to go to war with each other. Like, oh, don't worry, you're not murdering somebody, you're just doing this, or you're defending this idea or this idea. That's trash. You're still morally held accountable, and that's why. And that's I think soldiers, most soldiers, every single soldier who's ever killed somebody, they know this inherently, which is why suicide is so crazy among soldiers. I used to work for the National Purple Heart Museum back many, many years ago, and I would do nothing but speak to veterans. I'm talking, these were the veterans of the last World War II and Vietnam. These people, all these years later, absolutely terrorized. They're haunted. And it is the saddest thing to sit there and have taken their stories and to have talked to them and to understand. I mean, families have cried to me saying, you know, like it's been 30 years and he never would ever talk about it. And I'm so glad you got him to talk about it.
Right, just on that point, I just want to go back to this. When you said that the other side, the Zionists, they do that talking point of, well, you know, they've been violent towards us. How is that even justifiable? How does that even work? Because remember, at the end of the day, who is the aggressor? Who's defending themselves?
See, and that's the collectivist mentality, Ace, that I'm talking about. They're saying they're not identifying an individual. They're putting a collective stamp and saying these people. And so then that in their mind uses that's how they're justified in doing the things that they're doing. Right? That's how they're justified in starving women and children right now in Gaza. Because it's a collectivist. It doesn't matter. All Gazans, they're all participants. They're all a part of it. No, that's bullshit, right? But if we got rid of the euphemisms and we got rid of all that, like, hey, look, actually, let's look at individuals. You know that's trash. But that's how they justify. The collectivist mentality is how Israel justifies, and also, and I'm not going to be one-sided about this. This is how we think the same of Israelis. Not every single person who is a Jew it condones this, and that's why I wouldn't just indiscriminately bomb every Jew or kill every Jew. Not every Jew needs to die. The only Jews that need to be taken care of are the ones who are violating other people, and it's just because they're the violent aggressors, and they just happen to be Jews.
All Jews are not being targeted. Even when Iran retaliated self-defense, quite literally, they were not targeting civilian areas. They were targeting infrastructure, military infrastructure, Mossad headquarters, etc. So again, collateral damage. That's very rare. There weren't that many, first of all, and second of all, it is again. I just don't see when has Palestine ever done anything to try to even hurt all these Israelis. It's never happened. It's always been the other way around. Always been the other way around. There's some isolated incidents that happened decades ago that they keep bringing up, but they don't bring up all the other things that they do. I mean, just before, there's almost 16 incidents before October 7th where the IDF came in and they literally shot and killed people praying. Churches, mosques, did a whole bunch of heinous shit. Kept trying to, kind of poke the bear kind of situation. So again, it's not both-sided. That's my issue. It's really not both-sided. I wish it was, but it's not. There's no equal footing. If you're under oppression and you're being occupied, you don't even have the means to even fully properly defend yourself, to be very honest. You don't even have the world support to defend yourself. Israel is backed up suffering has only been one-sided, to be very honest with you. And when you look at what happened, it wasn't the Palestinians that were responsible for World War II and all those acts. No, the aggression should have been taken out where they needed to. Instead, they took the kindness of Palestinians and spit in their face multiple times, and then justified it.
I don't,
Okay, so I have a question. What makes you believe that Iran didn't target civilian areas in Israel?
Because the evidence says so.
The evidence. So if I show you civilians have been killed, if I show
No,
you
that's
millions
a
of these areas
collateral
attacked.
damage, because if they have the Mossad headquarters in a heavily populated area, Tel Aviv is very small. They have military equipment literally in Tel Aviv.
So they have that on the ground.
So I guess they use their civilians as shields, I suppose.
Are you aware
One second.
that
How many
Palestinian Muslims
Iranians?
were
One
attacked?
second. Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing.
Are you aware of that?
Hold on for a second. How many Iranians were killed versus how many Israelis were killed?
You know how
You know how
different
many
that looks.
Iranians were killed versus how many Israelis were killed?
I can tell you how many Iranians were killed. I don't have an issue with that.
Tell me.
But you're not being honest.
And how many were the Jews?
You mean how many Jews have been executed in Iran?
No. How many Jews were killed in that?
Jews or Jews? What do you think?
Jewish people.
When Israel attacked Iran, or what are you referring to?
When Israel attacked them.
Okay, zero. When Iran has executed Jews in Iran, roughly 1,000 Iranians.
Do you want a testimony from a rabbi that said that we got more than 35 Jews living in Iran? Do you want the testimony?
Look, I'm looking at
Do you,
official
hold on. Should I take a rabbi, right, that his testimony holds more weight than your fucking testimony because you're a Pahlavi supporter? What do you want me to do? I'll take the rabbi's
What
opinion.
support?
Pahlavi, right? Was it Pahlavi?
No, no.
Okay. I didn't make
I
it.
understand these numbers are on the Islamic
Yeah, but-
Republic themselves, okay? Why would they not be interested in saying that Jews have been targeted by Israel?
Samson, are you justifying the killing of the Iranian kids? Are you justifying the killing of the Iranian kids? I've been trying to get you on the stage for a while, for almost 82 weeks.
I'd be interested in saying that Jews have been killed by
I'm
Israel.
asking, hold on. I have a testimony from a rabbi. He said,
No, you're not
yeah,
answering my question.
I am answering your question. I said they're getting treated good. This is the testimony from a rabbi. Are you gonna deny the testimony from a rabbi? Are you gonna deny the testimony from the rabbi?
I don't care about your rabbis.
Oh, okay, so okay, which one holds more weight? A Jewish rabbi versus you somebody that lived in fucking Germany, be a Nazi or whatever, right? Should I take your fucking testimony over rabbi's testimony? You're all over the place. Germany, Europe.
You're not thinking.
You do know this, right, Samson? You told me this a long time ago.
You do realize that
You speak German, right? Don't you speak German?
I speak German, yeah.
There you go. That's it. That's a Nazi language, right? You speak Nazi language.
That's not a Nazi.
Yeah, that's fine. My question again to you.
Is Arabic a genocidal language then?
No, it's not. It can't be.
Why is it not? If German is a
because-
Nazi language, why is Arabic
Yes.
not a genocidal language?
Who did the Holocaust? Was it the Arabs or was it the Nazis? Did the Arabs do the Holocaust?
With all due respect,
With all due respect, who did the Holocaust? Was it the Nazis or was it the Arabs?
Official Iranian numbers for the casualties when Israel strike Iran, right? Why would Iran not be interested in these 35 Jews who look super bad for Israel if Iran could actually officially say, hey, Israel, you attack your own people, you attack Jews?
Is this a U.S.
Why haven't they done that then?
Can I show the numbers?
Sure, which number?
Let's talk about the numbers. Are you justifying the killing of 50 children, or was it more than 50 children that got
I'm not
killed in Iran?
justifying anything. I'm saying
Okay.
Iran
Do you
killed
feel? Do you condemn the attack?
only 10% of the civilians.
Do you condemn the attack, the killing of innocent children in Iran?
Look. These
Do
attacks.
you condemn it? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question. I'm not asking you to justify it.
Hey. Israel should not have attacked Iran. Let's get that straight. I'm not.
No. Do you condemn the Israeli attacking Iran? Do you condemn it?
Yeah, of course I condemn that.
Then why don't you say it in the fucking Zionist faces? Why don't you say it? Why do you pussy out in Zionist rooms? Why do you pussy out in Zionist rooms? Why do you fucking pussy out in Zionist rooms?
Quite frankly, this is the first time I'm speaking in a room in months. Maybe I'm
Oh my god. Oh, okay. You don't go into any rooms, right? You don't go into any rooms.
I do, but only
You
you don't talk to the Zionists on this app, right? You don't talk to Zionists on Twitter Spaces. You don't talk to the,
anyone for months.
just keep on lying. Keep on lying.
Yeah, sure.
This is the problem. I came across a whole bunch of that, right?
So, who are you referring to? What are you trying to say? What you?
I came across when I opened up a room on Iran, right? I didn't see you up here, right? The room got big, 80, 90 people.
Yeah,
I had fucking hold on. I had Reza Pahlavi supporters. These motherfuckers were literally justifying the killing of innocent children that got killed in Iran. You know why? Why did they do that? It was because of what? Because they support Reza Pahlavi. They said the kids were actually from IRGC. That's the,
What does that have to do with me? We're not a monolith. There's more than 90 million.
because you like to support the killing of the kids. What do you want me to do?
When have I ever supported?
Okay, if they killed a kid of IRGC, do you support it?
I don't support anything that is within the wrong.
Okay, I never heard you
But it
speak up.
happened.
Why don't you speak up? Why don't you speak up?
So
Why do you pussy out in their rooms?
I don't even know you.
Like such a pussy, man. Such a fucking.
Yeah, sure. I'm speaking. This is the first time I'm speaking for months, and you're talking about why haven't you been here? Like, I'm not even video on Clubhouse. You think my life revolves? Yeah, sure. Yes. Yes. Yeah, Iran doesn't have Iron Dome. Plus, it was a preemptive. Well, they call it preemptive strike. You know how it is. Like, when you get taken down, you take your hands down. Obviously, it's hard to defend yourself. So they had air superiority. Yes. 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 No, I said Israel targeted civilian areas. I'm not talking about numbers. No, I'm saying Iran targeted civilian areas. Israel, yes. Well, you can, I don't know if someone's recording, you can just play back, you know. See. Hey, honestly, this is quite disrespectful. You know what? I can pull out names of the people who were killed in these civilian areas. I can show you videos of them. I have a friend who got injured. I think this is so disrespectful. No, casualties are low because of Iron Dome.
Iron Dome wasn't doming. Did you not know this? I think you forgot about that. There was reports from the U.S. and from the Israeli sources that the Iron Dome wasn't working. Anyways, I think Leila wants to chime in. We have the Leila. Go on.
Yes, sir. And then how are you?
Walaikum salam.
I just want to go by his narrative here. Let's say Iran did target civilian areas. So what?
So what? Yeah. I just want
Yeah,
to
so what? Why is that an issue?
Because they said it didn't happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you so what areas in Israel
So stop
impacted?
glorifying
What
it.
areas? Hold on. You need to know numbers, yeah. What areas in Israel was impacted during that 12-day war?
Several areas.
Such as?
Oh my God. Instance.
What about Haifa? Well, like areas in Haifa, what were they
Everywhere.
targeted? What were
Everywhere in Israel was suffering.
civilian areas? Can you name them? What were they?
I don't know what you're trying to do right now. You expect me to give you names of every single
No, I'm
suburb
trying.
at a time?
So Israel attacked a building, apartment building. That's how civilians have died. They bombed streets with cars, civilians. You can see videos. In Iran, I can tell you that much.
Oh, you mean that video where we don't know who placed those bombs and those? Oh, okay.
Okay, so let's say that's fake. Let's say Iran is the evil one. What areas did they bomb in like civilian areas that got impacted in Israel?
Leila, you're being genuine about this. Like,
I'm
to snipe people. You know this, right, Samson? Okay, how did they assassinate Ismail Haniyeh? Can you tell us how did they assassinate Ismail Haniyeh? Samson, B'Tselem, and the Organization for the Physicians that came out from Israel. They're saying it's genocide. Okay?
We're gonna stick
Yeah.
to the point.
Are you denying B'Tselem report? Are you denying the B'Tselem report? Are you denying an Israeli source called B'Tselem?
You have to finish the topic in Iran.
Are you denying the Jewish source called B'Tselem? Are you denying the genocide claim from B'Tselem?
The strategy doesn't work on here.
No. I'm asking. This is the new one that just came out. B'Tselem and physicians from Israel. Yes.
No.
You're denying it. Okay. You're a genocide denier. I didn't know that. Okay. I'll go back to Iran. So, how did they kill Ismail Haniyeh? How did they kill Ismail Haniyeh?
It's Iran.
How did they kill him?
I think they placed something in his air conditioner.
How many people were killed when they killed Ismail Haniyeh?
He doesn't know because he doesn't care.
I didn't.
No. He's Iranian.
And you
So can you tell the
Repeat what you
Yeah,
said.
he's Iranian.
Oh my god, you just told me that from the
Yes. Can you tell us how
Are
many
you
people
racist,
did they kill?
Leila, are you racist? What's
Samson.
wrong with me being Iranian?
No, she's not racist.
Next question first.
Yeah. Can you tell us how many people did they kill when they killed Ismail
Well,
Haniyeh?
wait, what was that reaction? I don't get it. What was that reaction?
Forget the reaction. Why are you deflecting that?
No, I'm not deflecting. We're actually talking about this.
Can you answer that question? How many people
What's
did
wrong?
they kill?
What's wrong with being Iranian? And then we can address whatever.
Sam,
What's
Sam,
wrong with
Sam,
being
Hold on a minute. You want to talk to me? Alright. How many people,
Yeah, what's
how
wrong
many
with
people were killed? How many people were killed when they assassinated Ismail Haniyeh?
Wait, are you answering my question or are you moving on to a different topic? What's wrong with me being Iranian?
You dodged Ace's question. Now you dodged Ace's two questions, and now you
I-
dodged this question.
I'm not gonna dodge questions, but we have to do something in the right order, okay? If we want to do something, it has to be in the right order.
Okay,
And so my question,
question was
what was that reaction? What was that reaction when you realized that was
The
me?
question was asked before your question, so do you mind answering the question first, and then I can answer you?
It doesn't matter. You can ask me 10 questions. If they're not related to the topic,
Sam said she'll answer the question that you asked about Iran, that you being Iranian, right? My question was, how many people did they kill when they assassinated Ismail Haniyeh?
I don't know exactly how many did they kill.
How many did they kill? Wasn't it less than 2 or 3 people? They sniped it, right? They sniped it.
My understanding, only people in that room died. No, they didn't snipe them.
How did they kill him?
They knew he was going to be in that room. They placed some explosives, from my understanding, in that very room. Air conditioning.
So if they're able to do this, pinpoint and kill 1 or 2 people, why would you attack a whole building?
You do realize there's a big difference between planning an attack for months, right, and then having like a 12-day war.
No, I'm asking you. You made a claim. The intention was not to kill the innocent civilians, right? I'm making the claim that what was the point of attacking the whole building when you have Mossad running around inside Iran?
What do you mean by attacking an entire building? Where do you see that? Where did an entire building get demolished?
You didn't see the whole building getting attacked?
No, I haven't seen a single entire building getting demolished. Can you show me that?
Not demolished. You got attacked on the side. So
So
people that lived in the building. So what do you mean? So
How do you
just
think
because
attacks are
of
conducted? You
So
think
if the
attacks don't
children got hurt, you're justifying right now.
No, see, this is your issue. You're saying there is anyone
children.
attacking.
Your own people got killed, you dickhead.
Yeah, but your issue is you're not being realistic. You think, during warfare, no civilians are getting killed. There's obviously a difference
It then
between
uses
intent here and you fail to realize that.
logic for the other side, for both sides.
I'm saying during this 12-day war, I'm not talking about other areas, mind you, right? I said the Israeli intent versus the Iranian, very different. And you try to justify
So
what?
should I list all the targets
Which targets?
that Iran targeted and hit? It's all.
I don't think you can possibly do that because we talk about thousands. But yeah,
Wait,
what about it?
no, there's a whole list of thousands of targets.
There was only 2 people that were killed in relation to Ismail Haniyeh and his bodyguard. I actually looked up multiple sources. Thank you.
Yeah, but how is that relevant to the 12?
It's relevant because you can pinpoint and kill 1 or 2 people that you have a problem with. IRTC leader or member, you don't have to fucking attack the whole building.
Not only that, I mean,
They believe in collective punishment.
remember
Yeah, they
Syria
can.
when
Yeah.
remember in Syria when they targeted the Iranians in Syria?
said, I mean, we're talking about a 12-day war when people are moving around, they live in different areas. You're comparing that to Hania, which took months, and they knew exactly on that day, because of what had happened in Gaza, they knew that Hania would be there, and therefore set off.
Did you see, there was one more important thing I think you guys forgot about, Samson, you forgot about this. So, when Iran did the attack, Rabbi Shimoni's dildo shop got attacked as well. I think you didn't realize that, right?
I didn't realize Iran attacked. So when
did you know this? The Rabbi Shimoni dildo shop got attacked as well, right? Rabbi Shimoni's.
What about him?
His dildo shop got attacked as well. Did you see it? It's located in Tel Aviv.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he got attacked. And you had a bunch of guys, they wanted to do orgy inside a bunker while, Iran was attacking Israel. So, I think you should be aware of all these incidents that takes place inside.
Okay, so again, you're showing your true face here, Amir. I mean, whenever you're getting, hit with these facts, like you just.
I'm giving you the facts. I'm giving you the facts. You denied the Metzelem report. You denied the physician. These are Israeli sources. They're saying genocide.
We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that at all. We're talking about Iran.
And if they can kill Ismail Haniyeh and his bodyguard, 2 people, then it was so easy to kill 5 or 10 IRGC members instead of killing 1,000 people. Yes or no?
I mean, you cannot compare a 12-day war.
How many officials did they kill? How many IRGC members? How many IRGC members did they kill?
Well, that's the thing. This is really, thank you for that question, because this is really, really interesting. Iran has not said how many of these people are civilians and how many are RGC. So I'm just going to assume that all of them. No. So I'm going to, hey, as long as Iran has not been official in this, I'm going to say all of them are related to RGC in some way.
Including the kids, women, children, and then.
Exactly. RGC.
You're justifying the killing of the kids now. There you go. You see?
No, I haven't justified anything.
Yeah. You think the kids are IRGC?
Well, there you go, I mean.
That's the problem with you, Samson. I wish you were honest, right? You're such an intellectually dishonest person.
But which part of me is not being honest?
Okay, I gave you example. Ismail Haniyeh, when they assassinated, it was just 2 people, him and his bodyguard, right?
Yeah, but this is such a fallacy. I mean, it just.
Okay, can you go look it up? How many people did they kill?
One assassination that was planned, months.
Okay, how many Mossad were inside Iran?
It's dynamic.
Hold on, how many Mossad did they find inside Iran?
How many Mossad? Like, you're taking Iran's perspective on this and saying every Jew is a Mossad agent?
No. They didn't say every Jew is a Muslim. They were.
Are you aware of what's going on in Iran right now?
Samson, they were pointing to Afghans. Afghanistan, they're Muslims, right? Did you know this?
You do realize that the largest community of Jews outside of Israel and the Middle East is in Iran, right? Do you understand what's going on in Iran right now?
I have a testimony. Yes, I have a testimony.
Okay, so what's happening?
They even serve in the government. They even serve in the government.
You serve in the government. Okay, how many seats do Jews have in Iran?
What's happening with the Jews in Iran right now?
What's happening is they're all getting tried. They're all getting accused, suspected of working with Mossad in one way or another. They're executing Jews falsely. I didn't hear you. What? What about Indians?
78 Indians who came in to so-called work in Iran, and they were secretly working for the Mossad. They were caught.
And what does that have to do with Jews?
They were Indians, not Jews, who were accused of spying for Israel.
But with what you just said, are you trying to deny that Jews are getting accused of
Can
being
you give me
spies and also getting
an
executed?
article? Because I haven't read anything.
You want an article? I will gladly give you one right now. Sure. Give me a second.
Okay, one sec. Let's say that's true, Samson. So you're saying Jews in Iran are getting accused of being Mossad agents, and what they're getting executed, like death penalty, or like is
Yeah, so far 5 have already been executed, and there are many on trial right now.
Such a bullshit, Leila. Hang on, such a bullshit. It's since 1994. It's only one that got executed. This motherfucker lies every day.
That's fine. I mean, I just want to get a point across to you. Let's say they accused 100 Jews, but they're not Mossad agents. So what? The Palestinians were nice to the Jews, and look what happened. You can't trust a fucking Jew. So what? What do you want?
You're saying you can't trust the Jews?
We didn't talk about the facts there. So what?
No, I'm saying so what? You
Oh my God.
Wait, excuse me.
Trust that the Palestinians were nice to them and look how they fucking turned. You can't trust them. So what? What's the argument?
Okay, so you're telling me that even prior to this Israeli attack in Iran, because they can't trust the Jews, they should do what with the Jews?
Yes.
You know how many thousand Jews were in Iran?
They can do whatever.
Do whatever. What do you mean by do whatever?
History and what's happening right now proved that Jews basically are what they are right now. Why are you crying?
What are Jews? What are they?
So what? I mean, you're basically.
No, answer the question. What are Jews?
You don't mind the killing of innocent kids. So what? Who gives a fuck about the Jews?
Hey, I can talk about my own people, okay? I'm not talking about your people. But why do you say that we can't trust Jews? What are we supposed to do with our Jews?
Because of Palestine. Because of the history of
Hey, Palestine's not my issue. I have no skin in the game, okay? What should I do with my Jews? What should I do with my Jews?
In general, they cannot be trusted. So what?
Okay, you're telling me I can't trust my Jews. Okay, what should I do with my Jews?
Layla, that's Layla's position, respectfully, right? Because there's a rabbi that came out, and rabbi said, we're happy they're living in Iran. We have the largest Jewish community in Iran. And if you want the testimony, I can give it to you. And how many executions did you say? 5?
So far, 5 execution of.
Okay, I'll give you the names, right? The first since the November 2024, Arvin Garamani, I can't even pronounce
No,
his name.
I'm talking about post-12-day war. I mean, I don't know what you found. I'm talking about post-Israeli strikes, yes.
Okay, can you provide that data, please?
Yeah, I was about to when I got interrupted by this anti-Semitic plate that it says I should do something about
Hold on.
Anti-Semitism and fuck the Jews.
Hold on. So Samson, she's Semitic, by the way. And I'll give you one more.
Yeah, but she can still be anti-Semitic.
Hold on, Samson. The person that coined the term called Wilmar, okay? He coined the term anti-Semitism.
Wait, are you gonna talk about the origin of anti-Semitic to someone who speaks German?
Samson, the person that coined the term, his name was Wilmar. Anti-Semitism, correct? You agree? Do you know that he married 3 religious Jewish women?
Layla, you hate Jews.
No, Samson. I
don't care. You don't like the term anti-Semitic?
Samson.
If you want to discuss the term anti-Semitic, I don't care if you want anti-Jewish. You hate Jews.
Samson. My question to you, this Wilmar that coined the term, he married 3 religious Jewish women. Was he a Jew, low-key? Why would you marry him? If you're such a Jew hater, I'm gonna make the claim that he was a Jew. I'm gonna make the claim that he was a Jew.
I don't care.
You know why? Because he married 3 religious Jewish practicing women. 3 of them, not 1. So how are you gonna make the claim that he was not a Jew?
Have I made a claim that he's not a Jew?
Yeah. So a Jewish person coins the term anti-Semitism, and then the rest of the Jewish community goes with the term. Okay, it belongs to us now. You see what I'm saying? And there's a problem with this person that coined the term in the first place.
Is there such a thing as Jew hatred? Yes or no?
Jew hater, sure, but not the anti-Semitism.
Okay, is Layla a Jew hater? Yes or no?
No, she's not.
I'm proud.
She's not? From what?
I am sure.
Oh, there you go. She said herself. Be genuine. I mean, she's saying it herself.
Okay, no, I know
lines.
Layla. Hold on, Samson. I know Layla for she's just trolling. Okay.
Well, she's a Jew hater. Okay, Layla. I mean,
the Jews. According to her religion, she can't hate the Jews. Okay. She's following the same religion that I have.
Where in your religion does it say you can't hate Jews? You don't know anything about Jews.
Do you understand?
Okay, in the same book that says the Jews, they glorify Ezra, the son of God. You got that wrong.
Okay. Did you? Hold on. So, what did the Jews do according to Quran, Karim?
The Quran doesn't know anything about Jews. Go read the Quran, okay?
They spread corruption on the land, correct?
The Quran doesn't know anything about the Jews.
Yeah, it does talk about it. They killed multiple prophets.
So who was Ezra? Why is Ezra mentioned as the son of God in the Quran? Like, how does that go?
Oh, son of God. Oh, that's blasphemous.
Yeah, your whole Quran says that.
Idiot, you don't have any knowledge of it.
No, I don't. I don't know about the Quran.
You don't have any knowledge. You just, I think you should just read the Nazi book because you sound like a fucking Nazi.
Yeah. Go read
You were
the Quran.
justifying the Iranian kids. You were justifying the killing of the Iranian kids. You're just a Nazi. So, today we realize he's a Nazi, by the way.
Wait, you guys like him? Yeah, did you not hear what he said?
If I'm a Nazi,
Hold on, Samson.
I'm not a Nazi. I'm
You said-
anti-Nazi. I'm anti, all of this shit.
Give me 1 second. Hold on. You said that Palestinians not my people, not my fight. You're Iranian.
I have not mentioned anything regarding Palestinians so far.
You said that. You said that a second ago. Palestinians are my fight. It doesn't pertain to you.
I have no skin in that game.
I know you have
not
skin in the game when it
regarding
comes to
Israel
your
actions.
people.
I'm just
Hold on.
thinking
You said it comes to your people. But you're over here freaking defending the shit out of Israel and justifying their actions on your people in Iran.
No. I
So
haven't
which
talked
one
about
are you?
Israel's
Are you
actions.
Israeli or Iranian?
Hey, when did I talk about Israel's actions
You
regarding Palestinians?
justified no, I'm talking. You said that a second ago. Everyone heard you here. That
What have I said so
the other
far
game when
regarding
it comes to
Israeli actions?
Palestine. You said no. It's
Yes,
really
why does that
actions
have to be
towards
with Israeli
Iran. You said
Good,
that
good,
you
you corrected
care about
yourself
your
now.
own
That's
people.
good.
You could
I
tell
would do that.
that
Congratulations.
lots of people were gonna stutter really bad.
Yeah, I know. Like, what
He
the hell?
suffers from not knowing who he is.
I don't know what's going on, but okay, so you corrected yourself. So Israeli actions towards Iran, yes, instead of the Palestinians. Okay, go ahead. What are you going to say?
Oh my God! You said that you care more about your people, your cause. Your people are
No, I've never said
Israeli
I
or
care
Iranian.
more
Which one?
about my people. Why are you putting words into my mouth? I've never said I care more.
Oh, which one are you? What matters more to
Okay,
you?
you're putting words into my
I'm
mouth.
asking a question. Iranians, Germans, what is
Okay,
Israelis?
are you asking me who I care about the most?
Yeah, whose plight do you care more about? Which one are you connected to?
I don't have a specific group. I don't care.
Okay,
I
then
don't
why
care
do
about
you have, so
nationality or
which group do you have the skin in the game with? If you don't have skin in the game with Palestine, where do you have skin in the game?
Do you believe in God? How about that?
Yeah,
If you believe that
Just to help you out, just to help you out, there's a term called Deus. He supports Deus.
Oh wow, okay. Layla,
What does that mean?
wow.
Let's go there.
Okay, your true colors are really showing now. Okay, and this is your religion of peace.
You don't even know how to
Islam is a religion of peace. Like I'm getting here. I haven't even brought up Islam or any religion so far. And all of a sudden I'm in that. Okay, Layla, this is the religion of peace. I see.
You know, it's religion of justice and peace. So it's all about peace. Peace to the devil. How can we give peace to the devil? It's peace and justice.
We're not talking about religion here, guys.
The only devil I see here is Layla.
Samson, you're one of those Iranians that want your grandma house to be blown up so you can wear a bikini, bro. So I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah. Does anyone have an actual point, or is my time up?
So, like, I think what Layla called him a pimp or something, I don't think he's a pimp. I don't think he looks like a Dayu, by the way. I don't think he's nowhere near the...
Did you just look up that word?
So,
that word
so,
now?
no, I don't know. I already knew about it. I was just thinking about
Oh, really?
what to tell you is because there's a lot of problems with the way you're looking at things. If the Iran wanted to attack, wanted to kill innocent civilians, they would have done it a long time ago inside Israel, but they didn't. The casualty number was pretty low, like less than, what was it, 50 people or something, or 60 people.
Why is this again?
Hold on. And in Iran, we're looking at over 1,000 people that got killed. Now, let's say about 25 of them were IRGC members. Is it justified to kill the rest of them? Let's say if it's fucking 50 of them. Is it justified to kill 950 innocent people?
I mean, I don't understand what your question is.
That's my question. Is it okay to kill 50 or 100 people per each suspected IRGC?
Why do you hypotheticals when we actually have 12-day war? We actually have the numbers, and we have the intent.
Outbreaks to try and understand where you're coming from so that they can communicate with you better.
Well,
I've already expressed my opinion on this. I've already expressed my opinion on this.
Trauma dump because you're insecure, you're lonely. They're trying to have a serious conversation with you.
Insecure and lonely, that's true. I was new. Respectfully, I mean, you're deflecting. I've already expressed my opinion on this. It's not a question of numbers, it's a question of intent.
Trauma dump.
Trauma? Yeah. Well, good luck with whatever's going on, down there,
But peace. That's what everybody wants.
I think you need luck, and I think you need a little bit more than luck.
Maybe down there.
Yeah, exactly. Where are you guys?
Where are you? You said down there.
Talk about these things, right? Where are you?
Your head's
Samson,
hey, what is the point of
Samson,
this?
listen, Samson, quick question. I think we're all seeing what's occurring, the famine, the starvation, the deliberate starvation of Palestinians, Gazans. Do you see the same thing that we're seeing, or do you think that's not happening?
You're not listening to what I'm saying?
I'm asking
We
you a
need to
question.
finish
Yes or
Iran
no?
first. You
No,
need
I
to
don't. Let's
admit.
not Iraq.
You
You don't even
admit.
consider yourself Iranian, man. You don't know who you are. Answer right. You have no fucking idea who you are.
I don't think you know what
He's a
you
German
We're
Nazi,
moving
by
on.
the way. He's a
That's
Nazi.
wow.
He's a no.
He speaks German as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, he speaks German language. It's a big thing, you know. When you speak German language, you act like a Nazi. You are a Nazi. You talk like a Nazi. You eat like a Nazi. You know.
Yeah. I also know Arabic, so that makes me a genocidal fuck, right?
Oh, makes you great. You're so awesome.
Yeah. Get out of the sewage before the snacks.
Look at your, you know.
I'll do that.
So apparently Arabs are genocidal fucks.
Arabic is such a genocidal language, you know. Like, you know how Arabic language spread throughout the world?
Huh?
Yeah.
Bro, what?
How's the language?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, the Arabic language is so fucking
Bro, you know
genocidal.
you're speaking English right now. So
You
what
can
is
sit down.
This is why they
Or
copied,
Arabic.
how many words did they copy when they were reviving the Hebrew language, the Eliezer ben Yehuda in Israel? Can you tell us?
I
When he
don't
was
know.
reviving the language, how many words did he copy out of Arabic language? If it
But
was so
why
bad.
are you talking about Hebrew when you're talking
Why
about
did he?
shitty
No,
language called
Eliezer,
Arabic?
hold on. You made a claim. Let's talk about Israel. Eliezer ben Yehuda, he was the one that revived the language, and he fucking isolated his kid. He exposed this fucking language that he has revived 1921, and that's how he became national. And guess what? He approached the Jews in Jerusalem, and they actually excommunicated. They kicked him out because they didn't believe in Zionist or Zionism. They excommunicated, and then he got together with a bunch of his Goonie buddies, Zionist buddies, to convince the British mandate to nationalize the language. That's how this fucking language came to its existence. Otherwise, it's a dying language, the Hebrew language.
And tell me, I mean, how many languages did Arabic kill? How many languages did they exterminate?
So when you make that boisterous statement that the Arabic language is genocidal, can you break down how you mentioned that he was?
Well, you know, this is a language that came from where exactly? The Arabian Peninsula, right? So with the caliphate expanding throughout, you know, large, vast areas, all these languages that were spoken were eradicated. What, sorry, Daniel?
That when they want, they do have critical thinking and they ask questions.
Under caliphate system,
They're just saying that you know, if the Hamas is
did the caliphate bring the Jews back to
if
Jerusalem?
says something, they look every pixel and prove your point and
Let's talk
give
about
me
the caliphate.
resources, and they go down and down and down. So
Let's talk about the caliphate. Did the caliphate bring the Jews back? Did the caliphate bring the Jews back to Jerusalem?
Yes, the first Muslim caliphate.
Yeah, did the caliphate did it or not?
There was always Jewish. There was only.
No, the Christians kicked you out, by the way. Daniel,
There was always
Christians
Jewish
kicked you out.
existence on the land.
Christians kicked you out of Jerusalem, by the way. Look at
Jewish people in the Bible. Yeah, we're talking about
Despite expulsions.
There's not even Jews in the Bible. You know that?
Okay.
Okay.
You know what's also not in the Bible? There's no Palestine in the Bible. There's no Muhammad in the Bible. There's no Clubhouse in the Bible. And there's no Islam in the Bible. So nothing exists.
Ismail in the Bible.
Exactly. There's no Muslims in the Bible.
No Jews in the Bible.
There's no Palestine in the Bible.
Ismail in the Bible. There's Palestinian people in the Bible. There's no Jewish.
Really?
You know,
Give me the first one. Give me the first one.
He's an atheist, by the way. There's no point of engaging with him. He's an
Genesis
atheist.
chapter 21.
I'm not illiterate. I'm can actually read, and you know, even if they teach.
I don't second guys. He's just an atheist. We're not going to engage with him. You're an atheist. I muted everybody, not just you. Because I don't want to get. Hold on. You have the other side of the speaking as well. Daniel, when you speak over each other, you can't understand what one person is saying. That's why.
Yeah, but the only way that Zion is speaking is when other people are speaking, because you don't let us speak. You guys go on. It's fire now. You So I will continue speaking. And while I speak, you guys think it's
a speech. If Fires will now give a speak, there will be silence in the room. You will hear each picture because you will be jerking off. You will be jerking off, listening to, oh my God, he's giving me. Let us speak. Let us speak. Oh, I'm loving it. But when we are trying to, this is not a you can't shut the fuck up. And at the end, you will say that we speak over you. Stop telling us speak over us. And you prove my point. You can't handle formality every time we give you facts. It triggers you.
Yeah, okay, Daniel.
Now let's see the silence of the room and fire speak.
I'm giving you
Fire. I didn't speak for 1 second by myself.
mute up, please.
I
I'm
didn't
also
speak for
muting
1
up.
second by
We will give
myself.
it to him. We will
Go
let
ahead. You can speak because you're a pro.
No, I'm giving you my time to you, Daniel. Go ahead. Oh, you ran away. Oh my goodness.
No, I don't
Why,
mind
Daniel?
speaking. He just shouts.
Why, Daniel? You could have spoken. I gave you my time.
You just shout.
You
No, he hasn't going. You cut him off. You cut him off whenever he's trying to say something.
But that's we let you speak because you're not screaming. You know. If he's
No,
just
I also get cut off.
I think, no. I've been silent for a while now, so I speak now, Samson. If you would permit me, because you have to permit. Israel has to permit.
God has given, promised in this room, by the way.
So, yeah, I know. And that was 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years ago. So, what was the debate about? I mean, to be honest, I joined a little while ago. I did not get any of
It was about Iranian attack that do you condemn it? I told him, do you condemn it? He didn't want to say condemn it first, and then he said, yeah, I condemn the 10% or 20%. I'm like, you literally justifying what they did.
You're putting words in my mouth again. I said I do not endorse the Israeli attacks. I condemn them. They should not happen, but it did happen. So what do you mean 10 to 20%? Where does that come from?
He condemned it. There you go. He condemns it. But
Okay, he condemns it. Okay. Good. Okay, Cam Silent. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Go
Hello.
ahead. Say something.
It's Lucas. Yeah, I was gonna ask, why don't you switch when somebody talks, when he's finished, then you take him down so we can understand more, because it's when two people speak at the same time, people get headaches.
Cam, you can make your point. What do you want to say? Go ahead and speak.
I was missing some Zionist stuff to chat, but Ace warned me not to do this. I'm sorry, Ace.
It's okay.
Yeah, but what's the topic actually? The starving of Palestine or what?
Yeah,
I don't know. What should what needs the world to more see that when is the world gonna take action? The Muslim world or the other world?
So I do want to raise this one question, Cam. We should focus.
Stop the killing. Stop the genocide.
Just we need to focus on this one thing. Hang on, Samson. Do you agree to the Med Center report and the physician report that came out that says it's a genocide? These are Israeli sources. Do you agree to it? It's a genocide.
What's
Hang on, Cam. I am asking Samson now. Samson, do you agree to it? There's two sources that came out that says it's genocide.
So I mean, I told you from the very beginning, I will not proceed to this topic before you correct yourself and admit that Iran did attack civilian areas in Israel, and Israel did not attack civilian areas in Iran. Intent is important. Don't talk about numbers here.
We can agree to disagree, right? We can agree to disagree. I mean, look. Iran did attack Rabbi Shimoni's dildo shop, right, in Tel Aviv. That was unfortunate, right? They shouldn't have done it. And they did attack, a whole bunch of, gay people inside Tel Aviv, and they ran into freaking bunker, right? They were talking about how they're gonna do, what is it called? What's the word? What did I say earlier? How they were gonna do, huh?
What was it? Do what?
They were gonna, do something. What was it?
They're doing IVF for cyphers now.
So we're talking about the Shimoli's daughter's a double shot
So
when it
the
comes to that.
so the concept of the stoning is
So,
the concept of the
Daniel,
rule is the two
Daniel,
guys are
Daniel, you
just
need to
like.
mute up. Daniel, I'm talking to Samson now. Thank you, he's Iranian.
So the concept of the story is
Can
like
you
two
please
guys
allow the
brainstorming
Iranian to speak,
ideas,
Daniel?
and you say whatever you just want to say.
Daniel.
And then if the majority
Brother
is
Faz wanted
with
to
you,
engage with you.
if they come.
When Brother Faz wanted to engage with you, you ran away like a little bitch.
I don't think I'm talking about Brother Fayaz.
Can you mute up? Thank
Like
you.
you understand that I don't.
Okay, thank you. I warned you before I moved you down. Thank you. When Brother Faz wanted to speak, you ran away like a little bitch, like a pussy. So Samson, going back to you, we can agree to disagree, right? I hold this position that it was their intention was to kill civilians. Okay, we can agree to disagree. You're never gonna learn until ICJ comes out with a ruling that it's a genocide. My question again to you: are you denying the Metzelem report and the other report that came out, the positions from Israeli source? Are you denying it?
Are we moving on to this topic now? So like what?
Yes. We're moving on to the Metzelem report. Are you denying the Metzelem report that says?
But I still don't understand. Are you admitting that Iran did attack civilian areas?
No, I'm not admitting that.
You're not admitting that. So how are we gonna agree on anything in the future?
No, the Metzelem report, Israeli sources.
Yeah, but you're deflecting again. Like I'm asking you a question. How are we gonna agree on anything?
We moved on from Iran.
It doesn't matter if he agrees or not. Okay.
Well, it does. Because look, if I let me please let me finish. It does matter because if I intend on engaging with this gentleman regarding a different topic, how are we gonna reach a conclusion afterwards?
No, we are not supposed to be reaching
How are we supposed to conduct a debate with like valid arguments when you can't even agree that Iran was attacking civilian areas in this one? How?
Okay, fine. Agree to it. Go ahead. So I'm going to switch the topic now. I'm going to the relevant topic, which is Gaza. So do you agree that there's a genocide going on now that two Israeli human rights organizations, one is B'Tselem and the other one is Physicians for Human Rights. These two organizations, human rights organizations based in Israel, they have now come out and they have published a report saying that what Israel is doing in Gaza is a genocide. Do you agree to that?
What does it matter what I think?
You're a bit short. It does matter when
Am I?
yeah, you are. Samson, the name itself. Samson.
Some
You're bigger than Samson.
That's
So do you agree to that or not? Do you agree or do you did? You can say I don't agree. It's not a big deal. You don't have to agree with B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights. You don't have to agree with anybody. You can say I don't agree and we can move on.
But are you gonna answer my question? Like, what is the point of all this?
No, I'm asking you, do you think there's a genocide going on in Gaza?
Well, okay, let me rephrase. If I agree or disagree, irrespective of my answer, right? What's gonna happen afterwards?
We are going to talk on, if you agree, there's going to be some other discussion. If you don't agree, the discussion's pointer will be towards something else.
Okay, what is the point of the discussion? Like, my question is, what are you doing here every single day, talking about different things? What is the ultimate goal?
No, that's because
or you're ignorant. I'm sorry.
I'll tell you, Samson, why we do this.
See more that this is a genocide, Samson.
Samson, I'll tell you. No. Camp silent. The question is, what are we doing every day in this room? The reason we do this almost every day, okay, is because we cannot bear to see children being purposely starved by Israel and children being sniped by IDF, women and men and old people, everybody being starved.
Okay,
So that's why, and we want to speak out against it. Israel spends about $150 million for Hasbara, for spreading disinformation, for paying to people to spread disinformation. Gaza cannot do that. So some of us volunteer to do it for them. Okay?
Okay, I understand.
You got it. Yeah.
So to answer your question, what I think you're trying to say is you
want whatever's going on in Gaza to stop, right?
Yes.
This is not a blame game. This is not like, okay, we want to coin this term and that term, and because that ultimately doesn't do anything, right? Like you just want it to stop, right?
Yes.
Because here's my question: like, what does it matter if Bibi is like a war criminal, warmongering, he's a genocidal fuck? What does that matter? The thing is still going on, right? So the real question is, how do we stop what's going on down there?
So tell us how do we stop? So how?
Exactly.
Go ahead.
This
Go ahead.
is
Go ahead.
way
Tell us
more
how do we
relevant.
stop? How do we stop?
Exactly. This is way more relevant. I think it's way more relevant and always has been to talk about how this will stop. Instead of saying, okay, let's look at the past and all these things that have happened.
Go ahead and tell us how do we stop?
Okay. It's very, very simple, in my opinion. Okay? Very, very simple, and it hasn't changed a bit these almost 2 years. Okay? Hamas has to acknowledge that what they did was horrible because it has caused another. Okay? No. Hey, you asked for my opinion.
Let him complete the point. Yahweh, let him complete the point, friend.
Okay.
Make a point.
Hamas has to acknowledge that if they wouldn't have done what they did, Israel wouldn't have been inside Gaza. There wouldn't have been 50,000 dead, 100,000 injured, people starving. All these things you're mentioning that are horrible, right? These things wouldn't have happened. Hey, let me finish.
Okay. Kept silent. So the first thing is Hamas should come out and acknowledge was wrong. Okay.
They should acknowledge what they did was wrong. Not to the international community. That's not what I'm referring to. They should apologize to the Palestinians. The reason why Palestinians are suffering now. The reason why Palestinians are suffering is because of Hamas, not because of Israel. This was expected. Okay. This was an expected response.
Samson, don't make it long-winded.
I'm not making it long, but like this guy's cutting me off.
So that is point number one. What is point number two?
That's point number one. Point number two, when they've acknowledged that, they need to lay their weapons. They need to get.
Go ahead, Samson, go ahead.
Alright, they need to lay down their weapons, release the hostages, allow PA, international community, whatever it may be, to come up with a transitional thing in Gaza. They cannot stay in power. Okay? That is how you solve this. Because you, as a terrorist organization, knowing what's going on, what the motives are for Israel to being there, not just the hostages, but also control the territory because of the existential threat to Israel, you need to acknowledge that you are the issue. Hamas is the issue. If they truly care about the Palestinians, let some other Palestinians rule Gaza.
Okay.
Why do you keep doing this? Okay, that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Samson. So number one, Hamas should come out. Camp silent, kid. You want to make a point? Go ahead, Camp silent, then I'll speak.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What about October 6? What about October 5? What about October 4? What about October 3?
Yeah, was Israel inside Gaza?
What about September 30? Huh? How many have we killed? Huh?
Zero.
How many have we killed?
There was zero Israelis in Gaza killing people.
For the last, I'm sorry for my language, 14 years, you have killed children.
That's not true. Show me. Give me a source on October 6th, on October 5th, on October 4th.
Your deaf do not see the truth. I don't know, you're blind. You're saying that.
Yeah, this is the issue. You are part of the issue.
Okay, what Palestinians should rule? There are no fucking Palestinians left. You killed them all, you fucking idiots.
Camp silent. Now I'll speak, okay? Thank you, Camp silent. Yes, you are right. There is October 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You can go back up to 1948. And every day, literally, Israel has been doing something bad for the Palestinians.
Wait.
Killing them.
Can I counter that for you?
No, I'm speaking now. I gave you the time. This is my time. Okay? Thank you. So, first of all, you said Hamas should come out and apologize and acknowledge that they apologize to the Palestinians and acknowledge that they made a mistake or whatever it is that you said. Okay? Now, this is between the Palestinians and Hamas. For them to decide if they want to seek an apology from Hamas, they can. And if Hamas wants to render an apology, Hamas can. There's nothing that you and I
Number two, you said Hamas should lay down its arms and get out of Gaza or disappear. Somebody else should rule Gaza. Okay, I understand. I understand. Hamas itself has said that we are ready not to rule Gaza after the ceasefire, after everything is over. We are ready to give up power. Hamas itself has said, okay? Even after Hamas said this, Israel is the one that is blocking the ceasefire. It's not Hamas. Israel wants a 60-day ceasefire in which period it wants all the hostages to be released. And after the 60th day, Israel reserves the right to resume the genocide. And I'm going to call it as a genocide. It's not a war for me. It's a genocide. You can call it as a war. I have no issue with that. So Samson, this is the main bone of contention between the two sides now. Okay? Hamas wants a permanent ceasefire against the release of all the Israeli hostages at once, whereas Israel wants a 60-day ceasefire, and Israel also says that in this 60-day period, there can be phases. In each phase, you will release X number of hostages. Hamas doesn't agree to that. In my opinion, Hamas is right. Why should Israel have the right to resume the genocide after 60 days? It is the very reason that it is asking for a 60-day ceasefire is because after getting the hostages back, they have nothing else to worry about. At least now, even though Israel doesn't really care about the hostages, especially Netanyahu doesn't bother what happens to the hostages. If Israelis had cared about the hostages, they would have had the hostages back long time ago by making a deal with Hamas. No, every time there was a deal. In fact, in March, there was a very good deal on the table. It was being implemented. The first phase was implemented before the second phase could take effect. Israel started bombing Gaza again, broke the ceasefire. So it is Israel that doesn't care about its own hostages. Okay? So in my opinion, what ultimately Hamas will do, we don't know. Or what Israel will do, we don't know, and we don't have the power to tell these two sides. But this is what I think should happen. Hamas should not agree, whatever the pressure, right? Because, see, Israel is a genocidal, maniacal country. It's not just Netanyahu. The majority of Israelis are nuts, who literally are cannibals, who would even go to the extent of eating up the Palestinians. This is what I think about them. Having watched them for the last 2 years, listen to them, listen to the videos, listen to Channel 12 of Israel, I have come to the conclusion that if they had an opportunity, they would even eat up Palestinian babies. This is what Israelis are. So my beef is not at all with Netanyahu. It's just a symbol. The problem is the Israelis themselves, majority of them. No, there are good people in Israel. I'm not denying that. So if Hamas gives up everything, if they agree for 60 days ceasefire, and if they release all the hostages, after the 60th day, literally, the genocide will resume and it will be completed the way Israel wants to do it. And just last week, Heritage Minister Amichai Eliyahu openly said that no, we want to fast forward the ethnic cleansing of Gaza so that we can have Gaza to ourselves as soon as possible. This is what your own heritage minister said. Then 2 days ago, 22 cabinet ministers and lawmakers, Knesset members, signed a letter and gave it to the defense minister Katz, Israel Katz, asking him for permission to allow a group of people, including these 22 Knesset members and ministers, to visit northern Gaza. Sorry? To visit northern.
There's 22 out of 34.
22 out of 34 to visit northern Gaza, to scout for land, to see where they can start creating the new settlements. This is all in the media. It is in the Israeli media. So if you want to come here and say it's Hamas that's doing everything, it is Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. I think the day you stop using these two words, starting with H, there will be a solution. One is Hamas, the other one is Holocaust. You use the Holocaust to show the sympathy, to brandish the victim card, and then you use Hamas to, not to come to any decision on this. So, and literally,
thing doesn't apply to me. Secondly, I'm not Jewish, I'm not Muslim, I'm not part of all of this. I don't agree with what you just said regarding stop using those two words like Hamas. By the way, I have not used the word Holocaust. Again, I'm not part of this, right? But I think we ultimately disagree on what the core of the issue is here. Because I heard someone say, what about October 6th, what about October 5th and 4th and so forth. But you have to remember that Israel, IDF soldiers, nor Israeli civilians were inside Gaza. No one was getting killed. There was none of this going on. This was caused by what happened October 7th. I mean, I don't understand why you're denying this. And whenever I ask for sources, no one's giving me a source on who was getting killed inside Gaza.
I'll give you a source. We're talking about where West Bank. Nobody got killed in West Bank.
No, West Bank is different. We're talking about Gaza.
So West Bank is not a Palestinian state. It's not part of Palestine.
No, that's not what we're talking about. I mean, you're deflecting that. We're talking about
It's
Gaza.
part of Palestine. It's part of Palestine.
Okay, but we're not talking about Palestine. We're talking about Gaza. Okay?
Bro, that is part of Palestine. I don't know what you're on about.
Okay, but first of all, you're cutting me off. I let Fayaz speak, and now you're cutting me off. I mean, like, why are you cutting me off? And I'm trying to give Fayaz an answer, like a comment, okay? We have to acknowledge this, okay? We have to acknowledge that Israel was not doing anything inside Gaza prior to October 7th. It's simply not true. When you acknowledge this, you also realize that the casus belli, the reason why Israel was forced to going in, not just for the hostages. I understand you saying that they don't want their hostages, fine, but that's not the only goal when it comes to Israel. Israel also wants control in Gaza to make sure that what happened October 7th will not happen again. When you understand these two simple things, you will realize that it's not just enough to release the hostages. Israel needs to guarantee, this cannot happen again, it cannot repeat itself. How is this going to be a guarantee if Hamas will still be in power? They can't be in power. There's no way.
Samson, so what happens then, what's been happening before the 7th of October, it's been happening for a long, long time. The nightly raids when Israel just go into territory that's not theirs, even in the West Bank, do nightly
Not in
raids.
Gaza. You talk about West Bank, I'm talking about Gaza.
Can I give the stat? I'll put it in the chat, okay? So Palestinian deaths, 5,360 in Gaza. There were before
When?
October 7th, before October 7th, before October 7th.
Yeah, but from when? From when?
Okay, give me a second. I'll put it in the chat for you.
Thank you very much. You were claiming that 5,000 Palestinians got killed between which 2 days?
Since the time. Let me I'll put this in the chat. Give me a moment. Let me read the stats. It's not about when. First you said there's been no deaths of Gazans. That's the first thing you said.
On October 6th,
I
by the way,
said
you're
yes,
cutting me off.
prior to
You're also
October
cutting me
7th.
off.
This isn't collective. This is wrong.
I didn't say
It's
prior to
happened.
October 7th. I said October 6th, October 5th,
Oh,
October 4th, because
6th,
there was a gentleman in here who mentioned those dates.
Figuratively. Don't you understand what
No, he's not.
language is?
No. Don't bend his words. No, he's not. No, he's not.
Oh my god.
No, he's not. I want you to show me October 6th,
So let's just
October
talk about the
5th,
total.
October 4th.
5,360 in Gaza alone. Okay?
Listen, you are referring to civil wars in Gaza 2008, 2012, 2014, maybe 2018, 19, 20, 21. We are not referring to the continuous war, active war inside Gaza. This is what you're trying to make it sound like.
You said there were no civilian deaths. There are civilian deaths, okay? So
No.
stop. But how is that?
Give me a civilian death in Gaza caused by Israel on October
It was
6th.
caused by Israel. Hold on. Do you not know the UN has had 45 sanctions against? 45.
What do the sanctions have to do with civilian deaths in
No,
Gaza?
For crimes against humanity, against the Gazans
What does
and
that have
the
to do with
Palestinians.
October
That's
7th?
what Israel has done. Before October 7th. Just so you know.
Okay, you're not being coherent now. I'm talking about October 6th, 5th, and 4th. Give me dates. Give me a time frame. Give me a name. Who was killed in Gaza by the Israelis?
Hang on. So do you think that West Bank is not part of Palestine, Thompson?
No, that's not what I said. It's part of the Palestinian territory.
I'm asking you a question. Is it part of Palestine? Yes or no?
It's part of the Palestinian territories, yes.
Okay. Do they have the right to fight on behalf of the people that got killed in the West Bank?
Who?
The people that live in Gaza.
Do the people of West Bank have a right to fight for what's going on?
Do the people in Gaza have the right to fight for the rights of the people that live in the West Bank and Palestine?
No. They're separate entities because after 2000.
Why is it separate?
because they decide we can't agree. Hamas
It's
wanted Gaza.
Palestine. It's both of it, East Jerusalem.
No,
West
they're
Bank,
two separate
and Gaza.
entities.
No,
I mean,
it's
they're two separate.
Palestine. I think you. This is where the
Yeah, and it's all
the-
Middle East. It's just a term to say
No, it's not
Palestine.
Middle East. It's
Who rules
Palestine.
Gaza?
According to the
Who's the West Bank?
according to the UN, according to the it was agreed upon the 67 borders, right? My
What was
question to
agreed
you.
upon 67 borders?
My question to you: what was included in the 67 borders? The West Bank. What else? Gaza and East Jerusalem. That's Palestine.
Okay, what happened in
Palestinian
2005?
territory. I'm not talking about 2005. I'm talking about right now.
Well, I'm talking about
The
2005,
60
because remember about 1967. That's a
No,
long
I'm
time ago.
talking about the 67 borders. What was agreed upon?
What was the latest event?
What was
happened to
agreed
Gaza
upon? Can you
in
please
2005 or
tell the room?
1967?
Can you please tell us what was agreed upon?
Do you not know what chronology
What
is?
is
Do you know what a
67
timeline
borders?
is?
What is 67 borders?
What is 2005 elections?
What is 67 borders?
What is 2005 elections?
He's not gonna respond. You see, such an intellectually
You're not responding. 67 borders, 67 borders. What are 2005 elections?
Hold on. According to the UN, from October 6th to the fucking 2023 October 6th was the deadliest year for the Palestinians, not only for the adults, even for the kids in the West Bank. And how you go after the people that go to the mosque in Masjid al-Aqsa, and you got more than 900 and fucking.
You're mixing West Bank and Gaza.
Hold on. It's part of Palestine. It's Palestine. It's Palestine.
I don't give a shit what you call it. Gaza is Gaza. West Bank is West Bank. They're two separate entities ruled by two separate people. Okay.
But let me just say something, right?
Aziz,
The problem here is sorry, just quickly, I just want to say something. The problem is selective outrage, because you sit here and tell us about
Selective arrogance coming from your side.
Please, I just listen to you speak.
You just said
I'm in a lab conference.
Okay, please go.
Just quickly, bro. Problem is selective outrage. Like we can talk about some for me, with how sad you feel about it and children that we kidnap. Problem is you and so you're telegraphing the fact that you have a moral code, right? And maybe I agree with you. I don't disagree with you when you feel those things. The problem is selective outrage, selective morality. Because when it comes to us talking about what Amir just said, those numbers, you seem to just you block it out. And so that tells me something, because we're not doing that. We're happy to concede maybe children shouldn't die anywhere. We're not laughing in the faces of children dying. We don't do that. We don't if anyone starts anywhere, we're happy to address the fact that it's a problem. But you have selective morality, and this is the truth. There's something about it.
Okay, can I address this now?
It's typically
before that I wanted to chime in, then I gave the space to Aziz.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to just put
It's
that up
okay,
there.
it's okay. Yeah,
No,
I
that's
understand.
what I
And I
said.
agree with you, Aziz. I agree with you on that point, Aziz. Okay. When we talk about children, we also feel for the Israeli children. But when they talk about children, they don't feel about the Palestinian children. They will say Hamas is responsible. Irrespective of whether Hamas is responsible or US is responsible or Israel or Saudi Arabia, we feel for the children. We say that children should not be, used in the wars. Children should not be starved. Children should not be sniped. The Zionists never say that. This is something that I have noted time and again. When I have spoken with many of them, they will never say, no, Hamas is responsible. Don't blame Israel. Israel is not, but it is Israel that is controlling Gaza right now. It is Israel that has the power to stop the food from coming in or allow the food to come in. So it is not Hamas. So it's Israel that's occupying Gaza right now. Then Samson wanted us to talk about, he kept referring back to 2005, 2000. The reason he wanted to refer back to 2005 was when Israel let go of Gaza and the elections took place 2005, 2006, 2007. What Samson either doesn't know or does not want to say is that Israel retained control of all three routes: air routes, sea routes, and land routes. Nothing could come in, nothing could go out without Israel's permission. Number one. Nobody could come in, nobody could go out without Israel permitting them to do so. And number two, Israel monitor literally everybody in Gaza, how they did. And then talk about the blockade. When they removed the settlement, illegal settlement in Gaza, illegal Jewish settlement in Gaza was withdrawn. What they did was, as soon as they withdrew, they immediately imposed blockade or siege or sanctions, whatever you call that, on certain products. Like for example, cement was banned from day one of the so-called freedom that Gaza got. Cement, heavy equipment like bulldozers, all these were denied entry because Israel said they could be used to build tunnels or they could be used to build, military structures and so on. And they also denied many instruments, which could be used, which had double uses, which could be used as a weapon. Okay, fine. But then as the days progressed, by the year 2007, when Hamas won the election and took over the power in Gaza, Israel said, as a punishment for electing Hamas, we are going to ban literally almost everything. Food items like cilantro, pasta, then even coffee. Then they banned tea. They banned notebooks for some time. They even banned pencil. Pencil, you know what? They banned all the sharp objects, and they put pencil in the sharp objects list. They said when you sharpen a pencil, it becomes sharp, and it can be used to poke somebody's eye, or it can be used to kill somebody, like James Bond style. What James Bond does in his movies. They said a child, a Palestinian child could use this pencil to kill a Jewish child, even though there is no Jewish child in a school in Gaza schools. And they banned pencils. And as a father, if you are asking me, if somebody said that my child cannot have a pencil, he can go to school, he can carry notebooks, he can do everything, but he cannot have anything to write on because that instrument can be used to kill a Jew. No, I would be really furious. I would be really, really furious for denying my child this little, right. Okay? So literally, Israel banned so many stuff that it became very difficult for Palestinians in Gaza to make a decent living. So much so that at one point in time, Israel said, we will not allow, even amongst the food items that were allowed into Gaza, that were permitted, they said we will only allow 2,000 calories per head. That means if they have, for example, 1 million people in Gaza, that means 1 million into 2,000 calories. Once the 2,000 calorie per day amount of food has been delivered to Gaza, they said, okay, we have delivered you what you need to eat to survive. We will not deliver anything more, even if it is permitted. No, you cannot have more of that. So literally, they said that if you had to eat, 2 slices of bread, I will not give you 3 because 2 is enough for you to survive. Now, if you do it to my child again, if my child asks for 3 breads, and you're going to tell me that only 2 is enough for him to survive, I'm going to come back to you and do whatever I have to do to make you realize that what you're doing to my child is wrong. And that's what Hamas did on October 7th. Yes, I stand with Hamas. I think what Hamas did on October 7th should not have been done. I wish they had not done because of all the consequences that we are facing today. But I totally understand why they did what they did on October 7th. And the only question that I have for Hamas is, why the hell did you wait for so long to do October 7th? Why did you allow your people to suffer for 17 long years of blockade? 17 years of blockade. Imagine, you want to cook something. We all have families, right? Everybody, we all have families. We all cook. Our women cook in the house. We cook. I cook sometimes. If I don't have one particular ingredient, you just can't make certain dishes. And Gazans were literally facing this every day. Every meal, they would be cooking without something or the other. Go and ask them. Go and read their, anecdotes. Go and read their history books. Pick up books written by Palestinians. Pick up books written by Israelis about Gaza. Samson. So these are all the things that happened that led to October 7th. So if you're going to keep 7s perpetrated on Gaza by the Israeli Defense Forces before October 7. In 2000, before 2023, there were five major attacks on Gaza. In one attack in 2008, okay, and this is mentioned in the book of. Okay, I'm going to share that in a while when I remember. You know what they did? 2008, Israel said, they told their commanders to wait and go and drop 100 tons of bombs on Gaza between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. They said all the bombs need to be dropped in X location only in these 3 hours, between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. Nobody knew why they are giving this time frame. Nobody knew. Within Israel, nobody knew. Then later on, people, and in that attack, 1,400 people were killed in Gaza. Many of them were children, many of them were women. I don't exactly know, I don't remember how many were there. This is called the Operation Cast Lead. And later on, Miko Peled, this is the guy, Miko Peled, who was working with the IDF, who's an IDF soldier, he's won a lot of laurels from the IDF. He personally investigated this matter as to why were IDF told to drop the bombs only from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Then it was revealed, he found out that it's 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. is the time when the morning shift of the schools come to an end, they break up for lunch, and the second shift starts. And that's when all the children are out on the roads, going homes and so on. And that's why they selected a particular area where the school concentration, the number of schools are more, so that maximum children can be killed. Maximum number of children can be killed. This is Israel for you. And you are asking us why we come here every day and talk about it. This is why we talk about it. Because people don't know what Israel has been doing, and we are educating them. And the last point, I know it's a long monologue. The last point I want to say, if you think, Samson, that Gaza should not be linked with West Bank and East Jerusalem, you are mistaken. It's like saying, okay, two IDF soldiers from Tel Aviv have been killed. Why should somebody living in Beersheba worry about it? Oh, those two are killed in Tel Aviv. Why should you worry about it? You are in Beersheba. This is what you are saying, and we are not accepting it.
Okay, I just want to see how that's.
No.
The problem here
You
is
don't have to.
Samson,
I have just went on a 10-minute thing. Okay.
yes, I'm the moderator and I can do that. I'm now giving the mic to Yahweh because he wanted to speak, and then I'll give the mic to you, Samson.
who's there?
What is he gonna?
Yahweh, go ahead, get out.
Well, we're just 30 seconds. This is the problem, the mind of the colonizer, that actually is always right and the rest are wrong. So whenever you present them facts, they're not going to accept it. Palestinians are less than they are. Okay? They're entitled, the Palestinians are entitled, and not state, not right to live. That is the problem, both sides, you should take from their
Okay. Samson, don't try. It's not room for facts, logic. It's fine. I'll address everything he said. So first of all, there was a claim by Aziz that I'm selective. I will show to you people how I'm not selective, but that you people are selective, and I will do it this way. When I said I wanted evidence for October 6th, 5th, and 4th, I was given none. Ace gave the number saying 5,000 Palestinians have been killed so far in Gaza. What she fails to mention is that this is a number for the entirety of Gaza, its existence, right? You don't mention that there was a war in 2008. You don't mention that there was a war in Gaza in 2012, in 2014. I think in 2018 there was some clashes. In 2021, all of these, the cases barely being that Hamas either adopted Israeli soldiers or was sending missiles into Israel. You fail to mention this. You fail to mention that when Israel disengaged from Gaza, right, that Hamas not only had control of Gaza, but for some reason decided to still attack Israel, right? They call themselves liberated Palestine, but for some reason they still have a need to attack Israel. Why? Israel is not present there in Gaza. Subsequently, yes, Israel decides what goes in, what goes out of Gaza. From their side, there is still a border with Egypt. You fail to mention that. You fail to mention that the blockade was because of Hamas's actions, right? You fail to mention that Egypt is also blocking. You never mention Egypt. You fail to mention that because of the elections, Gaza and West Bank, even though we call Palestine, and yes, that may be true, they're separate entities because they're run by different people. They don't believe in the same things when it comes to dealing with Israel. They don't believe in the same ideology. They're not even politically aligned in any way. So they are separate entities and they're not connected in any way. You fail to mention all of these things, and I managed to mention these things in less than 2 minutes.
Okay, so you want to talk about, you talk about two or three.
No, before that is, if I may, is, no, why don't you, Samson, I mentioned about the blockade of foodstuffs, restricting the food quantity to 2,000 calories per Palestinian per day. Why don't you talk about that? What do you have to say?
You want me to address the current war, or are we talking about
No, I'm
because
talking about post 2005 when Israeli posed a severe blockade on Gaza.
And I just explained why that was necessary.
So collective punishment of civilians for war.
It's not collective punishment. It's just one entity, one country dealing with another country.
No, it's everything. You're right. Egypt is also culpable. Okay, I don't deny that. I agree with that. So the question is this: you deny certain things for everybody. When you deny something for everybody because of what your country's government does, then that is what exactly.
That's how the world works, Fayaz. Look at all the countries of the world. Look at sanctions.
Okay.
Look at North Korea. Look at Iran. That's how it works.
Then okay, if that's how it works, then don't blame for picking up the hostages from Israel and keeping them there. That's also a form of collective punishment. If collective punishment is right for punishing, what is collective punishment? You make a mistake and I get punished, or I make a mistake, all the people in the room get punished. That is called collective punishment. Okay? So I think in that respect, since you believe in collective punishment, I believe that Hamas was right to pick up the hostages and keep them there.
Oh, I didn't even address this. This is just wild. You're supporting Hamas and you're even acknowledging that what they did and you believe in that. And how can you say that and at the same time say that you don't find it indifferent? One baby's life being Israeli life or Palestinian.
No. How can you say that collective punishment is how it works in the world?
No, your definition of collective punishment is different from mine. When one country decides to say, we sanction you because we don't like what you're doing, that's not collective punishment.
So,
Just 30 seconds.
Sure.
There are close to 10,000 Palestinian hostages in Israeli prisons.
So wait, before you move on to that, are we done with what we talked about? I don't get this.
It doesn't have to be. Does it have to be talked about? Okay, I'm mentioning it to you now. So when you take,
I know all these things. Look, Fayaz, I know all these things that you're mentioning.
Why
You
don't
have
they
so far
release
not
the
brought up a
hostages?
single thing that was new to me.
Why don't they?
you know what these things happen today, October the 2nd. And that's
Scotty, just give me 30 seconds, Scotty. Then
I wanted to actually chime in after Brother Quran, and then I'll pass the mic around because I need to address the whole bunch of
Okay.
bullshit that came out.
Ahmed, just 30 seconds, Ahmed. Then I'll go on for a while and come back. What I was saying is there are about close to 10,000 Palestinian hostages kept in Israeli prisons in very bad conditions. Okay? If you're going to talk about hostages, Israeli hostages, then also talk about Palestinian hostages. Number one. Number two, if you're talking about collective punishment, then talk about collective punishment for both sides. If you accept
not a terrorist organization. Anyway, I have to leave for a few minutes now, so Ahmed, go ahead.
Yeah, so can you tell us why did they shoot a rocket into Israel in 2006, Samson? Can you tell the group, please?
Is it my time to talk now? Yeah, I'm glad to
Yes, tell us.
Okay, but at the same time, I want to address what Fayaz said. So there's a big difference.
He left.
I don't know if you can hear me. There's a big difference between being a hostage and a prisoner, just so people know. Okay?
Yeah, but
There are no possible hostages.
can you address him when he comes
Okay,
back?
for the room to know, I will also address your point with all due respect. But first of all, it's important to know that there's a big difference between being a hostage and a prisoner. And it doesn't matter what happened. I mean, we can agree, like if something horrible happens to a Palestinian prisoner in Israel, that's horrible. But why is there a need to change the definition of what a hostage is? Why is there a need to change the definition of what it means to be anti-Semitic? Why is there a need to change the definition of apartheid, genocide? This is something I see constantly from your side.
Okay, you were talking about the hostage. That was it, right? You should have stopped at the hostage. I want to address something.
Wait,
you said.
that was the hostage point. The second
Yeah,
point.
with just one hostage. Why are you going apartheid all over the place?
No, it was just an extra comment.
Yeah, it was just a hostage thing. I want to address something else that you said.
Sure. Second point you brought up, and I'll come to your point. Your point is the third one.
Bro, I don't know who you're responding to right now.
I'm just responding to everyone.
Because you're saying a whole bunch of bullshit. Because one of your Knesset members recently came out and he's calling me a hostage.
You're a Knesset member.
Hold on. I can provide you an article from Times of Israel. One of the Knesset members recently came out. He said we're going to change the definition. We're going to call them prisoners. The one that Hamas has. Do you want the article from Times of Israel? Do you want that? No. It's Israelis that are changing the definition, not the fucking Palestinians.
Okay. I'm not talking about an Israeli definition.
No, because we need to freaking have this, instead of being intellectually dishonest, right? We need to have an intellectually honest conversation where one of the people that you support in the Knesset has said this.
I don't support anyone in the Knesset.
Okay. What are you going for Israel all day long? So, I want to address something else you said.
Stick to the point. Okay, but let's get to the point. I'm not talking about domestically within Israel what the definition of Hamas is.
Israel changed the definition. They changed the definition.
Okay, but I mean, let's continue. This is not what I want.
Can I please ask you a question? Can you respond to the question, please?
I'm also responding to it, but with all due respect,
He's about to come back. When he comes back, you can respond to it. Respect.
No. This is not just easy about.
You already responded about the hostages.
Listen. I mean, if
they've already moved on with the hostages. Samson, focus.
Yeah, focus. You can't cut me off. Ask me a question.
We already talked about the hostages.
I mean, you can't direct the conversation like this, the supposed dialogue.
Because you made a whole bunch of claims in your previous. Hold on, you made a whole bunch of claims in your previous bullshit that came out of you like a diarrhea that came out of your fucking mouth. That's what I wanted to address.
Okay. But you asked me a question, and I want to answer.
I asked you a question. Why did they do the attack in 2006?
Yes, and I've already answered that. In that short discourse.
No, I haven't heard you answer.
Didn't I just say that Hamas, even though Gaza was liberated, decided to fire rockets into Israel and also
in 2006, why did they do the attack the first attack?
Okay, so the reason why it is absurd, quite outrageous to support Hamas, whether it has status of being a terrorist organization or not in your country, doesn't really matter.
Can you address what I said?
I will get back to you.
Can you address what I said? Can you address what I said? Can you address what I'm asking you?
I said yes.
Okay, my question to you is clear cut. My question to you, why did they do the first attack in 2006?
Okay, but I mean, I said yes. I didn't say I will do it now. I'll do it after.
No. You made a claim in a previous, the point you brought up a whole bunch of bullshit when you were responding to Brother Fayaz. I want to address every little thing that you made.
You guys say bullshit all the time, but I'm patiently
waiting. I don't say bullshit. I come with facts.
I mean, you're a dictator right now. Fayaz spoke for 10 minutes. Not a single person cut him off.
Brother Fayaz.
Not a single person cut him off for 10 minutes. Why can't you do me that courtesy now?
Bro, you literally gave the mic to Brother Fayaz. He gave you the time to speak. You said, I'm just going to take 2 minutes and that's it, and you were done. It was your
give the mic to anyone. He asked politely, I want to speak.
Oh my God. 10 minutes. You literally ended saying that I'm done with another 2 minutes.
Are you afraid of the truth? Why am I not allowed to speak?
Oh my God.
Well,
So I'll give you 1 minute. Hold on.
I mean, prove me wrong. Give me 1 minute.
This guy wants to go on tangent, right? You want to troll. I understand you're here to troll. You're nothing but a fucking troll right now, right? My question was clear cut. Why did they do the first attack in 2006? Why did the Hamas do the attack? Because you brought up Hamas. Oh, Hamas, we withdrew from the fucking Gaza, whatever. I want to address all of those questions. My question to you, why did they do the first attack in 2006? You still don't have a fucking answer. This is the problem.
I've already answered that, but you don't take it for
when did you answer? Okay, let me educate you.
I said Hamas fired rockets into Israel and also abducted Israel.
Why did they do it? Why did they do it?
Because they want to destroy Israel.
Okay. I'll educate you today, alright? The first
No, you can't educate me.
I'll educate you
today. You cannot
today.
educate me.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna educate you today, okay?
You can't
The
educate
first major attack.
No. I'm gonna leave.
I'm gonna speak.
I'm gonna leave. If I'm
Okay,
allowed to stop.
get lost, leave. I don't care.
You're fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, just leave.
Yeah, get lost. Okay, maybe let's see dishonest piece of shit. The first major attack, right, that took place in 2006, actually was framed as retaliation for Israeli airstrikes and arrest of Hamas members in the West Bank. But apparently, he didn't address any of this. There was a retaliation for Israeli airstrikes, and they arrested a whole bunch of Hamas members in the West Bank. But apparently, he doesn't want to address that. That's why they retaliated. But they were shoved in, and they were kicked out of West Bank. And they were shoved into Gaza. But you're not gonna respond to that, right? And then you sit here and you want to talk smack about it, fucking bullshitter. What a bullshitter, man! Seriously. Doesn't have any knowledge, but you want to come up and have a conversation. Alright, I'll send you an invite, Daniel, if you want to come up, and let's talk about the Hamas. Why was the Hamas in 2006? Why did they do the first attack? If you want to come up, otherwise it's okay, no problem. And that's how they did the blockade. You want to say something?
You know what I want to know? I want to know that if Netanyahu is convicted of war crimes and corruption, will you still support him? And if so, then we will know your true intention, because ultimately, if he's a convicted war criminal, then when everything that you said and everything that you claim is just a lie, because we know he's disingenuous, and then we'll know that he got rid of Yoav Gallant. We'll know why he got rid of Yoav Gallant. And all our suspicions were correct, and that we know that Hamas are not an existential threat to Israel. And so, did you need to flatten more than 60% of the residential building? What was the real intention there? Because now you're growing the borders of the state as well. And Netanyahu mentioned this 25 years ago. It's not a coincidence, I mean, maybe it's news to these guys, but it's not news to us. Yeah, but that only lasts so long. I mean, now they're saying Britain's corrupt. I mean, Britain mandated Palestine and actually created Israel. So I mean, they're going to call them corrupt, or they're essentially going to delegitimize themselves in the process. So there's no limit to what they'll say and do to justify themselves. I was in a room the other day, and they were defending Jeffrey Epstein. That's how deep it gets. There's no upper limit. There's no upper limit. And the problem is, we go back and forth, and the reason why I mentioned the selective outrage and selective morality is because they are capable of being upset when children die, but it's only a specific group. The rest they'll make excuses for, and that is the point of contention. That's what exposes their reality. When you address the fact that they're willing to overlook this, why is that a problem? And this isn't. These are the points. That's what makes them run away. They can't control the narrative, they can't, funnel the answers into like a specific response. Then they get riled up and they want to scream,
it's a childish response, you know. And Daniel, he can't control himself. I've been in their rooms like a circle jerk, echo chamber. Everyone shares the same opinion, and they're not saying nice things. Let's not pretend. They are saying terrible things. They will accuse the other side of being hateful, but they never say anything productive or that isn't hateful rhetoric. It's sickening what they say, and they can't even see it. You know, they can't even see it. The lack of self-awareness is alarming. That's the definition of cognitive dissonance. You know. 100%, 100%. And you know, they will try and demonize Palestinians. I mean, it's a natural human response to not trust the group of people that have subjugated you for 70 years. You know, that's not unusual. Like, if you annoy me for 10 minutes, I might think you're a piece of shit. You know, that's not unusual either. You know, you haven't given me any evidence on the contrary. And so for them to act as if the Palestinians are unreasonable in their interpretation of the IDF, that is disingenuous, and they know it as well. They know the brutality, they know settler violence, they know the illegal occupation. They want to talk about Hamas, but never the West Bank. Why? Because they know that there isn't a sufficient presence of Hamas in the West Bank, and so any of these war crimes that are committed in the West Bank, they don't have a leg to stand on. So they want to hyper focus on Hamas, completely ignoring the fact that Hamas was funded, and Netanyahu knew that what would happen when he funded it, creating political instability in the region. This isn't even a coincidence either, you know. But again, like you said, it's their education, and it's a shame, you know. But one day, they will have to pretend that they did not have these views. They will have to pretend that they did, you know, that they will hide it, you know. It's almost like, you know, after the Nazis were disbanded and they were defeated, there were a bunch of people that were pro-Nazi that just didn't voice, you know, they kind of acted like as if they weren't Nazis, right? And that's what we'll have. We'll have that. You know, Daniel won't be as so loud and proud, and Samson will be quiet because he'll realize, okay, you know, we couldn't lie forever.
That's right, Aziz. And what they were saying about the prisoners, the hostages, and arguing about that fact. The fact of the matter is, Hamas is treating their hostages 100 times better than they're treating their detained or ones who've got detention themselves. Because I was just reading myself there on and I put the link into the chat. This year alone, the amount of people that have died in detention from starvation, beating, torture is gone through the roof from the Israelis. So how they can sit there and say Hamas and arguing about hostages or fucking prisoners, it's a joke. Because if you look at it,
You could use the same argument. One of the Knesset members came out. His name is Amici Eliyahu. I put the link in the chat from Times of Israel, and this is the new talking point that they're going to bring up, right? And you could bash them using their own sources. One of their Knesset members said the Hamas has these people, right? The hostages. They're not hostages. They're prisoners. Okay, so if they're going to call the Palestinian people that are locked up as prisoners, so now you have proof. One of the Knesset members calls them prisoners, not hostages, so they're no longer hostages. You get my point? So now it's an equal footing there. On both sides, it's a prisoners now. You see what I'm saying? And you use their sources to prove that it's a prisoner, it's not a hostage anymore. And if the Israeli Knesset member says it, that's it. That's the end of it. That's their government official, and they can't fucking argue against it. And we gotta keep an eye out on the news every single day. Their own news is coming up with new bullshit, and you can use it against them. That doesn't make you feel a new talking point, right? New pro-Palestinian talking point that'll debunk your bullshit, the hostage prisoner, you know, the
Daniel, you're saying I'm talking rubbish, yeah? Just read that there. Read that. That's by independent. The UN. That's by. It's even by your own your own people. So read that and tell me that I'm lying about how many people you starved to death in detention, how many people you die in detention through torture. The hostages or prisoners, the prisoners that have been held by Hamas have been well fed, they've been well treated, and then when they are being released, you shot four of them yourself. You shot four of them with their hands in the air, shouting that they were hostages and that they were being freed. Your soldiers are that ineffective that they even shot them. So just have a read of that before you start shouting your mouth off about who's right and who's wrong. And I know what you're going to do, because you always do the same. You're going to read that and you're still going to disagree with it. Because it doesn't matter what facts you're given, how many facts you're given, you're so warped in your head, you just will not agree with anything. You can't change it. If you're proved wrong, you will not admit it.
Scotty, you're exactly right. You know what's crazy? You're giving facts, right? And he's just replying with, oh, you're corrupt. Like, what is the basis of your claim? Please refute the evidence that Scotty has provided. Don't just say hateful rhetoric, because that is essentially what you're doing. Is you're exposing yourself. You have no facts. You are just trying to demonize everybody. You have no figures. You're just lying, basically, right? So where is your evidence on the contrary to what he said? You don't have any. You don't have any that good. And the world isn't. You know, we're not on the wrong side of history. The world is waking up. Half of the countries in Europe are condemning you. You're starving children that you can't even see it. Your hatred for Hamas, and it's just got to a point where you're having a blood rage. Your eyes are red. You're on a rampage and you can't even see it. That you know when the dust settles, you will not be allowed to be loud and proud about your support for what we've seen. You won't be allowed to. You will be the criminal. Netanyahu will be the criminal. You will be the criminal. You can't even see it. You're in a blood rage. It's insane. Like countries that don't even have any political ties or economic ties to Palestine have condemned it because they simply cannot stand for it anymore. They have to save face. Even if they don't want to, they cannot stand on that side of the fence anymore. You can't even see that. That's how bad your education has been. It's a shame. It's a shame. You know, I almost feel sorry for you guys. But genuinely, I almost feel sorry for you.
So right, Aziz. And then the thing is, Daniel and people like him are going to have to explain to their kids and their grandkids and their great grandkids exactly what they stood for, how they stood for it, how much of a donkey face they are. Because the report I've just put on there is written by Jews themselves. Half of it, it's an independent panel with Jews from all over, people from all over the world, and he won't even read it. He won't even bring himself to read it. That's how much of an idiot he is. And I was listening to him the other day in another chat room, and he started, and everything he said, fair enough. He's a passionate person. Fair enough. He believes in what he believes in. But everybody has to give and take a little bit. I'm learning every day. Everybody's learning every day. He thinks he knows it all, and by thinking he knows it all, he knows absolutely F all. That's all I'm saying about Daniel. And he's got to explain it to his kids, and they will go down in history. Just like you said, just like the Nazi did. They didn't even want to admit they were part of the Nazi party. They didn't even want to, because how many percentage of them voted for them, how they were part of killing the Jews. After that, in Britain, we stopped calling German Shepherds. We called them Alsatians after the Second World War, because we didn't want to call them German Shepherds, because nobody wanted to be associated with anything to do with Germany. That's exactly how they're going to feel when they realise they're on the wrong side of history. It's only now, our generation sees, that we're actually calling German Shepherds again, not Alsatians.
Yeah.
We've progressed and we've learned from the mistakes of the past, and we've integrated with each other, and we know what was wrong.
100%. You know, this is the problem, though. You know, like if you just, you know, there's always new headlines coming. There's always new reports coming out, new events, right? We are ready to tackle the facts of a new event every single time, and we're just met with the same old thing. You guys, like it's just like rhetoric. You know, it's like, oh, you're sick. You support this. No. We are looking at a new situation with new information on the ground, and we are just simply reporting the facts. And that's something you don't have the luxury of doing. You don't have the luxury of looking at what's happening on the ground. You just have to say October 7th, they want to kill us, we have to kill them. Like you're just going, it's a rinse and repeat cycle, and it's happened before. History repeats itself. This is not the first time we've had geopolitical tensions in the globe when people have tried to demonize a small group of people and attempt to ethnically cleanse them. This is not new. I would think a person that's Jewish would know that better than anybody. Apparently, you don't have that vision. You can't have that introspection. It's shameful, to be fair. Shameful.
Oh, you don't know me. What's up, Blake?
What's up, man? Thank you for having me. Assalamu alaikum to everyone here.
What's up, Dewey? Okay.
I'm doing well. How you doing?
Okay. So, if you guys engage in the science, Scotty, as he's everybody, I'm about to put one article in here, right? Use this to your, to, debunk their bullshit claim. You know how they make the claim IDF is the most powerful army, blah, blah, blah. Give them this article, Israel Times of Israel. Moshe Yaalon, they call him Boogie Yaalon. He was the former Israeli defense minister. He said, IDF is not the most powerful army in the world. He said Netanyahu, what he's doing is inventing cleansing thousands. And he's an former Israeli defense minister under the Likud party in 2016. You see what I'm saying? So you could debunk the bullshit claim by giving them this article, and that's it. And that's that sort of destroys their argument about the idea. Oh, IDF is the most powerful army. It can't be. According to Moshe Yaalon, it can't be. Amos calls him Boogie Yaalon. I think a lot of the Jewish people, they call him Boogie Yaalon. He became a leftist. He was on the right before.
I'll have to check out the article. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, no problem.
The thing is, they're just never interested in facts. It just always goes back to October 7th, and let's just keep repeating ourselves. It's just a disingenuous attempt. We keep looking at new pieces of information, new people, 8 workers buried, 14 of them. This person was shot, they've been sniped, they've been starved to death. It's new stuff. Where's your new stuff? You're claiming that the Palestinians is all they want to do. Where is the new reports? They are none. It's just a lie. It's overextension of military aggression. You did not need to destroy 60% of residential buildings in Gaza. You did not need to. If you could kill a man in his bedroom in Tehran, we could block beaters in Lebanon, I'm sure you can just be a bit more precise. And fair enough, let's say you wanted to show them a heavy hand after October 7th. It's 2 years later now. You are now the terrorists, regardless if you thought they were. You are now the terrorists. It's official. You have no excuses. Over. Fuck. Fucking hate Daniel, man.
There's somebody like him. He's not the only one.
You're gonna debate that means send it up with the government, right?
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, okay, no.
It's so hard to
Crashes on his first doing some crazy ass cusses. Stuff he was saying about your family. This guy is a freaking loser.
So he's calling everybody Nazi, but then he lives in Germany. He speaks the German language, and he doesn't.
Who, Samson or Daniel?
Daniel.
Oh, him too.
Well, Samson, yeah, he speaks German. He's from the Europe. He lives some of the Europe, and I don't know if he even goes back to Europe. But you see how he was trying to derail the topic. I kept on asking why they didn't do this. The 2006, because he's the one that made this claim. Oh, they were shooting rockets. Why did they do that? He could not give me an answer.
I was gonna give some facts because he gave certain incidents. He actually is such an idiot. I could give you, let's say, August 2022, right? So this is obviously before, October 7th. There was Israel launched an attack on Gaza Strip, killing 33 Palestinians. Many of them were minors. There's so many incidents. There's another one, I think, where a girl was killed in August. And there was a residential building in Rafah that was bombed, killing 7, I think, of which there were kids. There was another one where there was a military fire missile at a 7 this war or that war, this war. What was August 22? That's just 1 month. And there's many months like that. He just tried to derail the whole damn thing.
This is what happens when you have a discussion, if you'd like to call it a discussion, with someone that is disingenuous and intellectually dishonest. They want to start the calendar when they want to start it, or they want to discuss some skewed military campaign when they want to start it. Hamas attacked this. Okay, let's go back a day before when Hamas attacked, when the Israelis went in and bombed Gaza and killed civilians. Or even if they kill one person, that's breaking, the calm. So then the other party has a right to respond. But they obviously stop the clock when they want to stop the clock. They've always done this. It's nothing new. They're beyond sick. I don't even think there's any therapy that is out there that can fix them.
I don't think
It's not brainwashing these people.
I don't think it's brainwashing. I think
It's beyond brainwashing.
No, it's not brainwashing. They're willful, right? So information has been provided to them. It's given to them. They're here. They're listening. They're seeing. It's not like they're living in like a little dungeon somewhere where they've just been fed misinformation.
No, it's nothing like that. It's more like
not.
if you ever look into white supremacy and see how they act and how they think, this is very much like that.
It is.
It's a very entitled approach.
It's actually willful. All of this is by choice. It's not by design, to be honest with you. All of this. And many of these people haven't even been brought up in Israel, so you can't even say that they were secluded in a certain society. These people some of them are not even from the country or the faith, and they live all over the world, right? And they still hold on to these white supremacy kind of ideologies, and they stick to it whether or not there's other information. Hey, there's certain things that I've learned, from the Israeli side of things, and I've fixed, my understanding of things, and vice versa. They feel like if they admit to one thing, it's like the entire thing hates, and they refuse to admit to one fact. They freaking refuse to, as if somehow their whole house of cards is going to collapse if one thing gets admitted to.
But that's what it is. It will collapse.
But the irony of it is
It's not tumbling down.
the irony of it is because they refuse to admit anything, it's almost an admission of guilt because you cannot be innocent of all these things. Because you cannot be. These are individuals. Some person, he's a terrible man and wanted to shoot a random woman. You defended it. Why are you defending it? So it's an admission of guilt. This many charges, you cannot be innocent of all of them. So.
But their own soldiers are coming out with, what's the organization called Breaking the Silence? Their own organizations are speaking up against them. Their own soldiers speak up against them. And then these scumbags have the audacity to defend it. Like, who do they think? They must really think the world is stupid, or we don't have access to the internet, or we don't have access free-flowing information. They truly think that the world is stupid, or has been brainwashed by the media.
That's given them
They're insulting our intelligence to me.
That's given them too much credit, to be honest. Some of the things that the Zionists have said, various ones, the ones you've spoken to or come across, they've literally said genocidal things, like, oh, it's self-inflicted genocide.
Yeah, that they deny it.
Yeah, or they say that it's the parents purposefully starving their children for propaganda. What? That's all Hitler, Nazi level.
Yeah, but what I don't understand about this narrative is first they say it's AI, then they say that the parents are starving the kids. Okay, what is it? Is it AI or is it actually
I'll
humans
tell you
starving
why.
the kids?
I'll tell you why. Because first it says AI. Second, there's U.S. mercenaries. There's, the people consider that's an ally, right? They consider the U.S. and what comes out of the U.S.'s mouth and their military personnel truthful. Recently, we've heard multiple people come from American soldiers who literally said, I gave this child aid, this kid kissed my hand and said thank you. He started walking and he was sniped and killed.
Yeah, I read that.
Yes. So this is, and there's others that have, look at what fucking Trump.
Yeah, but I wonder what the next excuse is, because there's a phrase in England, and it goes by, what they're essentially doing is throwing shit on the ceiling and seeing what sticks. away with the shit they got away with. For 80 years, most of the world has been unaware of what they've been doing to the Palestinians. The last 2 years has liberated the world with regards to Gaza. We've not liberated Gaza. Gaza has liberated us. Truly, honestly, and I strongly believe in that.
That's so true. That is. And then as for the genocide thing that you say, I'm just reading up on it. Then that still to be decided at the court. When South Africa brought the case against Israel, they decided that they had to protect Rafah and stop this maximum, minimise civilian deaths. Right. Well, they carried on with the Rafah offensive. They didn't minimise civilian deaths. So to me, they didn't do anything the court found. So the court didn't find them innocent or anything like that. The court was still making a ruling on the actual genocide decision. But they went against everything the court said anyway. So the decision is likely to be that they have committed genocide and they're likely to be found guilty of it in court. So I just can't wait to see what the decision is going to be from the court, which should be due anytime soon.
See, I think one of the most important things of the genocide is you've got to acknowledge and kind of put a base down as in what is an authority. Is it your average Zionist who is generally not versed in genocide studies, or is it actual genocide scholars, people that are specialists in the Holocaust, genocides, and making an authoritative decision on genocides? So who is our authority? We look at the genocide scholars, which majority of them, I would probably say, I think it's 95%, if not more, that agree it's a genocide. Some of the Israeli genocide scholars agree it's a genocide. We don't need to listen to these scumbags on Clubhouse to tell us it's not a genocide. They're not an authority. Simple. I'm not going to go to a gynecologist and tell him I've got a headache.
You should go to OBGYN. You should.
No, that's what Daniel needs to do.
He's got something stuck way up his ass.
Yeah, I've got actually, yes. Both of those scumbags need to go to a gynecologist because they're both the biggest pussies I've come across.
Exactly. My issue is when we talk about the genocide, right? We get so the whole argument goes left because the whole discussion about it, get into the whole technicalities of it. If you guys heard Samson, because someone else made it figurative that he was speaking figuratively, saying, "Hey, stuff happened on October 6th, 5, blah blah." This guy was taking it literally just so that he could, I guess, derail the entire conversation and don't let facts come out. The problem with it is, this is why I don't even get into it. I say, okay, can we agree what's happening is absolutely crimes against humanity, it's heinous, it's wrong, it's disgusting. Can we come to that conclusion? Because forget about the technical definition. Forget about waiting for some court to have that, scripture, but since then, there's been international law. There's so many things that have taken place that goes and divides borders, etc., etc. And but no, the laws don't apply to us. They don't. Somehow we're above them. We're ordained by God. We must conduct ourselves like if we don't like we're not of this world. And that goes down to the whole supremacy idea, the greater than idea. That's what you were talking about earlier. This is what's so irritating to me that using that word anti-Semitic has been so dragged down and dripped and watered down. It means nothing. I mean, maybe saying free Palestine should be it should go under an anti-Semitic term. Free Palestine. Literally, this man has tried to do this. Or
Just touching on your core comments,
yeah.
With regards to courts. Now, we've heard Zionists in this very room say that we will not accept it's a genocide until the courts come out and say it. But what they're doing is they're not allowing the courts. Israel and its allies are not allowing international courts and organizations to do their job. They're threatening the very courts.
Exactly. They will have the free press. First time in
What
history.
are they scared of?
Truth.
Exactly. They're not going to allow the international courts to do their job, but they're saying, okay, we can allow them to do their job. Okay, let them do their job. Wait for the result.
I think about conversations that I've had with members of IDF where they've bragged to me, they've told me that they've done the most heinous thing that a human being can do to other human beings without regret, without any thought of humanity at all. And not even trying to even think of the word genocide or anything else, but just to wipe people out, and with no mercy, with no compassion, with nothing.
Settlers are just as bad. They're exactly the same. Sometimes they're worse than the IDF. They burn children and families in their homes. I've seen 2 instances of that while I'm doing my research. I've seen them kidnapping settlers kidnapping kids, and they target kids because they know they'll get more of a reaction out of the local Palestinians in that area. And I think it is absolutely disgusting. And they're not held to account. There's nobody policing them. So that's a tragedy on its own. When this all does come to a head, they should all the settlers, each and every single one settler that's in that area that's there illegally, as has been decided by the United Nations, they should be dragged into court, kicking and screaming. They should be tried themselves.
And so many are Americans, by the way. Am I right?
Yeah,
Yes, absolutely. A lot of Americans.
Yeah, they're paid to win. There's a lot of British there. There's a lot of English, a lot of Scottish. They're from all around the world. They're just
They're basically
they're
bums.
brainwashed.
They're bums that had nothing. They wouldn't get anything.
Exactly.
So they're bums.
Certainly.
I'd love to see them when they come into court and each one of them get tried, and the children are sitting in the back of the court watching them, and they get sentenced. And the biggest sentence they're going to get is from the history. We're going to all judge them. Never mind the sentences they'll all get.
I really hope they have their day in court.
I think that's inevitable. I think, some of the people that thought they would never be caught, the Nazis, the white supremacists in South Africa, there's been countless examples where they were tried, where they were held to account, and now where are they? In the history books. Or either they ran off to Latin America, and now they have to take on a new identity. So these people will go through exactly the same when it falls. It's just a matter of time now.
It will fall. It will most certainly.
Something you were saying like earlier. You were saying word too, unfortunately, where they're almost prideful, they're boastful, they do
Yes.
these heinous things, and they, even if you look at how Israel and even if you look at their Knesset members, you see the Likud party, they just lay it out flat, say the most ridiculous, disgusting things to the world. Now,
That's what I'm saying.
what I'm gonna say now, I know it's controversial, but if you look at, I hate Hitler, don't get me wrong. What Hitler did with putting the death camps, he opened 5 of them in Poland. They were never in Germany. Yes, there were concentration camps in Germany. He never announced that they were going to be gassed, ever. They were saying, hey, we're taking them to an area that's going to be their zone for them to live in. Okay? Some of those, a lot of them Nazis, soldiers, some of them were actually Jews that joined. And they knew exactly what was happening, and they were rounding up their own people and others and putting them there. He did all this heinous shit, which is wrong, hidden, silently, for the most part. The world did not know he wasn't advertising. I mean, there were some allies he was speaking to, of course, but not the way in which the IDF speaks. The Nazis weren't walking around and speaking. They were hiding. They were doing disgusting, heinous things and hiding their crimes. Okay? The IDF in Israel is literally boasting about it. They're justifying it. They're celebrating it. I don't.
Exactly. I've had conversation with folks who were in this room at one point, and you're like, at one point he's like, and there's no point in trying to talk to us. So there's no point. He said, hey, I know this guy. Here's an article. I need you to read this article about this guy. I said, all right. And I read, and then I asked the person who I was talking to if what I read was true. And he didn't even try to deny
Was it Ariel?
anything. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, he boasts.
And he was. He's like, what do you think I would do in that situation? Of course I did that. And that's since that day I've thought about that ghost. And it is that I've encountered him but that type of being is just it's beyond me. It's incredible.
That's widespread throughout the whole of Israel. That's their way of thinking. So I don't know what the answer is to. I just hope and pray to God that their kids and their grandkids don't listen to them when they're getting brought up, because it's almost a form of child abuse. It's a form of child abuse what they're doing. If they teach their kids like this, it's a form of child abuse as far as I'm concerned.
Have you seen the most recent viral trend that was going around? It was so disgusting. Somebody shared in this room. She did, where these Israeli kids are doing a prank on their parents, by saying that they donated or they're helping the Gaza children to get a reaction out of their parents. And their parents freak out and they start laughing and joking. Like somehow, yeah, this disease has of course spread to their offspring.
Form of child abuse, that's what that is. Child abuse to teach your children that and their way of life. It's just disgusting.
It is disgusting, but let me just say this. You know how they keep bringing this talking point saying that, oh yeah, apparently Gaza is in the school system and blah, blah, blah. It's, there's some sort of textbook here and there and it's teaching their kids to apparently hate Jews. This is what they're talking about. That gets brought up quite a bit. But what have gosh, this man uprising me about, but if you guys just type it in, he has said that, well, God ordains, according to this psychopath, that if during, war fighting their enemy, if the IDF soldier, in order for him to do his job well, he needs to rape the boya, he can. He's permitted to, as long as he does not take the person as his wife. Okay? This is the type of shit. And this is a rabbi, chief rabbi, for God's sake, that's pushing this. A lot of people tend to, follow authority, believe authority. I mean, we've all, some of us have unconditioned ourselves. That part never gets spoken about. The part that it's been drilled into their heads, and I was mentioned this before, one of my friends, way before she walks up now, she had an ex who was a IDF soldier. He used to be, and again, this was before, she knew anything at all, in New York. And she said it, that he would tell her that he had to unlearn, it took him 10 years to kind of relearn, the way that he sees Muslims. And she just didn't understand. She's Buddhist, and she just didn't even click to her how wild that was. Now she's like, holy shit, the amount of conditioning. He left Israel, and he came to New York City, and it took him 10 years to unlearn. What about that conditioning? No one's going to talk about that.
What a gift that he was able to unlearn eventually.
Yeah, no, eventually.
Well, listen to this. This is what I was just reading. I was trying to explain to Daniel about earlier. Right. Before October 2023, prisoners' deaths were fewer annually. Since the escalation of the conflict in late 2023, at least 73 Palestinian prisoners have died through July 2025, mostly from torture, medical negligence. This recent spike contrasts with the prior decades when deaths are still occurring, where at the lower annual rate, the deaths are part of a broader pattern of violations, including literary detention and ill treatment. And it goes on to give you the list of how many. This is just deaths of prisoners, Palestinian prisoners in their detention, and it goes from 1967 all the way up till 2020 is 310, and then from there it's last month, it was 54 alone. The month before that was 73. The causes of death: torture, medical neglect, starvation, beatings, harsh conditions. So what he was saying about the prisoners that they've got, the hostages, the actual prisoners, like Maria said, they're being treated like kings by Hamas compared to the way they treat their prisoners and their kids. Because the youngest one that was detained last year was 12 years of age. 12 years of age. I mean, I've got a niece. Yeah, I've got a niece who's 12 years of age, man, and she's tiny. So she was detained, and she was detained last year. She's still being detained. And how is that even justifiable? Say the children have tried to go in there, and they won't even let them. The Israelis won't even let them be seen. So what does that say to themselves? It's disgusting.
Well,
How can they even sit there?
They're not prisoners, and that's the thing that I've had to. I didn't even know how bad it was. So you know how they talk about again Israel being this democratic copy of the West, blah 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 blah. Well, you know what? When they take Palestinians as hostages, there's no due process. They sit there without sometimes without any formal charges. They're never brought to court, and if they are, the types of laws that they apply to them is vastly different than to Israelis. So that's their.
But it's a liberal democracy.
It's such a great democracy in
It's
the
a
West.
liberal democracy.
Exactly, right? It's a joke.
It applies a military court system to even kids, but it's a liberal democracy.
It's so liberal.
To go and arrest them, they go nightly raids. They go in with nightly raids.
Yeah, we know. We know exactly what they do. They just don't see it, and they're thinking. They literally want to lie to the world.
I don't understand the bulldozers that go in behind them. Yeah, they're supposed to be in and out operation, and then they send in a bulldozer behind them to dig up the roads, destroy the pipework, destroy all the electrics, destroy all the
infrastructure on the way out, which is nothing. The only reason to do that is out of pure madness, because the operation's already been done and already successful. So why would they need to do that? Surely that's a crime, General.
It's just being a nuisance of tearing the roads up. You're simply just doing that out of spite.
Isn't that a war? Wouldn't you, that consist of a war crime, would it?
You cannot do this because you're destroying civilian infrastructure.
They do that on a regular basis. I've just been watching like.
There's nothing new for that. I mean, they kill civilians. Destroying civilian infrastructure is a second thing.
I've had something on my mind. Something I can't get out of my head when I think about this. This genocide. And that is the generation, and especially I think about the IDF soldiers. I think what they're doing now to the people of Palestine, the indiscriminate slaughter of innocent people, is what the grandparents of these soldiers had to live through.
I think I disagree with you, Hank. So a lot of these people that live inside Israel, they're not, they don't come from a lineage of Holocaust survivors, whatever. Right? It's less than 300,000 that had to suffer, 300 or 400,000 that had to suffer from Holocaust. The rest of them, I don't know where the fuck they came from. And the other problem I have is this is how much they hate the Holocaust. You had the Israelis. They actually produced Holocaust porn to mock the Holocaust. This is how much they hate the Holocaust. It's disgusting. And they have Holocaust jokes as well. This is how they, I heard from a whole bunch of these people.
There were only 300,000.
No, I'm saying that live inside Israel, right? That these people, it's only less than 300,000 or 500,000 that are, that are connected to the Holocaust. The rest of them are not.
Yeah, after World War II, it's a misconception to say that they all came to Israel. What they actually did is they went to some displaced persons camps in Europe, a lot of them. They also went to the US, Canada, Australia, South Africa. Okay, these are the places, or some even went back to their homes that they had, if they still have them, in Western Europe. So it wasn't that they all right away. There was a small group that came, and some of them came from other parts of the world that had nothing to do with the Holocaust. So it is most definitely going to be a minority.
Thank you for
Yeah, no worries.
telling me about that.
But even then, like, it's something to have with this whole taking your ancestral, like, even if your ancestors went through something and trying to use that as if it applies to you, I have an issue with that as well. Because you yourself didn't go through those, the Holocaust or live in those conditions. You are not a product of that at all. So even the ones that try to use that argument and they did not even go through it, I think it's selfish. And actual Holocaust survivors have said it. This one grandson of this Holocaust survivor, his grandfather passed. He didn't have glad my grandfather passed before what's happening now because he was my grandfather said if the world knew and there was access to information that you have now, that would never have occurred. A lot of the Holocaust survivors, that were even born in that time period, they're all against it. They're against it, 100%. They're not for what's happening in Palestine and what Israel's doing by any means. You see so many statements from family members and from themselves. It's just the others that made that. So many of them were atheists, actually.
But here's, you know what the irony I find? Is all these countries that are booty clapping for the Zionists right now are those very countries that looked the other way when the Holocaust occurred.
Biggest
That's what I
one,
find funny.
United States of freaking America. You know,
They
IBM,
were
Coca-Cola.
pushing them away.
Ooh, I
They were
know.
looking the other way. They were appeasing Hitler.
Oh, I know.
But now they have the audacity to point fingers.
Absolutely fucking good, yeah.
Oh yeah, I know. It's crazy because even those corporations and the whole the
Yeah, all
healthcare
these
system,
corporations were
IBM,
funding him. They were helping him.
Coca-Cola. Remember they said Fanta was the drink of the Nazis? That was
Yeah.
made by Coca-Cola. Oh,
Yeah.
they these corporations
They came up with it for the
I know. I know. It's
insanity.
insanity. IBM to have built a system that tracks everyone would get frantic with the numbers. Horrific. Data system. You knew exactly what you were doing. It's just a populace didn't know.
But these Europeans are pushing like guilt onto the Palestinians.
Yeah, but the Palestinians don't do anything.
Of course they didn't. No, it's got nothing to do with the Palestinians.
Take your. But the thing is, Trevor, another big thing is that the designers say is that, oh, look at us, we were so peaceful after what Hitler did. We didn't try to get revenge. Lies. Right after there was a group, I'll put the name of the chat, I have my notes, that had a plan to poison the water of Berlin and a few other cities in Germany to get back 6 billion to exact revenge. Okay, that was literally a plan that was foiled. That was right after World War II. And then this person ended up going to Israel, got a prominent position, and he was honored and given some sort of award. Okay, so yes, there was another plan B that was in place as well, something to do with the bread, poisoning the bread to kind of exact revenge. 6 million Jews were killed. Let's go and kill 6 million Germans. That was in place. So we can't say that they didn't try. They did.
Yep. Apparently, I think, let me see what we have. We have even news. Gaza State now speak opposite to aid side as propaganda stunt. Gazans condemned US University Whitcomb visit to aid centers as a propaganda stunt, demanding the state's starvation and destruction caused by Israel. Palestinian community, tribal and civil society leaders in Gaza have strongly condemned the visit of U.S. envoy Steve Whitcomb to American-run aid distribution sites, calling them death traps, and demanding he witness the whole humanitarian catastrophe caused by Israel's blockade and military assault. Yep, so Slovenia is the first EU state to ban arms trade with Israel. Alright. Alana Hadid of Why Palestine is her life's cause. She's a Palestinian. By the way, Alana Hadid was on this app a long time ago. I've spoken to her I think once or twice before. Let's see. Alright, so she writes as witness, okay. The model, human rights activist, podcaster, soon to be author, and creative director for Watermelon Ventures, has long been using her platform to call for free Palestine. Okay.
story was one of the famous stories, by the way. How they got kicked out of their own homes, out of their own home.
The daughters of Muhammad Hadid?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a famous story.
I don't think I know that one.
I'll tell you the story. Um, yeah, but her story was actually so in 19, what was it? I think 48. Um, her grandmother was pregnant with her father, right? And suddenly her water broke, so she went to the hospital to give birth to her father, Lana Hani's father. And when they came back, the people that they were, keeping them in their home, like, because these were like Jews that, they came in through Ukraine, wherever, so they took them in and they gave them refuge, whatever, clothed them, fed them, whatever. When they came back after the delivery of the baby, they weren't even allowed back into their homes. Like, yeah, the Jews, right? They actually took over the house and they didn't let them in, didn't even give them a towel or something for the child, so they had to flee. I think they went to, I don't know, Jordan or Egypt or somewhere, and then they became refugees, and then from refugees, and then they migrated, I think, to America or something, and they became very successful. I mean, Bella Hadid, she's a celebrity. Alana Hadid is one as well.
Well, Muhammad Hadid, I think his grandfather was actually quite successful in Palestine at that time before he was taken. Their father's very successful. Muhammad Hadid.
Yeah.
I definitely know the last name.
Anyways, does anybody want to come up?
the same way that I'm for removed. So like again, my argument is,
How about this?
hey
How about
man,
this?
hey man, my people are 300 years away from the person that probably lived in like
Okay, but
the
Ashkenazi have a portion.
thousands of years
Oh my
away
God.
from the motherfuckers that lived in Israel.
I
Yeah,
get it.
you kind of just show off, Jimmy, because it's not like that how the dynamic works. But Israel, the government of Israel, the institution, let's say, of Israel, and every single Jew can claim the nationality or the land or whatever. I mean, they have something called Aliyah that they do.
I want to make my full argument though. My full argument is Israel fought and they won. That was fair game. That's actually my true argument, right? I'm not.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I
I think it's just Mike is right.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
United States, California used to be Mexico.
Look, half of what I'm doing is trolling. Like I do believe that. Okay, after the war, after the two wars, alright, fine. You fucking won the fight. That's the same way America did it. You know, we fucking won our fight. We took the shit. That's fair. I don't like having to pretend that that wasn't the case. That Israel isn't like America or any other country that sort of formed up. That you do have to, you know, kill a lot of the natives. Like that's the part of I guess this discussion that annoys me. But I do believe Israel has the right to
Jimmy.
and even the bill was.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
So that's my argument.
Because it is, Mike makes right. Because you've got a lot of people like the Kurds, or I don't even know how many nationalities. You know, there's the Chinese. I don't know how to say anything. There's a lot of ethnic groups that would like to be, you know, independent, but it's just there is no justice, so to speak, in that sense. It's just who's the strongest and rewrites history. And I can have a lot of empathy for the people that get the shaft for that, but that's just the way the world seems to work.
But Jimmy, if you look at the Sephardic Jews and well, Marty probably knows more about this, but it's my understanding that Ashkenazi and Sephardic they were in Europe together. And if you were to look at the European contribution of their DNA, it's largely more similar to what you would see in modern day Italy. Now then they split off, and then one stays in Central or goes into Central and Eastern Europe. The other goes, you know, out like primarily to Spain and North Africa. Some go to, you know, they go to the Netherlands, but they're
It's really
they're
not that
highly related.
It's really not that complicated. I live in America. Israelis live in Israel. Jews in Europe. We're still Jews. It really doesn't change.
All that
Today,
is fine.
it doesn't change.
Marty, I was just trolling. Look, all
I actually have a question for Marty if he's
all
free.
of that
Country moves to a different country.
all of that is fine. Look, all of that is fine. I don't find that as a solid. Look,
Jimmy, can I ask one question?
Okay, go ahead.
Marty, is a Jew a religion, an ethnicity? What is it?
It's an ethno religion. It's both.
It's both. So you can be a Jew without being religious?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a nation of people. We are a nation of people. We are
Basically, just think back in the day, they were a nation, and they had a specific belief that they shared amongst that nation.
No, it's a nation of people, and we have a religion. Okay, so the religion is of our people, but as a nation, not just the religion is our like we have like shared language, we have shared holidays, shared culture, whatever. So it's like an ethnicity within its religion. Can I just say one thing? I find that and correct me if I'm wrong, I find it very difficult for Israelis to accept that, hey man, you've got to be the bad guy in the same way that American settlers were the bad guy. That's the process of creating a nation. No, I tell you why it's different. There was only one sovereign nation on this land, which is us. The land, even during the British Mandate, was called the land of Israel. It's our heritage. We came back. That's a talking point. What is this? No, it's only. Which one? What do you mean talking point? Those are just buzzwords. No, but they were people. I didn't say anything about it. I'm saying that. Where'd they go? I didn't say they didn't go anywhere. I don't know if you know
put dunes, we dried swamps, we created new cities, new towns, new villages, and side by side. And this is why at the end when they did the partition plan, they said, okay, all the Jewish settlements will be given to the Jewish state, but all the Arab settlements will be given to the Arabs. Tel Aviv is next. It's not takeover. We came. Listen, I'm sure you don't like it, but you cannot compare it. You cannot compare it to like the Americans and say evil. It's not evil. You know the Judea and Samaria.
I'm not saying that it's evil, but like in the same way that the Americans, traded the land for feeds to the Indians that were living in tents. They also.
But it's not the same. But it's not the same because we did the opposite.
To say that it was a swamp and dunes implies that nobody was there, but there were people there. They might have been there.
Again, guys, again, I didn't say that all of it. And again, there were people living there, also Jews that were living there, but a lot of it was with cholera and swamps and places that were uninhabitable and dunes. I didn't say that all of it was like this, but yes, we cultivated the land. And hold on. And we didn't buy it with beans. We actually bought land in triple the price from Arab landowners that were absentees, that were not living on the land. No. Hold on one second. Let me just, because I just wanted to throw this. 6%, you are comparing privately owned to the entire land. But the rest of the land was not owned by anyone else. It was owned by the British or the church or by the state. Like the Negev desert, that is like, I don't know, a third of Israel, which is it. It's part of your calculation. But you didn't own it, no one owned it.
A lot of it was purchased, yes.
From who?
By the way, I posted 2 links in the chat. This is how the conversation was originally. So if you look, the Times of Israel, so it says what Huckabee was mad about, and then it goes into the recent things in, I forget it's Yahweh, I can't pronounce it, fucking town name, but yeah, that's, as far as what's actually happened recently with Christians, that's it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Lisa, shush.
The argument that the old man it sort of confirms my analogy here is there were a couple of transactions which happened in America as well. They gave a couple of these Native American seashells or some whatever bullshit or whatever they gave. We had a couple of treaties on landscape. We ended up breaking those treaties, which I believe also happened because this was all recorded. We would have been connected in this room about that the Arabs that had Jewish people take their homes. And look, all of that, I don't even say I'm against it. I'll never say I'm against it because motherfuckers won the fight. We won the fight, fair game. All right? Because there was a fight. It was a war. That's what the war was about. It was all peaceful, and the counterparty agreed with the deal. There would have been no war.
No, actually, so I think that they are wrong. So first of all, the difference between the United States and what happened here, I don't know if you noticed the word absentees that I said, but I meant by it that the landlord owners didn't actually live on the land. They were living in different countries, they just owned the land, so we need to buy it for them. And not for, I don't know what you used for comparison, not for beans and whatever, but for triple the price. And the war, Tel Aviv was created in 1908. The war started in 1948, a day after Israel declared after the notification plan of we declared independence on our land, and offered all the Arabs in the land inside to be equal right participants in our land, and all the neighboring Arabs to cooperate with us. And their response is like, no, we prefer to drive you to the sea. That is what the war is about. What is your problem?
When you said these guys were offering equal rights, how could a goy ever have equal rights?
What do you mean? How? I don't know if you understand. First of all, how do you mean how? In Israel, everyone has equal rights. Yes. Jimmy, are you listening to words that are coming out of my mouth? In Israel, there is equal rights for everyone.
if you're a Muslim, if you're Christian, if you're Jewish, if you're atheist, if you're religious, if you're black, if you're white, if you're Chinese, okay? Equal right for everyone. So I'm trying to understand what's in your mind about Israel that you ask such a weird question. Using also the word goy that you don't really understand what it is.
In fact, they have all rights because the Arab Muslims are not required to join the IDF because it's understood that they would be going against their own interests. And so, but Jews have to join the IDF. It's mandatory.
Not religious.
It's all
It's so much worse than that. So not the religious one. Israel has the biggest DEI in college. But you know how hard it is for a Jew to get into the Israeli colleges? They don't welcome Arab from the West Bank and educate them. Get them the
But yeah,
education.
because they're intelligent.
Arab
It's
Muslims
the most
Arab
DEI
Muslims can run for office. In fact, they are in office. They can get access to the exact same education. It's everything. It's equal opportunity.
So I'm interested in Jimmy.
Doctors are Arabs. 40%
So Jim,
Israeli pharmacists are Arabs.
Because they're brilliant, they're intelligent.
hold on. Guy. Before we deflect and ACS, they're getting all the opportunities, so they can also be supreme judges. But I'm still trying to understand Jimmy because he asked, how could a goy have equal rights in Israel? And now, after you heard all this, even Ace, no, she didn't say that it doesn't happen. Yes, they are participating. Well, I'm trying to understand how did you get such a twisted view of what Israel is? Like, where are you getting your information? You asked the question, how can a goy get equal rights citizen in Israel?
Well, because you guys said something about to be Jewish, you're both religious and ethnically Jewish, right? So religious also plays a part in this, right?
No. Hold on. A dog is a type of an animal. It doesn't mean that every animal is a dog, okay? It doesn't go both ways. You can be Jewish and not religion, okay? But you can be also both.
All right, cool. So Israel is a secular state. Goys have equal rights.
That's what I don't think.
It's a secular state.
They have secular laws.
No, Israel separates church and state. That's the only way.
So it's a secular state. But America
It separates it. It has
Yeah, the church is separate from the state. Yes, it's a secular country.
Let me tell you.
Israel, now this is Israel, there's a lot of guys that are Zionists say that they're going back to. Are they referring to a secular state or the religious state of Israel in the Bible?
It's the same thing. Secular religion in Israel.
Wow. Israel of the Bible is a secular state.
No, it's a place, okay? Israel is a place. It's a geographic place that all. Jimmy, can you listen to me? So all the places. Jimmy, listening with your ears. So all the places that are mentioned in the Bible, okay, I could go to, okay? I can now go out, go down, and walk to. If it's Bethlehem, or if it's Jerusalem, or if it's like Mount Zion, or whatever, okay? This is the Holy Land. It's called the Holy Land. Now, on the Holy Land, you could be religious. You could be Jewish religious. You could also be Christian religious. You can also be Muslim religious, okay? There's not like one way to be in Israel. It's just the Holy Land. So many people see it as holy, and you can be whatever you want. And as an Israeli citizen, you get equal rights. Israel is a Jewish state. It means, for example, just so you understand, it means that our day off is Saturday. For you guys, I don't know, in many Western countries, it's Sunday. For us, the holidays are Jewish holidays. For us, the language is Hebrew. That is what makes it a Jewish state, and that it's a safe haven for Jews to come.
Well,
I hope this clears it for you.
Right? This is the thing, because I'm trying to get you, and I want to make sure that you guys understand that I believe that the state of Israel must exist. It must exist, right? Because they fought the war, fair game. That's my argument. What I don't buy into is the bullshit arguments that keep being said, like, oh, thousands of years, this is the Holy Land, can't be a secular state. This is nonsense. This is a very different issue. It was in the Bible. They keep showing us the Bible to say we were always here. But I feel like the rest of us with the brain are being gaslit. Again.
Have you been to Israel, Jimmy?
Can we ask a question real
guys and like, we should like start doing
Absolutely not. I would much rather.
Okay, God bless you. God bless you for saying that.
Jewish people are way better counterparties to deal with. They're way more advanced culturally. I do not want these retarded Mongolian kind of people to have control over that territory. So
Yeah, God bless you.
terrible.
Although
I'm not
Asian,
stupid.
Now,
I'm not.
Asian kind of Mongol. I will
so
admit, Asian kind of.
kick you.
No, don't
So
do that.
what Jimmy, okay. So what Jimmy was saying before, I think that you were right, Jimmy, and I think that a lot of people complain that too. The Bible story, plus the current political stance, and so it becomes very difficult to just like make an argument, a political argument, when they're trying to inject religion in there. But there is kind of like a component when the Palestinian supporters start bringing their religions and their prophecy into conversation, then you have to go back to that part of the conversation. But I agree with you that in the biblical sense, there is no state. It's just a nation with some land, but it doesn't have like a legal, let's say,
Yeah, they're.
No, that's no, Isa, no, that's not true. We had sovereignty, and just
yeah,
one sentence.
sovereignty, but not as a country in the old
As a state in the old sense, actually. But just one sentence. When we talk about the Bible, I'm not a religious person, but it's still a historical text. So like we don't need to like many stories there, but they do mention like places, and we can actually see those places. So we don't need to treat it like it's a religion, either you believe it or not. It's historical. You can. It's not all fantasy. I mean, you can actually see those places. We can actually found archaeological evidence. Like it's factual also. It's not just like a belief system.
But this is the issue with that, right? Because a lot of the arguments that I hear that I come across is, well, this is Israel because this has always been Israel, it's always been on this land. But I keep on telling them that this is Israel by name. This is not the Israel that was here historically. There is no gay pride parade in the Israel of the Bible. Could be. Goys are not equal. This is a whole different country. And I keep saying that because this country is new. It's brand new country. It's a secular state. It's a secular state.
And what was when it was a kingdom? Do you think it was like a religious, like we understand religion today? No, it wasn't. And it's the same people. It's the same land. I'm not sure why you. Yeah, obviously, yes. 2,000, more than like I don't know, 3,000 years passed. So things changed. They didn't have also cars and street lights and internet and stores. They didn't have anything we have today. Not just gay pride parade. Yes, things, but it's the same people. It's the same land, speaking the same language.
So you really have to understand Judaism to really understand how it can be both. Judaism is one. It's not. It's really not about how. It's not really being perfect. There's no such thing as being perfect or even leading the Jews of thousands of years ago. That's not actually how it works. But it and the idea of yeah, you could be in a normal sense it is a democracy. It is moderate day, what we would consider not religious, but at the same time, if you want to go anywhere in the world to be a Jew and to learn and to inspire yourself into your Judaism, it's Israel because that's why there's birthright trips where they send Jews to go there because every time you're actually there, you feel something and that really ignites what thousands of years your people were going through. And that's the reason why it's hard for people who aren't Jewish or maybe just know Jews as a friend doesn't actually have hard conversations with them. Because in reality, any Jew would tell you today, you go to Israel, you still feel Jewish, even if though there's a gay parade, which okay, it's in Tel Aviv, but it's okay. It's not the end of the world. We're not gonna start murdering people for that, and that's what you think it should be happening. And yes, you're right. That's not what we do. But at the same time, you still feel Judaism. There's nothing kosher McDonald's. There's not even one kosher McDonald's in America, but there's kosher McDonald's in Israel. And just to show you how you can still have the best of both worlds.
Bro, McDonald's is Jewish owned, regardless of kosher or not.
That's not true. McDonald's not Jewish.
shit ton of things, a lot of non-COVID things too.
Why did they boycott Israel why did they boycott Israel until like the late 90s? If they are Jewish, why did they boycott Israel?
That's the psyop, Daniel. Come on.
No, the Palestinians crying about shit.
Yeah, Coach McDonald's, Israel giving food to soldiers, so Palestinians went crazy.
Well, you guys promote halal meat.
Franchise. McDonald's is a franchise. People make decisions, and each individual McDonald's they have the
You
right.
guys own most of the fast food around the world, and you guys promote halal
Which
meat.
one? Which one? What are you talking about? Which one?
You own KFC too. You own all of them. What are you talking about? Facts. Facts. I'm talking about facts.
Wait, is this an argument against anything? I don't get it.
No, it's not.
Jews own fast food.
I'm saying
So then why are you bringing that up?
No. We were talking about Israel and the current the issue and who owns the land, and you cannot just go back to a land because I don't know you're ethnically from there and claim it. It's because you earn it.
Can I have the floor?
Well, yeah, that's true for all every modern day theory of property rights.
Okay, so I just did your facts. Yum is the owner of KFC and other brands as well.
Oh.
And yeah, well, Yum is a publicly traded company, doesn't have a
Oh.
single owner.
Oh.
You mean by stock?
Oh.
You own every stock.
Oh.
That's why you own fucking.
So you guys don't own BlackRock? You guys don't own BlackRock? Is that a lie? Is that a...
You guys, when do I get my share? When do I get my share that you guys?
Look, when someone is giving you a positive recommendation, why do you treat it like a...
What do you mean you? What do you mean you?
Isa, may I have the floor?
Yeah, go ahead, Keegan.
It's a publicly traded company. No single person or entity owns
Let's
it.
already finish.
That's all it is. That's the answer. Nobody owns it.
Okay. Great. Yeah, this is great. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the topic. Thank you, Daniel, for giving me this.
You are talking about Jewish ownership of companies.
Excuse me. I was given the floor. Thank you. Do I believe that there is persecution of Christians in Israel? I do, but do I think that's the extent of them in Islamic countries? No, not at all. They have the freedom of religion still in Israel, which is a good thing. But was once Bethlehem, right, a Christian majority city? Yes. Do they now make up like 10% of the population of Bethlehem? Yes. And that's because of the ongoing insecurities that they feel, pressured by the social norms of that region. So when we look at both the clergy of the Catholic Church have stated, and the Orthodox Church to Muslim and Bethlehem under Orthodox Judaism is willing to spit at you, willing to deface your churches. This has happened multiple times the last few years. The Catholic Church issued in 2022. I'm putting me spinning it out. I'm saying multiple things at once. In 2022, the Catholic Church stated that they would advise you not to travel to Israel if you are not a established evangelical there. And the holy cities. So those are things I would say. Whether again, persecution is pretty hefty word. But when I say that, do they face scrutiny in Israel? Especially if we want to compare it to Jews coming to the West. Jews coming to the West don't experience the same scrutiny.
Keegan, to be fair, let's be fair about this. Do you have any Israeli homies?
No, I don't have any Israeli homies, but do I know people who went to Israel as Christians and got spat on?
The great majority of Israeli homies, just like anybody else, come in because I went to college with a bunch of them, straight from the IDF, they finished IDF from the university with me, and they just party, bro. They don't care. They're not religious. They just party, hooked up with
Orthodox. I didn't say Israelis. I said Orthodox Jews.
Even the Orthodox guys are not that crazy. We're talking about
The Orthodox don't party and do drugs and shit like other Jews in America.
I love my Israeli friends. They always work. All of them. So, like, for example, in high school, these guys were all smoking weed, especially the boys. Smoking weed, their father had businesses in the garment industry, they would go off, and they would just chill. Because you have wide ranges, right? I believe the guys that do the spitting, or, they lean more conservative. Very, very conservative, and those are the guys that are closest to the religious sites. But I don't think they're representative of everybody else because a lot of other Jews don't like those guys either.
Well, Jimmy, here's my question for you. Do you think that Christians, Catholics, are they going to Israel to visit Tel Aviv and to visit Israel, or are they going to the Holy, or are they going to the Holy Land mostly? But
Because those are where the girls are at.
I'm asking you, what most Christians who are going to Israel, they're going to the Holy Land. They're experiencing a
They don't know one or the other. They want to do both.
Guys, every Christian I know, and I know why, even people in my own family who went to Israel, they all go to Jerusalem and Bethlehem. They don't go to Tel Aviv and party.
Yeah, imagine going to Florida and going to Fort Lauderdale. Bro, go to Miami, Playboy. You know what I mean?
Well, not everyone, Jimmy. Not everyone does drugs and drink. I don't do drugs and drink.
They do it for a vegan, but they do it for a good time. They do it for.
But again, these are Christians, guys. You're acting like you're saying Christians are going to go do cocaine and Tel Aviv. Like, what are we talking about?
No one said cocaine. No one said cocaine. Right?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you guys are talking about. I'm saying that you guys are really misrepresenting. You're misrepresenting what Christians are doing when they go to Israel. They're going to the Holy Land. They're going to the holy places.
Jimmy, you're not listening to him. He's talking about evangelical Christians who go there to evangelical. Okay, yeah, but these are entirely different from just somebody like myself who just, I guess, I'm technically Christian.
Christians that go there, and they always include at least 1 or 2 nights in Tel Aviv in their itinerary. There's always 1 or 2 nights in Tel Aviv in their travel plan. That's a fact, and I can tell you.
Don't know where people are going, how long they're staying.
No, I know these people.
You don't know these people. You don't know millions of people and their travel plans. It's one of the dumbest things. I've been respectful and enjoyed conversation this morning, but that's just an unintelligent thing to say.
I missed what he said that happens in Tel Aviv.
It's not what's happening there. It's that he's trying to quantify where people are traveling to, that as if he knows where everyone's going.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Where do you think people are people flying straight to Jerusalem? No, they're flying to Tel Aviv.
Tel Aviv doesn't have an airport, dude.
That's my whole point.
Some flies to Tel Aviv.
That's my whole goddamn point is people fly to Tel Aviv and they fly out.
Can we not use the Lord's name in vain while we're talking about the Lord's people?
We don't have we don't have an airport in Tel Aviv.
You do have an airport near Tel Aviv.
It's in okay. It's called TLV. Basically, it's the only airport that we have in Israel. It's like we have number one, but it's like 40 to an hour drive to Tel Aviv.
Shall we open an airport in Gaza?
Well, yeah, but my conclusion, again, is that there is not really persecution where there's life-threatening events going on for Christians in Israel. But do Jews treat Christians nice in Israel? Not usually. And again, Orthodox Jews. And again, these are the people who are in the holy cities. And then the final statement again is that Europeans treat Jews better than Jews.
What do you mean that Christians are like not treated nicely in Israel? Like, how do you think that? Like, I'm just trying to understand. Let's say Lisa walks on the street. Like, do I know that she's Christian? Does she need to tell me that she's like?
Hang on.
Like, how would I know?
Hang on. Let's just not skip over this. This kid, your profile says WWJD, and you're saying you're anti-Semitic. That's insane. Let's start there.
Let's not be a Karen and chastise him.
Who said that?
Pepe did.
Okay, I don't know who Pepe is, so that's fine.
Well, we don't know who Shelly is.
If I don't even know who you are talking, it's fine. Yeah, I just hope you can appreciate that that's an unintelligent thing to say, and that you will be accountable for it. So I'm just here for that humble reminder.
Daniel, you would know that I'm a Christian because I always carry a cross on my neck.
Yeah, but they need to really look at your way.
Gaslighting Jews that you're telling us Jews in the Western countries are living like you're telling me that okay, you want to say that churches in Israel were vandalized? No, Jews. I have a house of worship, so I had these security guards in America, in Europe, and all around the world. So the idea to really have that phrase in Jews in the West are treated better than Jewish Christians in Israel is false because if you're compared to the exact same level, right? And at this point, there's no reason to be arguing because there's actually Christians in Congo that are being killed today, and I'm here to hear the room about it.
Martin.
And Martin, there's also security in Jewish schools and kindergarten.
I pay $8,000 a year for that. I know.
I agree you cannot say that because some Jews treat Christians badly or vandalize shit or attack people. That doesn't mean that all Jews do that or that all Israel does that. But now the question here, just like in the West, right? Just because there are some people like Keegan, that hate the Jews, you cannot, and he claims to be a very Christian. That doesn't mean that all Christians. That doesn't mean that. Hold on, Kim. That doesn't mean that all Christians hate the Jews, right? But now the important question is here is what is the country doing to prevent vandalism or to prevent people being aggressive or violent on other people just because of their religion? It's like okay, in the US or in the West, we have a lot of laws that protect Jews from anti-Semitism when it's aggressive or whatever. We have freedom of speech, but you don't have the right to go and attack a Jew or prevent them from having agency or going to the synagogue or whatever. Now, what is Israel doing in regards to this? And I think that's what Jimmy was talking about before. That Huckabee wrote a letter to the White House or something. I need to Google it and read the articles that Pepe kindly put in the chat. But apparently there is not enough being done right now for those few Jews that are being aggressive towards the Christians, and that's the important thing. We know that there is hatred and people have the right to hate whoever they want, but you don't have the right to act on it.
But Isa, you were talking about what the United States is doing in UK. They're doing laws. Yes, we have laws that you shouldn't attack people, but laws don't protect. And you need to act more forcibly if there's an issue. Is there an issue here that those people are being attacked so much, or just the same video that we see for years? Hold on. And what Huckabee wrote was about how they're getting visas. It's not like I don't know, people attacking people, that they said that they're doing too much investigation in the visa process and it takes too long for evangelistic groups. That was what.
That's why I said.
How can we get look at the second link I showed though, because it did show some of the particularly destruction and vandalism of Christian villages, and Mike Huckabee ended up having a very sharp words to say towards Israel, where he demanded not that they just condemn it, but that they actually pursue charges probably similar to our hate crime charges. We would not tolerate people desecrating a synagogue here without it being considered serious. So he wants the same to be done to people who target Christians.
I would have to understand a little bit better the context, but you can also need to take into consideration the situation under which Israel is right now, right? I mean, there's a fucking war
would say you cannot compare like Jewish discrimination against Christians in Israel to like the Muslim discrimination towards Christians. There's no comparison. You know, Muslims like they will rape, abduct women, behead them, gang rape them, make the Christian women sex slaves. Right?
Jesus Christ.
Jewish people do none of this. Jewish people like they're just
Destroy your home,
hold on,
burn it down,
hello, Jimmy.
I'm not raping. I'm not raping.
Can I finish my sentence?
Yeah, just a crusade.
Hey, Jim,
Just a crusade.
can I finish my sentence?
Crusades are justified.
Can I finish my sentence? So what Jewish people will do, right? They will spit on the Christians, right? They will spit on, especially the evangelical variety of. Yeah, they will spit on them, right? They will.
No, they will not spit on them. They will spit on the floor when they see one, which I believe is nasty, but still they call them. So just say it correctly, Summer.
I am saying, and if you can shut your fucking mouth while I'm speaking.
Jesus Christ, Summer, control yourself.
Whoa. Easy now, Tiger.
Your fucking microphone while I'm speaking, Aziz.
No, but you don't need to. It's actually a Jewish microphone. It's just a Muslim using it. Aziz wouldn't interrupt, but you don't need to select the mouth like.
Okay. Thank you, Aziz, for muting your mic.
Make your way.
Both of you are gonna keep getting kicked out.
No, Isa. No,
Okay, then control yourself. Don't be a woman.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that you cannot compare the levels of persecution between, of course, I'm just summarizing. So, you know, what Muslims do towards Christians, right? They literally like gang rape, like what Aziz's cousins and stuff do. They literally.
Your mother to be.
Yeah, look, your mother's a whore.
If you got 1.3,000 W100.
Mother is the cheapest one in the brothel, motherfucker.
She's got my soul.
You're Muslim?
None of these arguments. Either shut the fuck up or you're going down.
Give me a question.
Yes, please, Martin.
Jimmy, so let me give you an example since I think we live in the same area. When pro-Palestinians came and marched outside of this Jewish synagogue in America, in New York, how many hours of jail did the people that was causing violence? How many hours were they sitting in jail? Are they still in jail? Or they were released 5 to 20 minutes after being hooked? They're but most of them were let go, told to leave, and then some people just put on some fingerprints an hour and a half.
Legal assembly, yeah. Legal assembly.
How it's legal to protest outside of a synagogue?
Yes. It's called a
Yeah,
Why would it not? Why would it not be legal? What the hell? What the?
Are you a communist, Martin?
So you justify what's happening. It's called illegal assembly.
We justify freedom. Yes, we absolutely justify freedom. What the fuck?
You're criticizing Israel for the same standards you think.
What are you talking about?
All these some people. Outside of church. Everybody's mad.
Marty, you can protest outside of church.
Yes, but the Christians. Okay, first of all, let's not act like this spitting on the ground in front of Christians is a big fucking deal. Like it's not. It's not even what.
You know, there's a story from 20.
Everybody shut up.
Hello?
Go ahead. Finish your sentence, for fuck's sake.
What about Keegan?
Were you born in America?
What Keegan said.
respect, people who don't respect
You
private
have
property.
the right. You
Imagine
have the
building,
right.
imagine Muslims
You
building a
have the
state
right.
without no respect.
You have the right to not respect it, but we will be punished by it.
Right, but the state
You
is
cannot
built by
vandalize or these. You cannot
Just
destroy
shut up.
someone else's
No,
property.
Aziz, it's precisely because the state respects private property that you have the citizens flourishing at the rates that they do.
Right, but you're forgetting the inception.
If you look at
ignoring
states,
the inception. Sorry, you're
the inception.
Yeah,
The inception, there was no private property.
It doesn't
No, but this is a good point. That what private property was there for what state at the inception?
Okay, so people there were children.
Wait, Prometheus, why are you talking? Why are you talking?
Nearly 50% of the countries, that exist today are younger than Israel. So
That's not an argument.
Well, so what that means, are they illegitimate? If anybody lived there before, they just weren't states, you have to respect their land ownership.
You mean the Balkans?
Well, how do you have land ownership if there's no state to recognize?
Simon, can you lower the microphone volume?
Oh, now it's lower.
We just don't have to respect land ownership.
No, there's no land owners. If you have, and we're not going to get into this now because it's not the topic, but we can have a discussion on this. But your theory of private property is just incorrect.
So is a sovereign state the primary tenant that suggests that you own or don't own a piece of land?
Yes.
Sovereign state.
That is what a state does.
Right. So then.
That is what a state does.
So then.
100-year lease, you don't own the land. You lease the land.
Right. So
That's also wrong. That's also philosophical.
No, Mark, you just get some countries.
Oh, but it is. Those 3,000.
Yeah, well, Canada's not like that.
Canada uses the land, they're on the land.
Yeah, in America.
Oh yeah, I'm Canadian. Trust me. The vast majority of land is owned
By the crown, right?
by the crown. But well, hold on. The areas where the cities actually are actually owned by private citizens. So if you look at the map of Canada, it is massive. Okay, but all along the border, the American border, is all private property. That is not owned by the crown.
Yeah, but you also
we're all the largest cities.
In the UK, the vast majority is owned by the crown, and you just lease it for 100
Yeah,
years or
3,000
something like that, and then you have to renew the lease and so on. But there is still land that is ownership.
Which is another reason why Canada is fucking stupid. But yeah, I mean
it's different. Like, yo, you hit a rock in New Zealand, you could be hitting something with thousands of years. So there's more, like, we can't have people be like, oh, I own this now, so with $10 billion item just because I was
No, you can't. They kind of did in 1948.
What does that mean?
in 1948, they just established a state to recognize that.
There was always historical context, but in 1948, with European secular.
It's not Europeans.
I mean, Google sites.
Started in
European secular.
They were jerking off.
By definition.
Europeans to be nice enough until the Mizrahis came.
Well, something's not true because it's by definition.
Well, by definition, Zionism is a European secular
It's because of the Egyptian, because that's when people actually came up and started to fight the British. It's the Egyptians that in 1943, they're like, you know what, that's it. We're not gonna sit idle. We're gonna go back into our homeland. That's what really kick-started what we see today.
Right, but this is
The Ashkenazi Jews that you guys give them so much credit, actually we're just jerking them off doing absolutely nothing from 1922 to 1948 until the Mizrahi Jews actually started making.
What about the bombing of King David Hotel that was done by the former Prime Minister of Israel? Oh, okay, yeah. They just they killed over 70. Didn't they kill 70 civilians during the bomb?
What about the 40?
It was Israeli civilians. What are you talking about? You haven't done any studies on this.
What about the 44,000 terrorist attacks committed by Islam since 9/11? 44,000.
What do you have to take for yourself?
You don't seem to have 44,000
terrorist attacks in these.
The year of
a foreign land. It was given to them. The British were the British.
Okay, so
It was given to them.
agree that, but at that point it wasn't. At that point, it was
I
actually
just
given
want
to
to
the
ask the
Jews.
Allah worshiper. He committed 44,000 terrorist attacks. Does he?
No, 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 no. Hold on. Don't. I mean, I'm not a fan of Islam.
I mean,
But it was not.
use
It
the
was not.
hate
It
to
was not the Muslims. It was the Islamists, which is different. The
You
Islamists
don't
are
have a
pushing
problem with
for Islamic State,
this is their
colonialism, and all of that. So yeah, it's Islamic.
You don't mind Islamists.
You don't actually, one second, you don't actually mind people being led by religious doctrine. I mean, half of Congress is trying to fulfill some messianic beliefs, you know. And you don't mind that. You don't mind that. You don't mind terrorists. You don't mind Jelani until he became the bad guy. You don't mind, you don't mind Hamas until they.
Correct. We don't mind about normal people until they become bad guys.
You don't need the bad guys to do the bad things.
You wanna see a free Palestine?
I want to see a lot. I want to see free everything.
No, but you can't see a free Palestine.
Okay, alright.
Well, Britain doesn't agree.
Aziz,
He is the front.
I was speaking to somebody who was, Palestinian descent. My family comes from Haiti. I was born in America, but my family comes from Haiti. And Haitians were sort of in the same position Palestinians were a long time ago, and they won. But I explained to him, I don't want to see a free Palestine because at the end of the day, Haiti is the result of a free Palestine. You don't have anybody that's going to run your education system. You don't have anybody that's going to make sure your health care is good. You don't have anything. You have enough to be violent, and they continue to be violent. But when it's all said and done, you're not going to be able to build this country because everybody thinks it was worth anything already left.
Well, you know what it
fucking
is?
left.
Maybe
That's
they
what
will.
so a free Palestine is just going to lead to more dead Palestinians. It's going to be a warring state, just like how
Well, Jimmy, maybe they won't have a Chick-fil-A, right? But if the people just don't want to be starved and bombed to death, who am I to say they're wrong? Who am I?
Exactly.
Maybe the Palestinian dollar isn't that
If
strong.
you don't want to
Aziz, let's talk about this.
you should not start
But who am I?
war.
No, but you got so Aziz, if you care about the Islamic people, I've never heard you talking about. Let's talk about Yemen for a second. How do we help
Terrible.
the poor Yemenis?
Children. Absolutely terrible. I'm not.
What do we do? No, what do we do with it? Forget about it. I understand. What do we do with this? What do we do with this? I actually think.
What we need to do is we need to trace back. There's typically a paper trail with these things. There's a money trail.
So you're on it, right?
Yeah.
Which organization is on it? So tell me, which organization is now working on helping those poor Yemenis that are dying for like children that are actually dying? Many of the images that you see from Gaza are actually from Yemen. So how do we help them?
No, that's not true. The war machine is turning, right? And it's a shame. So we have to follow the paper trail.
What is the war?
So we're walking through children. This is the reality. Listen. Low IQ, give this a corner to shut up. So the reality is, right, we have to follow the paper trail. These wars won't stop as long as they're profitable. I mean, if you guys think there's some kind of moral understanding, that's why we do what we do around the world, then you need to wake up a little bit. This is all profiteering. Everybody benefits from this. It's just a coincidence. I can probably guess what will happen in the world.
That's America.
I can guess what will happen in the next 15 years. I can probably guess. Right?
What do you have bad to say about Iran?
Well, I'll tell you.
Qatar.
And Qatar.
So Iran, listen, I don't have an issue questioning Muslim countries. You know that, right? I think a lot of Muslims actually don't have an issue. In fact, ask the Muslims. Okay, you're
I'm talking about Muslim. I'm not Islam. I really don't.
okay. So
I'm talking about two different countries. Because in reality, they're two different functional and so and so.
right, exactly. People are dumb. They think about monoliths, right? So, I agree with this.
I know there's a lot in the Middle East that's all up to talk.
I respect you for having like you. Respect like you should go and carry on.
No, so you know what I mean is, well, it's like, what do you say about Muslim countries? Because they are the ones who are funding it and creating all this chaos for all of us.
Yeah. So I mean, when you fight a war, typically there's a red team and a blue team. Now, I think typically the narrative in these groups is that there's only a red team and we're all fighting the red team and ignoring the fact that there's a blue team. I can look at it for what it is. I can see that we're having proxy wars, but
front. We are here not by coincidence, but by design. And so for me to sit here and say, well, why are they attacking us? He said it 25 years ago why we're attacking each other. Not they are attacking, we're attacking each other, and it's by design. He mentioned it. So forgive me for just listening to the man in charge telling us what he planned to do 20 years ago. I don't blame the Jews. I blame him. No, I think he's hijacked. Yeah, maybe. I think he's hijacked. He hijacked
2025 said I'm gonna build a new. They woke up 30 years ago, 40 years ago when they took over.
Right, and he's been saying that they have the new.
No,
right, is the news real? Is the news real?
It's destroyed now. But why did it take? How long it actually takes to build a nuke? Like 7 to 10 years.
Well,
You know
maybe
why
it was
taking
for
20 years? Yeah, and we've been hitting it.
That's just how bad the technology is.
It's not.
Well, that's good.
They had so many hiccups from insider Mossad agents over those years that we consistently destroyed it. Like there'll be one malfunction and it'll destroy the whole system. And these are the types of things that consistently happen to the point where they're able to regroup. And now that you're like weeks away from.
So Marty, I'm not sure if you're aware, right? We've been told on numerous occasions about leaders in the Middle East having weapons of mass destruction, right? But Iran is Iran is a I'll tell you why Iran is a unique case, and I'll tell you why. Because it goes back to the first Shah. There was a Shah before the Shah, and Mossack was in between. And at that time, Britain controlled the oil of Iran. They created British petroleum. They benefited from all the oil. And when the Iranian people realized that they put the Mossack in power and they nationalized the oil and took back control of Britain, and America have never forgiven Iran for that. That is essentially the eternal tug of war that we're watching. It isn't about weapons of mass destruction. It was never about weapons of mass destruction. It was always about primacy in the region. And if you can't see that, then you need to study geopolitics a little bit more. It's not about morals. It's not about morals. Trust me. There are no morals. There's no morals.
There's no morals when Iraq shooting chemical weapons into Israel, which is a fact. And now you're taking something that happened years later where he wasn't even in power and the Israeli government actually was very against Iraq war.
Right. He's the face of the agenda. He's the current face of the agenda. It goes deeper. Again, I gave you a context much before much before the Shah.
Israelis, economic growth, and Iran.
I like this market now.
Yeah, I'm giving you a context that is much before the first Shah. Before Mossack. It goes a long way back.
Excuse me, you think you understand the Middle East because you know one event decades ago in Iran?
No, I gave
okay. That is, why is Iran enriching uranium to 60%? Only need between 5 to 10 for like nuclear energy. Why enriching to 60%?
Well, a bunch of countries are trying to do that. Israel done that. They're the ones that keep
Yeah, but Israel has not signed a proliferation treaty. Iran has.
This is the hypocrisy of the democracy.
No, it's not a hypocrisy. Holding Iran accountable. Okay, right, they signed this treaty decades ago. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Iran signed this treaty decades ago. Okay.
Israel.
The treaty.
Israel has never signed that. Israel hasn't signed it. India, Pakistan, they don't sign it. They have nuclear weapons. It's fine. We're talking about Iran. Iran has signed this proliferation treaty, which means they cannot have nuclear weapons. So why are they enriching uranium 60%? Why is it not a 5? Why is it not a 10?
Well, the mistake you made is thinking it was about the weapons. It never was.
Hey, I'm asking you a question. If you don't intend on having nuclear weapons, why are you enriching uranium to 60%?
Because obviously you don't have the answers that need to be why, but if I had to speculate, I get the impression that they need it as a bargaining chip against Israel because they constantly, try to destabilize them and have been since the first Shah was here. They've been sanctioned them for God knows how long. They won't let them function autonomously. They've been involved in them. They've been trying to destabilize them since Mossack there, since the second Shah, since IRGC. It's not about who's in control. It's not about weapons. I'm not stupid.
Okay, but we're talking about the chicken and the egg now. So why is Iran sanctioned?
Because it goes back to the legacy of Iranian oil, right?
No, Iran is not sanctioned because of its oil. Iran has not been sanctioned because of its oil. That's not true. Why is Iran sanctioned?
Iran for nationalizing their own oil.
That That's such bullcrap. Bullcrap. When did we start to sanction Iraq? When did we start to sanction Iraq? Hey, you think you're some fucking Middle East expert because you know of some fucking event like 100 years ago? Hey, Iraq is done. We're talking about Iraq.
Exactly. That's all the that's the one. What's the outcome? What's the outcome?
Isn't that the Arab narrative since 1924? Since the abolishment of the caliphate, that everything else is a British creation and should not be taken as legitimate? So why should we care about Iraq or Iran? Please explain.
No,
Because
those are completely separate.
Historical narrative for the past 100 years now.
Those are completely unrelated.
How is it that the Arabs, who are dominating the region, okay, you come to a population, and the Arab League, which is majorly responsible for everything that's happening to the Palestinians today, majorly responsible.
Right, so the Arab League speaking to Lebanon from
That's Khalid Rashidi speaking, the historian from Gaza. According to him,
the
the
Arab
Arab
League,
League
you just said
leader
Arab,
should
right?
be executed publicly.
Right, so Alfred, you just said Arab. That includes obviously Lebanon, so it has a large Christian population that's been destabilized. That includes, Syria that has a Christian. So what are you referring to? Is it a people that are a problem? It's like a people that are a problem. Are the Arabs a problem? Alpha, the Arabs a problem. Are the Arabs a problem, Alpha?
They're right there a problem.
Okay, well I'm glad you clarified.
Listen, Aziz, it's very simple. Arabs think, there's a reason why the
Arabs think they're a monolith, aren't they?
There's a reason.
Are Iraqi Arabs, Lebanese, are they the same?
Any other person in the region, there's a reason.
So Iraqi Arabs are the same as Lebanese Arabs?
There is a reason.
We
Why
haven't given a
Lebanon
good
was
one.
created.
We
Because
haven't
the
given a good
Arabs want to dominate. The Arabs want to
Right,
be
so which Arabs?
They
The
cannot
Iraqis, the
tolerate
Lebanese?
Armenia,
Which one? Which one wants
Greece,
to
Cyprus. They can't tolerate nobody.
Which Arab wants to dominate which country? Can you tell me?
Your Saudi, your Misr, your Syria, your Syrian. You want me to spell it out for you?
So is there do any
You want me to
European
go to
countries
the beaches?
do any European countries want to dominate?
What is that supposed to mean?
Well, I'm trying to see if you're fair in your
You're
assessment.
trying
You
to
seem to be very critical of Arabs.
be morally consistent.
Well, I'm trying to be consistent, Alpha. I'm asking you a question. Are any European countries looking to dominate?
No.
No, that's a lie.
Egypt,
Why is it a lie? Why is it a lie?
Egypt is trying to help Palestinians right now. They just said Ahmed, who's what do you call it? He's a Palestinian. He's very pro-Israel, and he just said that Egypt is starting to support now. Just this is new.
What
This
does it
happened.
mean support?
What
What do you mean try to support? In what way?
Because if so,
No,
this
in
is
what way?
Ahmed.
They're building a water pipe from Egypt to Gaza so they can have water.
No, here's the thing. They cannot. Here's the problem, right? Daniel and right. This is the problem, right? They cannot have a proper state if they have this terrible leadership, right? And so Egypt.
No,
This is
before you move on,
Ahmed.
Sabina,
Yeah.
what you said that they are starting to help the Palestinians.
Yeah.
What does it mean? In what way? What does it mean? Like they give them money, they open the gate to let them in, they give them food. Like what do you mean? Help?
They're trying to create a new regime. This is literally just Ahmed talking about this week, and he's very good. You know him, right? Ahmed?
No, but so Egypt wants to create the leadership and for the Palestinian people instead of the Palestinians choosing it. That's what they're.
Yeah. So this is okay. So Ahmed was on Jubilee, right? I'll post a link in the chat, right? So Ahmed was on Jubilee, and I'll just make a point here, right? The professor was Palestinian as well, who was challenging him and all of his students, right? And you know what he was saying? He was saying that you're trying to use a non-violent way, right? Which is not going to work, right? This is what he was saying, which makes no sense because the professor himself has the whole class and a lot of Americans and so on Palestinian side, and he never used force against them. They used force against Israelis. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't even make sense. If he could get his students to be, compassionate for the Palestinian cause, then why is he saying that violence is the only answer? How? There's so many countries. Whatever the because once
No,
they
it's
say, I don't
important.
know, I
It's
didn't even know
important to
anymore.
understand what is the Palestinian
No,
cause.
I really, they're not one people though.
In the region of the Middle East, since the 7th century, they believe that they are God. Simple. We are God. Everybody else is second-class citizen. Everybody.
Right, but you,
I hear you.
Right? So don't give me that. Give me one bloody book. Give me one book from
Alpha,
Give me
no
one
offense,
book. I
no
say,
offense.
give me one book that criticizes Islamic imperialism and colonialism. Give me one book.
Alpha, if you want to talk about colonialism,
You talk about imperialism and colonialism in front of me. How dare you?
Alpha, you just sound really emotional, right?
I'm sick of it.
Right, I know you sound like.
I am from that shithole.
I know it's okay.
If it was not
Be okay.
I'd bombard you.
You'll be fine.
Hydrogen bomb.
Alpha.
Oh, everyone knows they colonized. I never understood. Oh, hello.
Defending a shithole.
So Alpha,
I am also from that shithole. I agree with that.
No, but sorry, I just want to say one last thing. I just one last thing to say. Yeah, I just want to say really quick in that line. The only thing I have an issue with is I just seen what was it, amusement park, a crash in Saudi Arabia, and you have people in the comments say, oh, well, Palestinian people are suffering, so good for them. I'm like, the Gulf needs to start standing up for themselves because they do give back, and it's a lie to say that they don't ever help Palestine. This is a money laundering scheme that they've been pulling off for a long time, right? Where people just put money and money and money into it, and to say that the Gulf does not help is bullshit. That's just bullshit, and I'm glad the countries are becoming aggressive back, because to say that you cheer on little kids because of another country, ridiculous.
yeah, I just think it's disingenuous to say that. I think it's disingenuous to say that colonialism is
Give me
a
one so-called Arab state that the Palestinians have lived in and now committed a terrorist attack. Look at Kuwait, kidnapping ministers, kidnapping their wives, killing their children. Look at Egypt, bombardments. Ikhwan al-Muslim. Bro, just read the history.
Look at Jordan, look at Lebanon, look at Syria, look at all the places they've been.
There is a conscious attempt to destabilize this region. There has been a conscious attempt to destabilize this region. There has been a conscious attempt.
The oil's a gift and a curse.
I just saw a Palestinian leader who was the head of Iraq. His name is Wada something. I forget his last name. But put the link in the chat.
Which country's that?
He was born Palestinian. He was born in Ramleh or something. It's in I forget which city he was born in like the Palestinian area. But he was the head of Al Jazeera Iraq. He's like the director of Al Jazeera Iraq, and he does a lot of his media consulting for the Muslim world. But he's also a thought leader, very thought leader on the topic, and the links in the chat, the two of them. He effectively said that the Muslim world needs to think of itself as the Ummah, right? That each of the, not in the nation states as we have them today, but in the Ummah, and they should think of themselves that way, just with passports to different places. And to some extent, he was saying that the Palestinian crisis, quote unquote, was to be used as a method of
Yeah, yeah.
It's called true. It's called a day. We're gonna talk about it.
Well, all right. Let's not conflate like colonialism with like the British.
The guy in the video is saying that like in many ways they're using the Gaza war to like bring down American colonialism, and the reason is that they're able to do this is through the values and morals of the West, because the West values certain things and they don't really like he doesn't really care.
The West are gullible. They're just dumb, man. Like they're very, very gullible. Like they believe in this money. Look, my country has this scheme too. Okay, are you telling me that a country gets billions of dollars, right, of money, and they're telling you that they cannot defeat a small militia? Like, come on, you have to be really dumb. Like, this level of incompetency is a lie, you know. So this is actually a money laundering scheme. I don't understand how people don't notice this, right? Are you telling me a country cannot defeat? You know, you know how many countries have created these groups now, and they'll say this group exists here, and we need money to take. And guess how much money they're taking from the West? Billions. And the
You know
West.
what just war theory is?
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
well, just
sorry.
war theory. Okay, well, just war theory is exactly why every modern country cannot win a war today. So I mean, like.
I heard the term.
Another country take over it and take over the will of the people. The people vote that government in. If it's a democracy, they vote the government in of the time, and it's only them. Only they should be responsible for changing that government, not no outside powers and no outside influence.
Oh, you're right. You're
We're
right.
almost
You're right.
comfortably.
When Saddam Hussein was busy murdering the Kurds, right? People should have said, you know what? Fuck the Kurds. Fuck 180,000 Kurds dying. Let them take some time. No weapons, no apparatus. Just shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Listen to you.
You're not the Westerners. Shut your fucking mouth.
Just, let's be. Can we please? Can we please be respectful? No, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, let's calm down.
Why are you screaming, bro?
No, because there's a lot of people involved in the Middle Eastern affairs, and it's getting annoying to a lot of people that live there. You know what I mean? Like I notice Middle Eastern themselves are really upset about this, right? Because they've even lost the vehicle of this bizarre thing that's going on, and it's a money laundering scheme. Like, come on, like this is not something that I understand at what Alpha's mad.
But you need to be careful.
Give you guys a proof of what she's saying. Today in Gaza, the UN is saying we will not deliver the aid unless Hamas is able to get get a cut of it. It's all connected, and that's how they collect and they clean their cash, and that's the reason why UNRWA exists, why they made generations of refugees, and even the numbers of how many people are in Palestinians are inflated just because they make more money per person. So let me get this
time.
a scam.
You know what I would do? I would actually flood Gaza with flour. Like do a mountain of flour. So hold on one second.
We know what happened last time.
No, hold up. Can I say one sentence? You guys are talking. I understand. So now we I understand. Great, amazing. So if you will flood Gaza, flood it with flour, like mountains of flour. So yes, also the population will have, and then Hamas will not be able to sell it because it will be worthless because there will be so much.
Yeah, but yesterday I saw a video of them throwing out flour because they wanted to.
That's an amazing idea, Daniel. Run for government.
We did this thing already.
Israel wants to feed the Palestinians and people are looking for. Is that what we're saying?
That's bullshit, man.
That is.
Look, man. This is bullshit. They're lying.
Who's
I
lying?
don't think there's a reasonable person in this room that can apart from maybe Scott.
Do you have any proof of it not being true? Did we
I
not
mean,
tell
it
the
just
US?
doesn't.
I mean, what if
It just doesn't make sense.
What if the Gaza Foundation, a humanitarian foundation, answer that for me?
I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
Answer what it means. What does it mean? What does it mean? Tell me what it means.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
What
It's a
is
foundation?
Okay, doing what? You just said that.
Make your point.
Israel's trying to figure out this. I just told you, what is JFH?
What? Make
You're
your
like,
point.
no, what? You said it doesn't exist.
Stop asking questions.
So, but I'm trying to tell you why even you, what you're saying, you don't believe it. Because actually, you just proved yourself wrong. Because when you said there's no such thing happening, and then I just told you one organization, you're like, oh, you started flustering. So, just to show you what you're saying is actually wrong. Yes, we are trying. We've vaccinated them for polio. We've vaccinated every child in Gaza for polio. It's a conspiracy. Now we still, Hold on. You have something else to say.
But before the video,
Hold on. Guys, let's not go into Aziz, sweetie. If we talk about a subject, like if you was talking about the polio, and then you go now to a lie about sterilization, which also never happened.
Prove it. Let it go. Apologize.
Excuse me, Aziz.
Let it go. Apologize. So you're lying now.
Aziz, sweetie. Okay, hold on. Aziz, let's do this. I'm willing to bet $1,000 that either you give to charity or I give to charity if you are correct or I'm correct. Are you willing to do the bet with me right now? With all the people in the room?
He doesn't have $1,000.
Okay. So Aziz, what can you commit to? Commit, not a wage. Commit that if I'm wrong, that if you're wrong, you will do, and I will do the same if I'm wrong.
Right or wrong? I don't have empathy for with my
No. Aziz, you are now arguing with me and Malti, and you, Aziz, sweetie. Aziz, hold on, I cannot listen when every time that I try to talk to you, talk. When I talk and you talk with me, it's really hard to have a conversation. You now had an argument with me and Malti that like trying to shift the topic into Israel sterilized Ethiopians, and I told you that never happened. And then you started. Hold on, 1 second. And then you started arguing with me, and you said it was proven. And I'm asking, because now we have like you say, I say, and I wonder, and we can check it. But before we do this, if you're so like fighting with me about it, give me something that we will both commit to the same thing. That if we are wrong, we will do.
$100.
Yeah, I just left it.
$100?
I don't want you to lose. I want the truth. I don't care about.
Okay. So take 2 minutes and go check it.
So I don't need.
Aziz, shut up. Mute up for a second. Take 2 minutes and go check. I would like to ask. I want to share with you something that I heard in a different room, and because the person is here, maybe you can address this, and then because it's interesting to me. Hello, Scotty. I want to say something that I heard you say in Amir's Zoom. He said that Hamas is treating the Israeli hostages way better than Israel is treating the Palestinian hostages, he said. And I kind of heard it. And I would like, maybe we can, first of all, maybe Scott, if you can elaborate, and then maybe people, not me, other people, can address this insane. Like I rather not answer because for me it's like completely insane. But Scotty, I want to give Scotty, maybe he wants to correct my statement, although I know that what I said, that he said is absolutely correct, but maybe you can.
I'm absolutely stand by what I said.
Alright, thank you. So, you put a link to the chat that says that Hamas is treating the Israeli hostages better than the non-existing hostages that are in Israel.
Scotty, listen, I was not in the room. Can you then correct the statement or say your statement? What was it that you said in the picture? What was it that you said?
I said that Hamas is treating their prisoners a lot better than what the hostages are being treated at by the Israelis. And the reason I said that.
So Hamas has prisoners and I will let it speak, but Hamas, I was letting speak, I just want to point out that he said Hamas has prisoners and Israel has hostages.
He got it back. And he's nervous. He's a little nervous.
Scotty, you realize that
You're gonna have to
us are not.
Can he speak?
If you interrupt again, you're gonna go down.
Yeah, fuck it. Except
If you interrupt again, you're gonna go down.
Send me down, there's no point me being here.
Don't be rude to her. She's a mod. Like, come on.
I'm just asking to let Scotty finish.
Aziz, shut up, let's go to sleep,
I'm
please.
saying we're gonna go down.
Scotty, go on.
ahead.
Right. I put in the link, Daniel. I put a link in the chat, Daniel, that showed you that the Israelis have got twice as many prisoners, hostages, whatever you want to call it, they've got twice as many. I put there a link of how many since October the 7th, how many have starved to death, how many have died in detention, what they've died of, and it's all documented by your
Where is the link? I don't see anything in the chat.
I will get the link to you now and I will put it in this chat. I will get the link
Okay.
down.
Okay, let's
Sure.
Got it. Scotty, do you own
That's the point I was making.
okay, got it.
Hostages, the hostages should be released straight away at one.
Which hostages? Hold on, you didn't say that you didn't say that Hamas has, you said Hamas treats his prisoners better than Israel treats its hostages.
Yeah, that's what I've just told you what.
Even the language, yeah.
Okay, guys, can you give me a second? Guys, can you give me a second, please? Guys, Scotty, 1 second. Scotty, 1 second, please. I'm trying to get to a point with you. Do you know the meaning of a hostage and do you know the meaning of a prisoner? You're using those words. Do you understand them? Can you explain to me and give us a definition? 1 second. 1 second. Can you not talk over me? Let me finish. And it will take me like 30 seconds if people will not talk over me. I'm asking you, forget about the entire conversation. Give me please the definition of a hostage, regardless of Israel, Gaza, whatever. Just a clear definition of a hostage and of a prisoner. And then we will move on.
They're not prisoners. When you go into an area and kidnap in the middle of the night, people from their houses, they are not prisoners. They are hostages as well. You kidnap them.
Scotty, please, I ask you, Scotty, I ask you for a definition. I forgot, I will repeat my question. Hold on, please. Maybe if you don't speak when I speak, you can hear my question. I'm asking you to forget about it. I'm asking you a question, okay? Try to answer my question. I'm asking you, forget about Gaza, forget about Israel. I'm talking about as a clear definition, so we will have like a understanding of language. I want a definition of the word hostage, and I want a definition of the word prisoner. Not like an example of like, if you do this and do this. No, the definition of a hostage. Can you form a definition? Well, he's the one using it, so I would like to understand what he thinks. I mean, obviously, we know the definition.
You just will not let me finish. If you do me one favor, just Google yourself, does your government, not mine, does your government see them as hostages or do they see them as prisoners? Because they changed the definition of what they are only last week. Please just Google it for me and tell me if I'm right or if I'm wrong.
I don't think you're wrong.
You're wrong, and you didn't answer my question. Ace. Okay, so I will let Ace. Scotty, I asked you like 3 times. You are unable, and I think that I hope that Ace will give the honest, real definition.
Who said there's no due process?
When I have
Cases that are going to the courts, just like in America, when you get arrested, you see a judge. If there's a criminal case on you, you do not go straight to jail. You go through a detention center before your judgment is called. So how about we get some facts? That's actually American laws. It could be years and years. Murderers don't know years. It could be years depending on the case.
That's completely
And you guys don't high horse, right? No, 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 I understand.
We're not comparing, I'm trying to answer.
I'm not. No, I know, I understand what you're saying.
I'm gonna answer your
Okay.
Essentially, there is difference, right? Officers are taken against their will, they have not, they haven't been accused of a crime, they haven't been charged. Obviously, we know that, but when you take someone,
They're innocent.
I'm trying to say,
Hostages are innocent.
of course they're innocent, but also,
Okay.
innocent can't prove guilty, even if you're charged with a crime. Just keep it in mind.
Well, not on the field of battle.
You're no.
You're allowed to, outside of your country, if you take them.
You're in battle somehow?
Yeah, if you throw a rock at a 12-year-old,
Prior
if
to
you see,
2023.
you do get charged.
Prior to 2023, okay? So if you take people in as prisoners and they don't have formal due process and are not formally charged, and you leave them alone.
The military code of justice.
It's prisoners of war. Yeah.
Something for you to learn, Ace, if you said you wanted to be a lawyer. Well, I think unlikely now.
Civilians die during war, unfortunately. Yeah.
I'm trying to answer Daniel's question. I haven't discussed this. I'm talking about before 2023, not war, okay? You've been taken in for various reasons. And without proper due process and keeping up for God knows for how long. And put a link to this chat. Now, again, hostages taking up, I'm not for that shit either, okay, guys? But what I'm going to talk about here is what is this the link?
As for the definition, Ace. Ace. But hey, sweetie, I asked for it. I said, forget about Gaza, forget about Israel. What is a hostage? So let me help you. A hostage is someone that is taken. So to make a third party do or not do something. A prisoner is taken specifically because of a crime that he's planning to commit or is committing or in the process of committing. Now, when you talk about all the Palestinians, okay, so we'll find the definition. But
Russia takes
yes.
prisoners from the U.S. They then negotiate with the U.S. to return the prisoners to the U.S. in exchange for something else. That's almost.
This is prisoners. Hold on. You're talking about prisoners of war. When you are engaging with another army, and so you take those, like a soldier prisoner, this soldier didn't do anything illegal, okay? They are basically, but in order to win the war, you take them and then you exchange them because the other side is also taking prisoners. But you're not using those prisoners to force the other side, for example, to stop the war or to do this or to do that. You just then return each other's people. What Hamas is doing, they went into Israel, they snatched random people and they hold them in terror tunnels and they starving them in order to force Israel to do something. That is a hostage. When Israel is putting people in jail, it's not just like going and like random people going and just grabbing random people. No, there is due process. They all are like there's a judge that signs each one of their arrest warrants, even for 24 hours if they need to extend it. They do get to contact their families. They have representation. So putting those people hostages, it's just morally corrupt.
They can be seen by the Red Cross, Daniel. They can be visited by their family. They're being held according to international law. So they are taken, if they are, no, it's absolutely true. I mean, at the end,
That's not true, because it's stating, there's also a New York Times article saying there's a stalker and then they use the child, and then they use the child that lives in Italy for the last 2 years. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here. It's fake. They go through due process. You want to learn? Let me see your what's opposing. If you have a hard time believing one side of it, it might be just your bias. Your lack. Yeah, it is, because what we're telling you is not true. There is due process. There's no such thing. That doesn't happen. Now you're just making up lies. Show me a case where 20 years he's waited for his due process. Show me it. Wait, by committing this terrorist attack themselves, like these ideas that they don't get charged is ridiculous because they're committing the crimes and we have video of the crimes happening.
I just want to jump in, not interrupt Ace, but I don't wanted to say something because sorry Ace,
Yeah, you're making a comment about this, right? I think there's propaganda from both sides. Definitely. So I can understand how it can get confusing because it's really hard to know. No, no, but Daniel, you're respectfully you live there, right? No, but you have more information.
Yes, but to call it propaganda on both sides, comparing like 90% to like, can you give me an example? I can give you like massive example. And I'm talking when you talk about propaganda, I'm talking about manipulation, lies,
But
like deliberate manipulation. Can you give me examples coming of Israel of deliberate manipulation?
I'm not judging the or doing that comparison.
No,
What I'm
I'm
trying to
just
say.
no, hold on. It's weird to me that people are saying like
Can I
general
ask you a
claims.
question?
And then when I asked them for details, and this is the second time you said it. First you said that Egypt is helping, and I asked you how you don't know. Now you say that Israel is helping propaganda, and I'm asking you how you don't know. So I'm trying to understand how do you come to a conclusion? Someone's eating your food for you.
Okay, I will send you the video of Ahmed who I just saw it yesterday. Okay, so it's on his Twitter. I will send you the video, and he was on Jubilee. I thought he did a phenomenal job. I will put that in the chat for you, no problem. What I'm trying to say is, I'm not comparing the two sides. I'm saying that you could understand when people are not from that region and they don't know all the information if that's going on, right? I'm not sure if Ace, you don't have to share where you live, right? But there's a lot of people that don't know what is true or not anymore at this point, and I don't blame them because like you have look at for example the case with the Ethiopian woman, right, with the sterilization that was reported by the UN. Are we crazy to believe the UN? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like cut people some slack. They might not know. To believe the UN? Okay, then let's not trust anything then. Okay.
What do you mean? Hold on. You said that the UN is an unbiased and reliable source of truth. This
Well,
is
you
what you're saying.
believe that? Yeah. You're not.
Okay, so let me ask you. Do you know what Agenda 7 is? 7 or 6? 7.
We're in a new world now. Everything is confusing. Yeah.
Are you listening to me?
No, but there is a disinformation war. Daniel.
Hi, hello, hi, are you with me? I'm asking you a question. Do you know what Agenda 7 is?
No.
Okay, so in the UN Human Rights Council, there's a schedule of what they're talking about, okay? Like we'll talk about this, and then we'll talk about this, and then we'll talk about what's happening in China, and then we'll talk about the Yemen starvation. But there's one fixed agenda, only one, okay? Meaning that it's always on the schedule, it will always be number 7, and meaning that there will always be a condemnation. Can you guess which country has a permanent seat, and the only country that has a permanent, when I mean seat, it means that there will be a resolution about it. Yes, you've got it. It's Israel. Meaning that every time that they meet, there will be a condemnation of Israel of human rights violation. Not on Syria, not on Yemen, not North Korea. Don't talk about bias. You want to talk about UNRWA? Tell me, in all of its existence, to how many Palestinians did they really help in resettlement? The answer is 0. None. They are just growing in numbers, more jobs for UNRWA, and more people that are on welfare. And then they vote to keep UNRWA alive because there's a lot of money going on.
Okay, so can I ask a question?
And one last question. Where do you think the UN gets their numbers from? From UNRWA, which has complete incentive of making this humanitarian crisis. The UN is not helping anyone. They are part of the problem.
No, I agree. Yeah. Sorry, no, Simon. I agree. Simon, I know the term just war when Obama was talking about it in his Nobel Peace Prize speech, but on side note, so I've heard of that before. But what I was gonna say really quick, right, with Daniel, do you think they hold Israel to a higher standard because of it being a democracy and they have like a lower expectations for Hamas and so on? Do you think that's the answer?
No expectations to Hamas. Everything is our responsibility. Listen, in the numbers that you get of death in Gaza, it's literally every single death in Gaza, including them executing their own people. And we see the videos. You cannot say it's not happening. You know, when they plant like IEDs all over Gaza and people blow up, yes, it's also on the IDF. When people die of cancer, of old age, it's all on the IDF. There's like 0 responsibility to Gaza. This is the first time in history, and you can go check it, that an army that was attacked had to provide and provided food for the enemy's population, because the enemy's government is not doesn't give a shit about the people. Actually, I will correct it. I will just finish this one second. No, I said that they don't give a shit. Actually, it's the opposite. The more dead Palestinians, the better for the cause.
And just to prove the concrete, Daniel, we've seen this through COVID, what incentives actually did. There's a lot of hospitals that misidentified purposefully COVID deaths so that the government would give them more money to allocate more resources. So they would write down more COVID deaths. If it was cancer or if it was if people were dying for other causes, it would mark it as a COVID death. So imagine in a state of war when you're trying to run a propaganda campaign. Just to solidify.
And you know what's funny? This is coming from a people who's the revolutionary leader, the revolutionary leader, okay? And they call al-Qaeda al-Qanabi, right? So, you know what's funny? You know why I keep bringing this up? Because it shows the chinks in their supposed pretense of moral consistency and this idea of morally condemning. You want to morally condemn someone? You want to desecrate their grave? Go and find the grave of Arafat, Yasser Arafat, the desecrate, and shit on his grave. And I will become your 5%er for life. You know why? Because when Saddam Hussein, the desecrate, was busy using nerve agents and sarin gas that murdered 5,000 people who did not even know if the sun was up. He came out to see if the sun was up. They killed 5,000 people, Muslims in Halabja. Do you know when they asked Yasser Arafat what was his reply? What do they expect? For Saddam to rain roses on them? Shower them with roses? So when Gaza voted for Hamas as an alternative to the corrupt and thuggish Fatah, and then Hamas decided to say, we're not going to invest money in the lives of these people. No, we're going to gamble with these people and attack an army that even God himself does not dare to attack. You forgot your lessons. You will learn another lesson. Every single soul that has died, wittingly, unwittingly, in Gaza, is on the head of Hamas. On the head of Hamas. What did you think is going to happen? That you're going to commit October 7th, and IDF is going to say, oh my goodness, we're going to put our arms down. Maybe Netanyahu is going to come and say, I apologize, right? And Golda Meir is going to resurrect from the grave and say, that's it. We're going to remove Israel. Is that what you're expecting? No. Hamas knew exactly what it will do.
I think everyone that disagrees with us left. Just
Obviously.
Only this year, Ace is a shill for Hamas.
You're a liar. Who the fuck's ever shown
No, it's true.
Oh, come on, yeah. She's not like that.
But I want to know.
She is 100% a shill for Hamas all night long in the mayor's room. 100% true. Be honest. Be proud.
Well, she's here listening to
Okay, well,
us.
look, I've never heard this person speak, so I'll take her word for it. I'll take her word for it. What?
Oh, Ace, Ace, yeah, Ace is all night long modded in the mayor's room. Promoting Hamas and anti-Semitism. Yeah, she's hurting her career by doing it too, but she doesn't care.
She's very
I think her
respectful.
parents care though. I think her parents are gonna care.
No more.
Hi, Zaira.
What about Cartel Quito overall? What about that?
100% let her talk for her.
I think she can speak for
Palestinian.
Ace.
Who's a
No,
Palestinian?
she just said she's not. She's not. Okay,
Sorry,
there's too many. Stop. Everybody, stop talking. There's too many people speaking for this woman. Either she could make the arguments for herself, and I could hear them for myself. I don't know who's just talking.
She could find
She could make her own.
So let X speak, guys. So let X speak. Guys, so let Ace speak. I don't even know what about, but everyone is speaking for her. Ace, go ahead.
No, she
Yeah,
wasn't
me neither.
speaking.
Okay. Ace, it's not that you said that you were shit for Hamas. I mean, listen, let's be honest for example, for a second about what is Amir's room where you hang out a lot, okay? Every day he opens a room where you guys demonize Israel, and a lot of it is just you guys make stuff up, and no one is calling it out. And you know, if you want to be an intelligent person, what? I don't understand your what.
No, we have a rule for that. But
Listen, I think
read about gay stuff all day long. That room is
no, but
okay, go ahead.
no, because I mean, Hamas, they don't fight us on the ground, okay? They fight us by basically making us the pariah state, like, you know, making all those images. They produce the humanitarian crises, the starvation, and once you basically go and instead of helping Palestinians and pointing the fingers at who is really oppressing them, and I think that if you really cared, you would agree that Hamas is the one that is oppressing them. We see that they cannot protest. We can see how they execute them, and they write like stuff on their back before they shoot their knees. I've seen so many videos of Hamas people shooting the knees of people. I doubt it that you don't see it, but you're gaslighting the Palestinians. You want to keep them suffering to attack Israel. So I understand that you don't know, but yes, you guys are operating in behalf of Hamas. Hamas, the reason that Hamas doesn't do any ceasefire right now, because he sees that it's working, and you know the global, as you guys, the perception against Israel is against Israel. Yes, you guys are working at basically putting pressure on Israel on behalf of Hamas instead of putting pressure. What? No, listen, it's not a centralized operation. It's many people, and look at Twitter, how many people went from being nobodies to being influencers just by being against Israel. It's a cloud. The reason that people go into a Mills room is because of this. It's not like it's
I want to make. I want to. 100%. I want to make a clear distinction though, because like I don't fully agree with that, because the thing is, like, I make this distinction very clear when I say that I think, like, I'll make a parallel, but I think, you know, socialists, communists, all these people are evil, but just because a person has an idea that might lead to that doesn't mean that these are the actual people explicitly advocating for these types of ideas. It can out of sheer ignorance.
Did you hear me? Yes, I'm not saying that it's yes, a lot of time it's out of ignorance, and most of them are used for idiots. Amir knows exactly what he's doing, but the flock of around him, a lot of people say, wow, I learned so much. They actually believe it. It's like everything, like they echo, they work in it, and whenever we try to talk against them, that we cannot.
But these are the normal positions.
Whenever you can put me in the queue, Daniel, or normal,
Hi, Anne.
I'd like to hear from Matt in this case.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to like make that statement.
Okay, yeah, you're in the queue. Just
our friend Shlomi, it was reported in a couple of news media this week. He was speaking, I think in Haifa this week, and he said that his captors, our friend Shlomi was a hostage, and he was
I'm saying is I'm not gonna put people who actively support Hamas in the same camp of just like like ignorant people. That's all I'm saying.
Well, we tell the difference. Said the shit for Hamas.
Well, you can tell the difference between the rhetoric and people explicitly saying I'm pro Hamas.
Right, but I think that there's a point that's being missed here, which is that they don't know that they're pro-Hamas.
But that's my point. That is exactly my point. Unless you explicitly say and advocate.
That's a problem. That's a problem.
No, Simon.
No, it's not. It's not. Like
You're saying, Simon,
everybody's economically illiterate socialist.
They support everything Hamas does, but they are against Hamas because it's illegal and they're kind of protecting their assets.
Daniel, even more, if I can just flesh it out a little more. Simon, right now where I live in Portland, Maine, since October 7th, over the past 2 years, Ann is calling me, but Ann, I can't talk right now. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, Ann, I'm going to call back. She's calling me right now, but I'm going to call her back. So
she's crying because I kicked her out.
Okay, she's probably crying because you kicked her out. So I'm going to talk to her in a minute, but let me just stay focused here because I don't want to waste your time.
We should have kicked people out, though.
Okay. Let me just finish my idea. I'm getting more and more distracted by the second. So my point is this: over the past 2 years,
what's your point?
I'm making it. Over the past 2 years, okay, fuck you. over the past 2 years, there have been a lot of protests, and all the people, Simon, in my town who are protesting, they're doing mostly two things. They're shouting at people on the street, and they're writing to the local Congress people. They're writing things like, please divest from Israel, we care about Palestinians, blah, 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 blah. If you ask these people, do you support Hamas? They would say, no, I'm opposed to Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist organization. But because they're standing on the street shouting Hamas propaganda, which has been debunked, and because they're spending their time, hours and hours of time, writing dozens of letters to Congress people, even though it's been debunked, they are, as Daniel's saying, they are doing the work of Hamas, even though if you ask them, they don't support Hamas, and I think that is problematic.
Well, again, so that's another distinction we could draw. If you're actively taking steps to do that, then I would put you in that camp, because now it's not just rhetoric, right? It's you're actually taking steps to promoting that. So
you're some idiot, Simon. They're not doing it knowingly. They think that they're doing it because it's the humane thing.
The motivation.
The Palestinians are suffering and starvation and genocide and all this. They actually
the motivation, but the motivation is irrelevant. I'm simply saying, if all you're saying is, oh yeah, I think like Israel's doing like evil stuff. Okay, fine. It's you can have that opinion. It's wrong, but it is what it is. If you're actively in the streets protesting, sanctioning Israel, you're writing to your Congress, you're actively doing it. Okay, I'll put you in the camp for advocating for Hamas. I think you're an evil human being, and that's what it is, because the actions are following the rhetoric. If it's just and that's why I draw the parallel between like socialists, because a lot of people have a lot of socialist ideas that leads to that. I think it stems from absolute ignorance rather than a hardcore stance for advocating for that idea. So I draw the same parallel between people who just, Israel's bad because of X, Y, Z, versus, well, Israel's bad, I'm going to go vote, I'm going to go out, I'm going to advocate against this, because if you're going to stand on business on that type of idea, well, then you better know what you're actually doing. And that's why I make that distinction between the rhetoric versus the actual action.
You're giving them too much moral credit and too little intellectual credit. They know very well that they're lying, and they're doing it deliberately. Their anti-Semitism is coming through. They see an opportunity to lie about Israel, and they take it. Any person who knows 1 + 1 = 2 knows the difference between people who have been detained for criminal activity like throwing rocks in cars or being involved in terror, and some old ladies and little babies who were taken in their pajamas after their family was slaughtered out of their home and are being held in a terror tunnel under the ground in Gaza, and they won't let the Red Cross even see them or tell their family that they're alive or not. They're not no distinction. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll finish.
They're not no distinction to 5 chat, either in the chat, no, I'm not lying, I'm telling the absolute truth. If you keep interrupting me, I could, I correct, Black Rabbi is my brother. I correct their lies in the chat when they have me on stage with my mouth. That is what I do there. And you do the opposite. You endorse their anti-Semitism, homophobia, and racism. And I've been there for it. That's a fact. No, I'm not a liar. No.
Okay, but look, all we have to do, Norm, all we have to do, listen, are you against homophobia? Homophobia. Are you against gay people? Do you have a problem with their acts?
Me, no.
Well, okay, so there you go. She's not. So.
I want to know something this is very strange. In no other kinds of protests or any kind of demonstrations or any kind of supposed cause have I seen so many different quote unquote causes simply become an amalgamate of one cause. I simply don't understand how you can be a homosexual person and advocate for gay rights, but at the same time you support a movement that literally and publicly calls for your death.
Are you referring to like queers for Palestine? Like that kind of
queers or gays or lesbians. I mean, look, the fatwas of somebody Akrama are still there. Okay? Somebody Akrama. The fatwas of Hassan Yusuf and Ahmed and what's his name? And Ahmed Yassin are still there. The father of Mus'ab Hassan has fatawa, legal rulings against gay people. If you're gonna go out there and say you're against a war against anybody, then make it clear. Make it clear. Use your brain. But don't go out there and say gays. I want to know, what does that mean? What is that supposed to mean? What is gays for Palestine? What is that supposed to mean? I want to know.
Well, these are the contradictions that people, engage in. There was a guy I was speaking to. He was a gay Iranian guy this week, and he was like, "Oh, I changed my entire position on Palestine. I used to support them to the death, and he's like, now I'm very, very pro-Israel." I was like, "Oh, that's interesting. Like, why did you? Like, what was the main point?" And he goes, "Oh, yeah, what was the deciding factor?" He goes, "Oh, the main thing, and like the biggest thing for me was because I found out that Palestine didn't support gay people." I was like, "That's the fucking, that's
Simon,
so retarded. Like, out of all the things it could be,
What is that supposed
it's just because they're gay."
Palestine doesn't support gay people. I don't understand the relevance and the relationship here.
No, but my point is that it's such a like nothing point. I mean, there's like so many other things but because he's gay, because he holds like some like personal thing, it's not because of like some principle of freedom or some principle of like like Israel, like it's a fantastic state for human beings just in general. It's no, there's this one policy that I don't really support, and that I support, and because they don't support it, well, it is what it is, and that's why I changed my entire position of defending this nation of people that have a right to protect themselves. No, it's like they don't support gay rights, and that's as far as my position goes.
Right.
Like that's like willfully ignorant. That's just like it is what it is.
Simon, did you see there was a video that went viral? I could put it in the chat as well of this. I think she might be Palestinian. This is another problem I find. Someone thinks me saying I don't know enough about it, and that the people who are from there probably have more information, right? Like that is me not dumbing myself down. It's just like understanding that these people probably know more about it, right? Sir?
Well, it's a logical fallacy. Just because you're from a country doesn't mean that you know everything about it more than.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm saying if you're at least in the you could study these things, but what I mean is the point I'm trying to make is there's a lot of people claim to be Palestinian who are from multiple other countries like Libya, all these different countries, and they all just have all these opinions on the region. And it got to a point where and that's why Ahmed said, he's like, you're not more racist towards us and we don't like it and so on. And she was basically like gaslighting them and saying, leave them alone. They're the most oppressed people, in the world right now. And she's saying, oh, they're playing oppression Olympics, but she's doing oppression Olympics. You see what I'm saying? Like, leave their racist comments alone because they're oppressed. When the black students were going on a trip to help them, you get what I'm saying? I was like, I don't know if you saw that.
No, it's not clear. I mean, use a topic sense.
I'm not really following, to be honest.
So take one sentence, Sabina, and express what you're trying to say.
Okay, so you know how that person, okay, so Simon said that there was a person who was queer, right? And he changed his entire opinion on the region because of that,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
I'm saying that same thing happened with Black Americans and an Arab, I guess, Palestinian woman. I don't know what she identified herself as.
Then she
Right?
is using racism. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. You summed it up. Yeah, so she's excusing it. Yeah.
Well, but this is the thing. If you're like a single issue voter, which there are many in America, like, I'm putting that in the camp of just like sheer ignorance. Like you're just not informed of like what's actually happening in the world. That's why you'll cling to this one issue that some political party is doing, and it's all you know. And as long as like they say, oh, my party didn't do this, oh, I can't support them anymore. So I put that in like the willfully ignorance, and it's fine. Like you don't have to be educated on this type of stuff. If it bears no mind, but I would say like don't vote in that instance then, because
Sit it out.
you don't actually know.
Right.
No, we're alluding to, Simon, is that there is a progressive cause when in fact it is extremely reactionary. The people who are claiming that this is a progressive cause are in fact, they're anti-Semitic, they're racist, they're homophobic, they are regressive. Hamas is a fundamentalist jihadist, the violent struggle against non-Muslims group that has a fatwa against homosexuality. They kill gay people. They push them off buildings. They're racist against migrants. They're anti-Semitic against Jews.
Acid in that face of women who did not wear hijab. Let's not forget that too.
Very, very well put. Is this, are you the Jordanian guy?
No.
Okay, I thought you had.
But I just wanted to mention that as well because
Yeah.
when they came to power in 2005, Hamas sent out basically agents that would throw acid in the face of women who were not wearing the scarf or the hijab in particular, and
Sharia.
disappear.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're like,
Basically terrorized the whole Gaza into wearing a hijab.
yeah, they're a very reactionary, primitive. They also turn their children into shaheeds. They also turn their kids into suicide bombs. They strap vests on their children and send them out to die. This is what well, the UN has also done reports about this. So the idea that this is a progressive cause is laughable. It's literally opposite. It's more well
Sartres, people. You have a bunch, and then you have like governments that actually also go. Like you had the Russian government in the '60s sending some of their best trained militia, not militia, their top military leaders to Palestine to train them. And you even had Russia. You also had Japanese communists also go in to train.
Isn't
So
that funny, Simon? Isn't that funny that the quote-unquote Arab world has been feeding the ignorant public, or should I say the gullible and the susceptible public, to a narrative, to absorb a narrative and ingrain a narrative in their mind that the Soviet Union was simply a work of Jewish conspiracy, but at the same time, these same governments that disseminated this propaganda and as a veneer to guise their anti-Semitism, of course, they're the same leaders that praised and commended and welcomed the training of the Soviets. Isn't that interesting? Interesting.
Oh, and you guys know,
Hey, but
sorry, you guys know about the Soviet connection, right? With Palestine. You guys know all about that, right? Like
You
everything
just
is
referred to it.
and yeah, they just
Yeah.
Literally said it.
so
No, but I didn't know how much, like the scarf, all that whole like they were told that if you create yourself into some kind of resistance movement that would be similar to Mandela or whatever, like Westerners would be eating off the palm of your hands. That's literally what they were told.
But that's
And
my
it's just
point.
gone.
And
Yeah,
this
and
is
what-
why it's not a war. It's not a dispute over. It's not really a dispute over religion. It's not a dispute over land. This is a dispute versus primitivism versus civilization. It's barbarism versus civilization. This is what these people defend: barbarism, primitivism. If you're anti-Western civilization, you cannot be on the side of Israel.
Oh, you mean like
You cannot.
you mean like the overpaid defunct? I call him defunct because he's a fucking retard. He has no academic credibility or integrity. People like Jerry Eagleton, who recently published an article calling civilization violent. Really? Really, Eagleton? Why don't you go live in Afghanistan for 10 years? And see if you
That's
can-
actually funny.
Yeah, really, go
Civilization
live-
requires
piece of shit.
non-violence. That's what like the principles you can abstract from what civilization requires is the barring of physical violence. So
I just seen
civilization, by definition, cannot be violent.
I just seen this white guy saying that Sharia law would be good for Canada and this sorry for America, and it's like did you miss the part where they don't like that they'll kill infidels? Like
Go to
did
Saudi
you
Arabia,
forget that part?
go to Kabul, go to Riyadh.
Well, I mean, Canada is fucked. I mean, realistically, Canada is fucked.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but not like figuratively. I mean, like literally fucked. Like there is no turning this around for Canadians. Like the amount of people on Facebook that I see crying about, or even on Instagram, crying, "Oh my God, I can't believe I can't afford groceries." Well, you're literally voting against like your own interests. Like the same people crying are the same people voting for the people who do this to them.
One thing, by the way, in late July, the Times of Central Asia reported that Kazakhstan actually banned the face coverings in public. Now, in the same way that these retards, yes, I'm talking to you, progressive, you're not even leftists, because the people sit on the left side of Louis XVI, right? They wanted liberty, right? You support reactionaryism, so you're really a disgrace to the very tradition of left.
conditions you to think in a certain way that the tribe is, this ultimate being that you can't go against, and everybody who's against the tribe is this evil, like, do-gooder.
Simon, by the way, just to let everybody know, we can fact check this because I know fact checking has become such a dashed word for everybody to just blurt out most of the time out of context. But fact check me on this. The Ottoman Balfour, as they call it, Daniel Pipes did a wonderful job by publishing an article on this. Very, very, very credible.
Can you post the link to the article, please?
I'll definitely do that in a moment, Sam. There's something called the Ottoman Balfour. Now, when I did a comparison between the Balfour Declaration and the proposal of the settlement of Jews in ancient Israel, the land of ancient Israel, which was known as the Holy Land for a very long period of time in human history. Now, when I did the comparison, in many documents, there's not a single word such as colonialism used by the Jews or the British, but the Ottomans explicitly used the term colonization. That we forfeit the land as the mandatory power of the land, which they were. We forfeit the land, and the Jews to colonize this land. I'll put the link in the chat. Do a comparative study, and maybe these progressives and these so-called irredentists, right, and these genealogists. If you do a little bit of genealogy, you should be protesting the Turkish consulate. So the next time that Recep Tayyip Erdogan comes to your city, you make sure you get your crowd and you beat the living shit out of him. You make sure you do that. You beat him up, you beat his security up, right? And maybe you should call Mamdani before he becomes mayor, right? Maybe Mamdani can do an intifada against Erdogan the next time he visits New York. Because Erdogan's ideological ancestors explicitly told the Jews to come and quote unquote colonize, right? Their own land. Funny. You coming home, right? You come home after 2,000 years, after Roman imperialism, after Roman genocide, Roman ethnic cleansing, and Islamic imperial ethnic cleansing. You do all of that and you still come home so resiliently. And it's funny. I really find this stuff funny. That they have the audacity to tell Jews, right? Oh
The internet is gonna kill Islam because right now people don't need a book. They can just Google it. They can find it.
And we're proud of that.
Exactly. Like if you look at Afghanistan, if you look at Egypt, the Kurds are good people. They don't believe in that shit. And like if you look at the life of Muhammad, Muhammad is a warlord. He's a pedophile. He's a sex offender. He's a child molester. And this is why they're trying to recognize Palestine, because Macron has 10% of his population that is Muslim, and in England it's like 9%. When you go to London, it looks like fucking Islamabad. It doesn't even look British. It's terrible. It's a terrible place to visit. And if you visit Ontario, Canada, Canada looks like fucking Islamabad, or it fucking looks like New Delhi, but without the Indians. It's New Delhi with the Muslims. It's a terrible place to live. It's terrible. That's why America has to get rid of these people. Look at America. They have to deal with an election of Mamdani, a terrorist from Uganda, that has to, he could probably get elected in the United States. This is what they do in London. Sadiq Khan is the mayor, for Christ's sake. And these people, they come to London, they come to New York, they have like 12 fucking kids, and the average person can't even afford to buy a house. It's a terrible thing what these leftists people are doing. That's why they're scared of the Muslims. That's the only reason it's taken off, not because they give a shit about Muslims.
I want to say something. Alpha, you lived in India for some quite a time, so you know about the Gujaratis, right?
Yes.
So what happened that Zoran Mandani said recently there that, Narendra Modi, he's a fascist and he butchered all the Gujarati Muslims in 2002. And when I say people that I'm a Gujarati and I'm a Muslim, they're like, oh my god, I think you guys were extinct. And all this bullshit lies. 65,000 Muslims live in Gujarat at least. What the fuck is he talking about?
See, look, and what happened in the Gujarat riots was people see the Gujarat riots. They don't see what the riot was for. What was the background story? Okay. A similar thing happened in one of the Kurdish populated cities where the Yazidis were attacked. And people said, well, they retaliated. No, it's because you didn't go into the background. You just saw you saw the gunshot, like you heard the gunshot, but you didn't see the slap before the gunshot. So you didn't see the bully, but you saw the victim fighting back. You didn't see the bully. And this is not to justify violence at all. But from Mamdani, Zoran Mamdani coming around calling Modi a fascist, Mandani. And what does this have to do with New York politics exactly?
It's, you know, in one of his speeches, he just lied about that all the Muslims in Gujarat are dead or something. Like, you can just Google it up.
Because Gujarat is actually one of the largest states to have a majority. Like, it really has a major Muslim population. So, where did these? Where did that come from? Where did you get the statistics exactly?
Exactly. He's the very face of elitism. He claims that he's socialist. Like, seriously, what the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Bro, the capital of the state is named Ahmedabad. So, what are you talking about?
Exactly.
No, I'm not asking. And also, what does this have to do with you, New York politics exactly? New York mayoral election exactly?
No, like he's trying to get that sympathy. You know, we are persecuted people who vote for us. That he's a minority. His community was exiled from India. I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Maya.
Exiled. By who?
Exactly. By who?
Who's the Jews?
By Manmohan Singh? By the Jews?
I don't know.
Definitely the Jews.
The Jews, yeah, the Jews were controlling Manmohan Singh, right? My goodness. You gotta love these people. What the hell? Come on, New Yorkers. I mean, look, I love New Yorkers, man. Bro, New Yorkers gotta step it up.
There are people who are protesting against him. It's not like he's going on with the full sport. There are people who are saying that this is a scam. He's a con.
Singh is just a Punjabi translation for God. Well, it's the Jews. They're just morphing as
Jeff, is it me or New Yorkers have really lost the plot?
Benjamin Netanyahu if he comes to New York.
Well, I will give him credit. At least he's wrong, more or less within the scope of what he should do as mayor, right? Like, he's not just criticizing, like, American policy. He's not just criticizing foreign nations. At least he's saying, as mayor, part of my job, I will do this with the power I think I have as mayor. Like that's just wrong, stupid, offensive. It's like, that's all of his things. But at least it's something that, as mayor, he has a right to, somewhat of a right to speak up.
You mean the right to make an ass out of himself? Sure, I'll do that.
Completely. But it's at least somewhat close to his job description.
But your point stands, though, Jeff. I don't understand. This is why I asked Avi, you're running for mayor. Why the foreign policy?
I think it's really clear. Being anti-Israel in New York is a very, very strong activator these days. It's no different than harping on abortion or immigration. They've done the research. You'll get people to the polls if you want to save the poor Palestinian children. The widows of the orphans,
You know, like, I want to reply.
I mean, not to cut you off, but I'm really shocked. Look, when I study the history, when I look at the history of New York, bro, some really, really wise people have come out of New York as a state, not just as a city, as a state. What I've been seeing in the past, at least 5 years from New Yorkers, what's going on? This is not what New York was known for. How'd you lose the plot? How'd you lose the plot? Really, I'm genuinely asking. How did you lose the plot? I mean, California was the state known for Silicon Valley. How'd you lose the plot? How'd you become so dumb to buy into just dumb shit? How did that happen? I generally.
It really all goes back to, and I hate to say that as someone who's somewhat right of center, but it really goes back to allowing New York, particularly Manhattan, but New York altogether, to, like there used to be a ton of diversity. You used to have families that lived there.
Yes.
When New York became unlivable for families, both economically and for other reasons, and now New York is basically a city overrepresented in young people, in single people. You shift the politics far to the left. Because you have people with little experience, you have people who are still very selfish in their approach to life, and that's basically your average New Yorker. And it's most New Yorkers. You don't have the family, you don't have the family with 3 kids, just trying to get by and, and thinking about practical things. You've got the single person who has no concerns other than where they're going to go party tomorrow. I'm oversimplifying, but that has led to this far left.
That actually makes sense. That makes sense. I'm just shocked because when I look at New York and the history of New York and the political history of New York, how did it's really Avi, if you haven't studied or read about the history of New York, I love reading the history of the different states and all that. And what I see happening in New York and California, it's like, bro, you guys have lost the plot. But Jeff's point stands too because when you read the history and the context, the historical context, it makes sense. Like Thomas Sowell speaks about it a lot of times, where people were, worrying about practical things. So that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. People were not worried about some foreign policy. They're worried about, okay, job securities and work tomorrow and my kids' college tuition and stuff like that. And domestic policies don't match that. I'm not voting for you. I'm not electing you. But now it's like, so what Jeff said, now it's like, hey, who can hate Israel more? Let's see what you hate more and I'll vote for you. And that's a fucked up approach to an election, though.
I mean, New York is also a very university-heavy city. You got these big major universities that have been fostering this far leftist ideology for decades, unchecked. So when you combine all these things, you end up with a kind of brainwashed, young, stupid population that's going to go for all this shit.
This is sad to me, man. This is sad. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I have a soft spot for the United States of America. I do, and I don't hide it. I really don't. And what I see is like, this is, even my father, last time I spoke to him, he said, that's not the America I knew. That's not the America I aspired one day to live in. And so, I don't know what to say. It's just shocking what's happening right now. For somebody to go to
Alpha?
Yeah.
Alpha. Government-owned grocery stores. Can you believe that?
I mean, look, what I find funny, Abby, is that whatever I've read some of the policies that he's been endorsing and some of the offers that he's been making. I was trying to say, some of the propositions he's been propounding. Mamdani. Isn't that what Ayatollah Khomeini did? He made the same promises. Really, he did. Ayatollah Khomeini did exactly what Mamdani's doing right now. He really did. The idea of free electricity and cheaper housing and all that stuff. I mean, these are the same stuff that Khomeini did. And Mamdani's loyalties to his religious beliefs is quite out in the open and obvious. And I find it funny too. Not surprising, just funny. How people in the United States, and that's why I think this reinforces Jeff's point, that you can come up on TV and publicly say that we want to globalize the Intifada. We should globalize the Intifada. We should globalize the swarm of people and violence. that ensues with it. Wow.
But the thing is about Mandani, I don't know why none of these news people ask him a simple question. How did his parents end up in Uganda through Idi Amin's raid? Because Idi Amin deported like hundreds of thousands of Indians from